Chapter 101. You'd only be met with disappointment. "How dare you kill my young lady?" Old Lou roared, his voice sounding like a wrathful beast in the brink of death. His eyes were red from sorrow, and his expression was filled with anguish. He did not even expect his family's young lady to lose her virginity today, let alone her life. Old Lou stared at the young man before him with a wrathful expression, yet the young man only gazed at him with a nonchalant expression, seemingly uninterested in the whole situation. "If I don't kill you today, then I'm not surnamed Lou?" Just as old Lou prepared to strike Su Yong with his full cultivation base, a loud slap resounded in the place, snapping everyone there that was dumbfounded by the abrupt situation out of their daze. Pa! A nearly transparent arm had suddenly swung across old Lou's face, slapping him so hard that he'd spun a few times in the air before landing a few feet away from Su Yong. "Calm down, you old fool." Su Yong's voice then resounded, causing everyone to stare at him with baffled eyes. Even Liu Lanjai, who was prepared to protect Su Yong at the last moment, froze at the unexpected outcome, seemingly shocked by his profound strength. How could someone who just entered the profound spirit realm handle someone at the true spirit realm with seemingly no effort at all? It just didn't make sense. Old Lou, who had been laying on the floor for a good second, slowly returned to his legs. However, he no longer looked as crazy, and his gaze at Su Yong became fearful. While nobody there was able to fully understand the strength Su Yong had hit him with, old Lou felt his entire body go numb just from that single slap, and even his cultivation base had been sealed for a split moment, causing all of the strength within his body to disappear like smoke in a strong wind. "Who said anything about your young lady being dead?" Su Yong shook his head. "She is simply resting inside." His words dumbfounded not only old Lou, but everybody there even further. Lou Lifen is alive. Then why did he make it sound like she was resting in heaven, a place meant for the dead? Although the guests couldn't understand Su Yong's choice for words, the profound Blossom disciples understood the meaning behind heaven the instant they heard it, hence why they didn't react as the guests had. Liu Lanjai sighed at the situation, and she spoke. "Guest from the Liu family." The word heaven has a different meaning within the profound Blossom sect, hence the misunderstanding. When she explained the situation to him, old Lou's face flushed red, but it was not from anger. Instead, he was filled with embarrassment for acting so hastily. If he'd waited a little bit longer for an explanation, then he wouldn't have had to endure such shame. I apologize for my impulsive actions just now, young man." Old Lou bowed to Su Yong, his heart still filled with a sense of fear for Su Yong's profound strength. In response to his apology, Su Yong only glanced at him for a brief moment before walking away. This rascal, still as disrespectful to his seniors as always. Liu Lanjai sighed inwardly. She then turned to the guests and said, "This marks the end of the event. Thank you all for coming. But before you all leave, I have something to announce. As a token of appreciation for being patient with us, the Profound Blossom sect has decided to return all of the resources we have received from everyone here." "What?" The guests were dumbfounded by the news, but nobody there questioned it, even feeling ecstatic by it. "Senior Liu, may I check on the young lady inside?" Old Lou asked her in a respectful tone. Liu Lanjai nodded. "I will accompany you inside to ensure that you will not get locked inside." She then said, though the biggest reason was that she was also interested in Lou Lifen's condition, what had become of her after spending 2 days alone with Su Yong. "The rest of you can also return," said Liu Lanjai to her disciples before entering the chamber of embrace with old Lou. Once they were inside the room used by Su Yong and Lou Lifen, Liu Lanjai felt something was amiss about the place, but she couldn't pinpoint what was making her feel uncomfortable. "Why, young lady?" Old Lou shouted out loud when he noticed Lou Lifen sleeping on the bed. When they got closer to the bed, they noticed Lou Lifen's peaceful face, looking as though she was having a blissful dream. Old Lou wiped the sweat from his forehead when he confirmed that she was indeed still alive. "Are you relieved now?" Liu Lanjai said. "Yes," Old Lou nodded with a relieved smile. "More, don't stop." Lu Lifen suddenly began mumbling with passion, dumbfounding the two standing beside her. Please ravage my pussy even more. Ah, young lady, wake up. It's time to go home. Unable to stand there and listen without feeling daggers in his weak heart, old Lu began shaking Lu Lifen awake. Lu Lifen slowly opened her eyes. Old Lu, what are you doing in here? Lu Lifen was quite puzzled at first, but when she realized the situation, her eyes became wide awake. She began looking around, but when she could not see Su Yong's face anywhere, her expression turned bitter. I see, so it's over, huh? She sighed inwardly. Senior Liu. She then turned to look at Liu Lanjai and said, What was that disciple's name again? Su Yong, huh? Okay, I have decided, Lu Lifen suddenly said loudly. What have you decided on, young lady? Old Lu asked, his interest piqued. Senior Liu, I'd like to request to join the Profound Blossom sect as a disciple, she said with a serious expression, dumbfounding the two. What? Young lady, you are asking for the impossible. You are already an inner court disciple of the Blue Wind Valley. HMPH, I don't care. I can simply leave them, she stubbornly snorted. Liu Lanjai pondered for a moment, and with a serious expression, she spoke. What is your reason for wishing to join my Profound Blossom sect? After my experience today, I have come to a realization. I really like this place's method for cultivation. Liu Lanjai closed her eyes to think. A few moments later, her eyes opened, and she spoke. I'm afraid I will have to deny your request. Why? Is it because of my appearance? Lu Lifen asked in a distressed voice. No, this is not about your appearance. Liu Lanjai shook her head, and she continued. If you want to join my Profound Blossom sect based on your experience with Su Yang today, then I'm afraid that you'd only be met with disappointment. What? Lu Lifen couldn't comprehend the meaning behind her words. What do you mean by that? To what extent have you gone with Su Yang? Liu Lanjai then asked. Ooh, all the way. What did you think of it? It was an indescribable experience? Lu Lifen replied in a tone filled with excitement. Liu Lanjai sighed at her answer. That is exactly why I have to deny your request. If you join my Profound Blossom sect thinking that every disciple here will have what it takes to give you similar experiences, then you'd only be met with disappointment. Huh? Lu Lifen looked at her with a puzzled expression, still unable to comprehend her reasoning. Su Yang, he's one of a kind even within the sect, Liu Lanjai said in an awkward voice. His techniques within the sect is definitely the best, perhaps even at the apex within this whole world. She then stared at Lu Lifen in the eyes and said, Once you have experienced his techniques, I'm afraid you will no longer be able to live a normal life. Lu Lifen's eyes widened with shock. Even old Lu, who couldn't follow their conversation, felt awed by such a grand statement. He wasn't being arrogant when he said that. It wasn't an exaggeration. Lu Lifen recalled when Su Yang called himself the best within the world. If even someone as experienced as the matriarch of the Profound Blossom sect acknowledged his skills, then it must definitely be true. That's why you will only be joining my sect for Su Yang, not for the sect. Liu Lanjai said, It'd be for the best if you were to forget about today and Su Yang and live on with your life, or else you will never be able to live a normal life. Liu Lanjai pitied her, as she was also in a similar situation. Once she'd experienced Su Yang's techniques, even if it was only for a few minutes, she was no longer able to satisfy her lust since then. Someone as experienced as myself was reduced to such a state after just a few minutes, yet she was alone with him for 2 whole days. Liu Lanjai couldn't imagine the hardship Lu Lifen will have to endure after today. After a moment of silence, Lu Lifen spoke. Is there really no other way? Will I be able to see him again? That will depend on fate, she replied. Lu Lifen released a deep sigh, and then she said, I understand. I will no longer pursue my request to join the Profound Blossom sect. However, I will definitely be back one day. Old Lu, we are going home. Lu Lifen then jumped off the bed. However, when she landed on her feet, an intense feeling of weakness assaulted her body, causing her to fall to the ground. Young lady, Old Lu cried out with shock as he helped her to her feet. But alas, even with old Lu's support, Lu Lifen couldn't stand properly without feeling an urge to pee her pants. Old Lu, I will need you to carry me to the carriage, she suddenly said. I don't think I will be able to move for a while. I understand. Old Lu sighed before carrying her on his back. Liu Lanjai could only smile bitterly at the scene, feeling pity for this young lady deep within her heart. After leaving the chamber of embrace, Su Yang traveled back to his living quarters. However, before he could make it out of the inner court, a group of individuals wearing green robes blocked his path. Su Yang looked at the 6 inner court disciple that stood in his path with a casual expression. "What's this?" he said, his voice tranquil. Su Yang. I don't care what kind of relationship you have with senior apprentice sister Lai, but you went overboard when you so daringly slapped my face in front of so many people, said Gu Wai, his face filled with hatred. You are someone who'd just become an inner court disciple, yet you are already acting so arrogantly in front of us. We, as your seniors, should educate you so that you will not offend another disciple, said another disciple there. You, my seniors, Su Yang coldly scoffed. Then, as a junior, I will advise you, my seniors, to get the fuck out of my way before my hands get itchy. You, the audacity? The 6 inner court disciples there fumed with great anger at his words. They have never seen someone as overbearing as Su Yang. Where does your courage come from, to dare insult all 6 of us when you are alone? Do you really believe that we wouldn't touch you just because the sect does not allow fights between disciples? Ha ha ha. You are no longer an outer court disciple, Su Yang. This is the inner court, where there is a different set of unspoken rules. Even if we beat you to a pulp today, the sect will not blame us. The disciples there began laughing. Hearing their words, Su Yang showed a slight smile, and his aura suddenly oozed with a dangerous aura as he stared at the laughing figures before him. Chapter 102. Get him? Su Yang, you can only blame yourself for today. Get him. When Gu Wai gave his order as he waved his hand, the other 5 inner court disciple disappeared from their spot and surrounded Su Yang, their faces with a grim smile. Really, truly idiots. Su Yang closed his eyes, and at that instant, all 5 disciples around him pounced towards his direction with their fists and legs raised at once. Eat my fist. Suddenly, within Su Yang's eyes flickered a profound light, and his figure disappeared from where he stood like a ghost, dumbfounding the incoming attackers. Wah, where did he go? They looked around frantically. Gu Wai, he's behind you, one of the disciples cried. What? Gu Wai swiftly turned around, but before he could even turn fully, he felt something firmly grasp his neck. Cack. Gu Wai choked as he tried to resist Su Yang's grasp on his neck, but alas, it was firmly attached to his neck, almost like a metal choker. What do you think you're doing to him, Su Yang? Release him right this moment. The disciples shouted, but Su Yang merely ignored them and stared at Gu Wai in the eyes, even lifting his whole figure into the air. What's wrong? You no longer seem so senior to me, he said to Gu Wai. You, cack. Just as Gu Wai was about to speak, the grasp on his neck tightened, forcing his words back down his throat. Even if my physical age is younger than yours, I shouldn't need to remind you that in front of strength, one's age means absolutely nothing, right? Su Yang said, his voice calm. Su Yang. I will not repeat myself. Release Gu Wai right now. One of the disciples retrieved a hidden dagger from within his robes, and the other 4 followed by retrieving their own weapons. Su Yang glanced at the 5 with a nonchalant expression, his gaze seemingly uninterested in the situation. Just sit there for now, I will play with you all one at a time, he said a moment later, treating them as though they were a group of impatient children looking to play. This fucker? Get him! The disciples approached him with maddened faces. Su Yang smiled, and he tightened his grasp a bit. Cack. Gu Wai suddenly started struggling even harder, his flushed head filled with veins, causing the disciples to freeze their movements. Su Yang, you are a shameless coward to take him as a hostage. Put him down and fight me if you dare. Although the disciples wanted to pounce at Su Yang, they were fearful of what he might do to Gu Wai if they moved any closer to him, because in their minds, Su Yang was afraid of them, hence why he resorted to doing something so shameless, taking Gu Wai as a hostage. Hearing their words, Su Yang smiled. Hostage? You think I need a hostage to deal with you idiots? He scoffed. Your actions and words do not match. Let him go if what you are saying is true. Very well. Since you idiots are so eager to play with me, I shall deal with him quickly. Su Yang tightened his grasp on Gu Wei's neck even more as he finished his sentence, sealing what little airway he had left. Ah! Gu Wei began kicking his legs frantically at the sudden pressure on his neck. Unable to breathe, Gu Wei believed that Su Yang truly intended on killing him today, causing tears to appear in his eyes. Su Yang, are you really trying to kill him? Although we indeed wanted to beat you up, even we wouldn't go as far as to kill a fellow disciple. Even if you are an inner court disciple, the sect will punish you harshly for killing a fellow disciple. That's right. You might even have your cultivation base crippled before they kick you out of the sect. The disciples tried to persuade him, but alas, Su Yang barely reacted to their words. Seeing that Su Yang had no intention of stopping, the disciples also began panicking. Fuck, kill him. If we don't kill him, he will definitely kill Gu Wei. But we can explain it to the sect later. They will surely understand that this is self-defense. Hearing the disciples' word and seeing Gu Wei, who was on the verge of passing out from lack of air, the other 4 disciples immediately resolved their determination. They all moved simultaneously, quickly closing their distance to Su Yang. Die, you crazy bastard. The disciple with the dagger appeared behind Su Yang, his hand already in a stabbing motion. Su Yang smiled slightly, and he suddenly swung his arm, throwing Gu Wei across the place, before turning to grab the dagger that was only a hair's width away from his skin with his bare hands. What? The disciple with the dagger was baffled by the sudden predicament, and when he tried to distance himself from Su Yang, he was shocked to find out that he was unable to move even the slightest, feeling as though the hand he was using to hold the dagger was stuck in concrete. What's wrong? Can't move, Su Yang said in a cold voice. Then let me give you a hand. Su Yang suddenly crushed his hand, shattering the steel dagger into a dozen pieces alongside what was holding the dagger. Ah! The disciple screamed in anguish. His entire hand and the bones inside had been broken, and it was bleeding profusely. When the other disciples saw the disciple's broken hand that resembled a crushed meatball, their body trembled in fear. I would be more worried about myself if I were you, said Su Yang, who'd unknowingly appeared behind another disciple. Wait! Before the disciple could even open his mouth to speak, his face warmly welcomed Su Yang's steel-like fist. Whoosh! The disciple flew like a broken rag doll upon impact, and even a few of his teeth flew out of his mouth during the flight. After he landed on the ground a few meters away, his body remained unmoving even after some time. He was clearly unconscious, perhaps even dead. Who's next? Before the next person could even react to Su Yang's words, he felt as though his world was suddenly flipped upside down, before quickly losing conscious. Although the unconscious disciple was unaware of what had happened, the others had clearly witnessed Su Yang slap him so hard that he'd spun half a circle in the air before hitting the ground with his head and losing consciousness. A monster. One of the 2 disciples that were still unharmed suddenly turned tail to run away with a terrified expression on his pale face, looking like a coward escaping from a vicious beast. Su Yang slowly turned his head to look at the fleeing disciple, and he immediately chased after him. An instant later, Su Yang appeared in front of the disciple to block his path. Wait, please spare me. I will do anything you want me to. I wanted you to leave me alone, but it is clearly too late for that. Su Yang's fist moved even as he spoke, striking the disciple in his stomach the instant he finished his sentence. Ka! The disciple coughed up a mouthful of blood from the impact, feeling as though his body was hit by a bull running at full speed. He then fell to his knees, losing conscious a few seconds later. There were only 2 disciples left that still held their conscience at this moment, one of them with a crippled hand, whilst the other one was unharmed. Su Yang turned to look at the unharmed one with a handsome smile and said, "What are you going to do now that your friends are sleeping peacefully?" When the disciple saw Su Yang's demonic smile, his legs trembled uncontrollably. "Aya, aren't you a bit too old to be leaking at your age?" Su Yang shook his head as he approached the disciple. "Stay away, you demonic being. The disciple stepped backward for every step taken by Su Yang. What's wrong? Weren't you all so eager to beat me into a pulp just minutes ago? That was all Gu Wai's idea. He's the one who started all of this, said the disciple, trying to shove all the faults to Gu Wai. Let me tell you something about myself, Su Yang said, still approaching the disciple in a calm manner. I hate it when people waste my time, especially those who are only looking to trouble. I do not care even if the entire world hates me. As long as you do not offend me, I will mind my own business. But alas, the cultivation world is filled with people born with itchy butts that will kill them if they do not find someone to offend. Fortunately for you, we are still disciples, and we are not on the stage for a death match, or else none of you here would be alive by now, he said. Though, because you have offended me by wasting my time, I will still give you a good beating. All colors drained from the disciple's face, and he began screaming from fear. Help! Help! I am being attacked by a crazy bastard. His voice resounded loudly a good distance within the inner court, causing a few individuals to peek out their windows in curiosity. Isn't that the Gu Wai and his little gang down there? Why are they lying on the ground? Look at Lai Jai's bloody hand. How did that happen? Help! Help! This bastard Su Yang actually dared to kill his fellow disciples. When the inner court disciples heard the screaming disciples' words, they all frowned deeply. Who was causing such a ruckus, even daring to kill their fellow disciples in their inner court? What the hell is going on here? Another voice suddenly boomed, and a middle-aged man appeared a moment later. When the screaming disciple noticed the middle-aged man, his eyes radiated hope, and he began crying tears of joy. Elder son, he cried for him. This disciple and a few others were attacked by that heartless monster over there. What? Elder son frowned, and he turned to look at Su Yang. It's you! He immediately recognized Su Yang's handsome face from the unauthorized death match he had with Yan Ming. However, that was just a few weeks ago, and Su Yang was only an outer court disciple at the 3rd level of the elementary spirit realm during that time. Suddenly, Elder Son noticed the green robe on his body. What? How are you an inner court disciple already? He exclaimed with a shocked voice, even forgetting the situation at hand for a moment. You are. Su Yang also recognized Elder Son, the sect elder who had arrived to stop his death match with Yan Ming back when he'd just arrived in this world. Chapter 103, Disciplinary Squad. When did you become an inner court disciple? The last time I saw you, you were only at the 3rd level of the elementary spirit realm, Elder Son exclaimed, his expression filled with shock. And that was only 1 month ago. When the disciples heard Elder Son's baffling words, even they were shocked by it. What kind of heavenly medicine did he eat to obtain such heaven-defying growth? No, we can talk about that later. Elder Son looked at the 4 figures sleeping on the ground, and then to the disciple with one of his hand crippled. What happened here? He asked him. You have a habit for breaking sect rules, he added a second later. Su Yang casually shrugged. They asked for it, he simply said. Elder Son turned silent for a moment. He was aware of Gu Wai and his reputation as a troublemaker within the sect, so he didn't immediately blame Su Yang for his doings. You can explain to me in details what happened at the disciplinary office, Elder Son suddenly said to Su Yang. He then turned to look at the disciple that was screaming for his life just moments ago and said to him, Bring them back to their living quarters for now. I will question them when they wake up. As for you, go to the medicine hall and get your hand looked at, he said to the disciple with the crippled hand. Why, yes, Elder Son, the two answered with bitter expressions. Although Gu Wai's group wanted to complain about the injustice of the situation, they were not in the right either. And knowing Elder Son, who is head of the disciplinary squad that enforces the sect rules within the Profound Blossom sect, he will surely find out the truth in the end. Follow me, said Elder Son. Su Yang silently nodded and followed without any resistance. However, when he passed by the only disciple from Gu Wai's group that was left unscathed, he mumbled beside him. It will be unfair to your friends that only you were left unscathed from this incident, so I will be sure to find you later. When the disciple heard Su Yang's words, His body trembled from fear, and cold sweat soaked his robes. He now truly regretted offending someone as petty as Su Yang, who was willing to come back for him later. However, little did he know that Su Yang was only farting and that he only wanted to scare him at a bit. Su Yang did not truly intend on returning to beat him up, as he was not willing to waste his time for something so childish and silly, especially not on someone even less significant as an aunt. Elder Son also heard Su Yang's mumbling, but he did not notice any malice behind his words, so he decided to leave him alone. Su Yang then followed Elder Son back to the disciplinary office, where all the troublemakers would go to get questioned. When they arrived at a small 3-floored building, Elder Son said, "You were lucky that I didn't bring you here the last time you broke the sect rules by using the deathmatch stage without authorization." Su Yang only smiled at his words, and then the two went inside without any further delay. Once they were inside, a few disciples greeted Elder Son. "Welcome back, Master," the disciples greeted. "I will be interrogating him. Do not disturb me until I am finished," Elder Son said. "Yes," they all nodded. While the disciples have the authority to interrogate inner court disciples, even as outer court disciples, it is usually the sect elders that handle them, as they did not want the inner court disciples taking the interrogation lightly, because their interrogator was an outer court disciple. Elder Son then brought Su Yang to the 3rd floor, where it consisted of a single small room. "Take a seat," Elder Son said after sitting down himself. "There is no need, I won't be here for long," said Su Yang. Elder Son frowned at his words. "I decide when you leave." Su Yang remained silent, his expression still calm. After a moment of silence, Elder Son finally spoke. "Tell me what happened." "It's simple, really. I was walking home and some trash blocked my path, so I decided to do some cleaning." Although Elder Son had guessed the situation to an extent, it was still shocking to him that Su Yang was able to handle 6 inner court disciples all by himself. Not only was his sudden growth shocking, but even his strength seemed to be as shocking. Was he always this talented? Or did he eat some kind of heavenly treasure that made him like this? Elder Son silently pondered his secret instead of the situation with Gu Wai and his little group. Even during their first encounter, Elder Son was able to sense that there was something odd about Su Yang. However, he wasn't able to fully describe the feeling, nor was he able to comprehend it. There was also the killing intent he felt during that time that had caused even him to feel fearful. It was not something an inexperienced disciple would be able to imitate. "Tell me the truth, Disciple Su. Are you cultivating something taboo?" Elder Son suddenly narrowed his gaze at him and spoke in a serious voice. "Although I have no intent on stealing your secret for myself, I am concerned about it." If Su Yang was really cultivating a taboo technique, then he would be risking the entire sect's safety alongside all its disciples. And as the head of the disciplinary squad, that was something he could not afford to see happen. "If you are not cultivating a taboo technique, then you should be able to touch this without any reaction," said Elder Son as he retrieved a yellow talisman from inside his desk. Su Yang instantly recognized the yellow talisman at glance. It was a spiritual object that inspects one's profound Kai and determines the type of cultivator they are. If one cultivated normally, then the talisman will glow yellow. However, if an individual cultivates anything evil such as taboo techniques, then the talisman would burn until it is reduced to ashes. Chapter 104, Celestial Kai. "You are suspecting me for using taboo techniques." Despite his words that carried an unpleasant tone, Su Yang still remained nonchalant, his gaze calmly staring at Elder Son in the eyes. "I will apologize if I am wrong, but I still have to make sure since taboo cultivators are of serious matters," said Elder Son, his voice clear and strict, befitting of the head of the disciplinary squad that upholds the rules of the sect. Besides heavenly treasures, the only other logical explanation to Su Yang's extraordinary growth would be taboo techniques that are known to boost its users' strength exponentially at the cost of their ethics and sanity. "I just have to touch this piece of paper, right?" Su Yang casually picked up the yellow talisman, and within a few seconds later it began glowing a faint yellow light. Seeing the yellow glow, Elder Son's expression changed slightly. After a moment of silence, he stood up from his seat and clasped his hands together. I apologize for... Just as Elder Son apologized to Su Yong for doubting his integrity, the yellow glow on the talisman changed color, becoming bright azure, like that of a clear sea. This is... Dumbfounded by the unexpected situation, Elder Son stared at the talisman that illuminated an azure glow with a dazed expression. He was unsure of what to think, much less what to say, as he was only aware of two colors that existed for the talisman. It will either glow yellow or burn black until it is reduced to ashes. But azure, he has never heard of such an outcome in his life. What is the meaning of this? What did you do to it? Elder Son asked Su Yong. Su Yong remained silent, his gaze staring at the talisman with a serious expression. This is celestial Kai, he pondered inwardly. As far as he was aware, there are 4 types of Kai that existed in this universe. The most common type that could be found literally everywhere, profound Kai, which also comes in other different categories such as evil Kai and pure Kai. The equivalent of profound Kai for animals and beasts, demonic Kai. Elemental Kai such as yin and yang Kai, and all Kai that contains an element to it. Last but not least, celestial Kai, something that only heavenly beings such as the heavenly emperor and the moon god could possibly cultivate. Normal mortals such as Su Yong should not have any celestial Kai within his body, especially not when he's only at the first level of the true spirit realm, yet the talisman clearly sensed celestial Kai within him, hence its reaction. Besides the celestial body refining scripture, there is no other logical explanation to this. Despite knowing a lot about the celestial body refining scripture, Su Yong did not know everything about it, hence why he was plenty surprised to find out that his body contained celestial Kai out of the blue. Even now, he could not imagine how the technique had given him celestial Kai. Though the amount of celestial Kai within my body must be extremely minuscule, hence why I have been unaware until now. However, Su Yong was still excited by the fact that his body contained celestial Kai, no matter how little it was, because this meant that he, too, would be able to cultivate celestial Kai like a true divine being. In his previous life, he was only an immortal with a profound cultivation base, far from being a divine being, but in this life, if given the time, he could achieve godhood one day. Elder Son frowned when Su Yong basically ignored him. I asked you a question. What did you do to the talisman? He asked him again in a louder voice this time. Su Yong, despite feeling delight from the unexpected found inwardly, looked at Elder Son with a tranquil expression and said, No clue. I only touched it just like you'd asked. This is my first time using this talisman after all. You. Elder Son had a feeling that Su Yong was farting and that he knew exactly what he'd done, but without proof, he could not doubt him without losing any more face, as he was already wrong about him once. Is this all you wanted from me? If so, then I'd like to take my leave now, Su Yong said calmly. Elder Son coldly snorted and said, Who do you think you are to speak so arrogantly in front of me, the head of the disciplinary squad? Besides the sect masters and a few individuals, I have the highest authority in the sect, especially within the inner court. I am simply conveying my desire to you, Elder Son. Although I may sound conceited, there is no intention to disrespect you within my words, he replied in a clear voice that sounded very convincing to Elder Son. HMPH, you are lucky that I am a tolerant individual. If not, I would have already forced you to kiss the floor with my fists. Su Yong merely smiled at his words. Anyway, this is all I have for you for now. Stand by until I finish interrogating Gu Wai and the others, and I will give you my verdict at that time. Just as Elder Son finished that sentence, a frantic voice loudly resounded. Ah, senior apprentice sister son, you must not go inside right now. Master is currently in the middle of... Get out of my way. This is more important than whatever he is doing now. A stubborn voice resounded immediately after the frantic voice. Bang! The door to the 3rd floor suddenly opened, and a beautiful young lady with a radiant aura entered the room in wide steps. Grandfather, I need your help with something that I've found during my... The young lady with long black hair tied into a ponytail stopped her movements the moment Su Yang and elder son came into view. Su Yang was leisurely standing there with a calm expression as he looked at her, whilst elder son was frowning, clearly troubled by her sudden appearance. Chapter 105. Legend of an Immortal. Long black hair that flowed straight down his tall back like a waterfall made of a piece of the night sky. The dark eyes below his straight brows portrayed a pair of priceless sparkling onyx, looking as though it contained stars within, and his gaze emitted a profound feeling that could seemingly charm anyone with a mere glance. His overall aura gave others the feeling of a noble scholar, the dangerous type that would walk around in the dark streets looking for women to snare. That was Sun Jingjing's first impression of Su Yang, who was without a doubt the most handsome-looking young man she has ever seen. She stared at him with a pair of startled eyes, seemingly attracted by his appearance. "What are you doing here?" elder son said with a frown, waking her up from her daze. "Can't you just listen to your fellow disciples for once?" Sun Jingjing tightened her grasp on the scrolled paper in her hands, and she spoke. "I found something precious during my expedition at the divine doors, but I cannot understand it, so I quickly came back for advice," she said. "How can you tell that it's precious when you don't know anything about it?" elder son sighed. "It was found inside the divine doors, and it was hidden wisely, so it must be something precious," she said with a clear voice, looking confident in her judgment. Divine doors. Su Yang wondered what this place was. "Here, see for yourself." Sun Jingjing approached elder son with the scroll in her hands. When she passed Su Yang, her eyes glanced at him for an instant. Elder son accepted the scrolled paper from her and opened it to take a look. "What language is this?" Elder son looked puzzled by the contents of the scrolled paper. It was filled with what seemed like words of a language that he did not know. "I came all the way back here just to ask you the same thing." Sun Jingjing heaved a sigh of disappointment, feeling hopeless at the situation. Elder son continued to look at the scroll with a serious expression, looking as though he was in deep thoughts. "I have read all of the ancient scrolls within the profound library, yet I have never seen this language before, but I can try asking around," he said after a moment of silence. "Perhaps I can give it a try." Su Yang's voice suddenly resounded, startling elder son. "You are still here. Get lost already." Elder son frowned at him, who was eager to leave just minutes ago. "Are you sure? I may be able to understand whatever is written in that scroll." Su Yang added with a slight smile. "HMPH," elder son coldly snorted. "I am one of the most knowledgeable individuals within this sect, only slightly behind Elder Zhao. If I cannot understand it, what makes you think that a young brat like you could?" He said in a prideful voice, clearly proud of his vast experience. "If I do not see the words for myself, then even I cannot guarantee you that I can read it. Anyways, I will be taking my leave now." Su Yang no longer cared about the situation and turned to leave. But just as he showed his back to them, Sun Jingjing's voice resounded in the room. "Grandfather, let him see it," she said, dumbfounding him. Why?" He sounded genuine, that's all, "and it won't hurt anybody to let him try." Elder son looked at her with a weird face. There was a different feeling to his granddaughter today, but he couldn't pinpoint what that feeling was. She just seemed less aggressive. After a moment of silence, elder son threw the scroll at Su Yang's face. "Enjoy," he said with a sarcastic tone. Su Yang caught the scroll with a smile, and he opened the scroll to read the contents. Sun Jingjing silently looked at him with anticipation in her gaze. "This is..." Su Yang's eyes widened the moment he saw the beautiful writings on the paper. He rubbed his eyes just in case his eyes were fooling him. However, the writings on the paper remained the same, if not even clearer than previously. "No way." Elder son's eyes also widened when he saw Su Yang's surprised expression. "You can really read it." Sun Jingjing was also surprised when she couldn't see any confusion on Su Yang's face even after many moments. Unlike elder son, who had shown clear puzzlement the instant he saw the strange writings on the paper. "What does it say?" she continued to ask him. However, Su Yang remained silent and continued to stare at the scroll with a serious expression. After a moment of pure silence within the room, Su Yang closed his eyes and heaved a long sigh. He then turned to look at Sun Jingjing with a serious expression. "Where did you find this scroll?" He asked her in a serious voice, and he continued, "What is this divine doors?" "I will tell you if you tell me what's written on there," she quickly replied with a serious expression of her own. Su Yang nodded, and he spoke. "The contents, in general, is nothing worthy, really. It seems to be an introduction by someone named Ainz. Did you just say Ainz? Elder Sun exclaimed loudly as he stood up from his seat with a shocked expression. "You know this person, grandfather?" Sun Jingjing asked him with an interested look. "Although I do not know him personally, I have seen his name in many legends written in plenty of the ancient scrolls that I've read," he said with a sweaty forehead. "A man from a legend," Sun Jingjing pondered. "Legend says that this Ainz is a real immortal with an unknown cultivation base. He appeared one day out of the blue 2,000 years ago, and could easily overwhelm any cultivator during that era without breaking a sweat, becoming the overlord of the world. During that time, when the cultivation world had only advanced as far as the true spirit realm, Ainz was truly an unrivaled individual. There existed such an amazing person in this world, and 2,000 years ago at that." Sun Jingjing expressed admiration towards the legend. "Why was he revered as an immortal?" Su Yang asked. "Because he was able to soar the sky without any treasures, something only immortals could achieve. There are even legends of Ainz destroying large mountains with only his fists, and some even say people have witnessed him split seas with a single chop," said Elder Sun, his voice also filled with admiration. "If what you say is true, that the scroll was written by someone named Ainz, then could the legends really be?" Elder Sun mumbled in shock. Su Yang hummed with a profound expression. "This Ainz individual was most likely a real person, and he was also likely to be someone from the four divine heavens, which explained his unrivaled cultivation base and sudden appearance 2,000 years ago when this world was still in its infant stage. What happened to him? If he was a real immortal, then he wouldn't be a mere legend after only 2,000 short years. Apparently, after ruling the world as an overlord for 200 years, Ainz suddenly disappeared out of the blue just like when he'd first appeared," said Elder Sun, who was fully engrossed in this topic, even forgetting about his dislike for Su Yang just minutes ago. Su Yang pondered. "This Ainz guy was probably within the divine realm, just like Yuehai, which means nothing in this world should be able to cause enough harm to make him suddenly perish. Did he return to the four divine heavens? But why did he appear here in first place? How did he get here? Does this mean there is really a way to return to the four divine heavens in this world?" What seemed like a simple scroll that contained insignificant content suddenly caused many questions to appear in Su Yang's head. However, one thing for certain was that this Ainz person was definitely someone from the four divine heavens, just like Yuehai. Su Yang suddenly looked at Sun Jingjing. "What about this divine doors? What is this place?" he asked her. The Divine Doors is a vast underground place found near the center of the northern region, just the beginning of this year. It has an unknown number of floors inside, with each floor as big as a city, and after nearly an entire year of exploration, only 3 floors have been fully explored. She explained. "What is inside this underground?" Su Yang asked. "Treasures, a lot of treasures and unknown resources that this world has never seen before," she quickly replied. "The place is called Divine Doors because one must enter 2 divine-looking doors before entering the underground, but some people call it Immortal's Treasury." Su Yang turned silent. "Sounds like a legacy tomb," he thought to himself. Legacy tombs are also what cultivators in the 4 divine heavens call cultivator's grave, because whenever a strong cultivator is near the end of their lifespan, they would create a place for themselves to enter closed cultivation, and they would leave all of their wealth behind just in case they fail to break through in their closed cultivation, hoping someone would be able to inherit their legacy for a new generation. However, most legacy tombs are filled with deadly traps and challenges for those who enter, as they only want those who are truly worthy to inherit their legacy, killing all the foolish and unworthy ones for overestimating their value. Does this mean this Hanzin guy is really dead? Su Yang sighed inwardly. This Hanzin could have been the answer to returning to the four divine heavens, but alas, it seemed like the heavens did not want his journey in this world to end so quickly. "Thank you for showing me this," said Su Yang as he returned the scroll back to Sun Jingjing. "I will be leaving now." "Wait," Elder Sun stopped him before he could even take a single step towards the door. "What language is this, and why can you understand it? Where did you learn it from?" he asked him with a doubtful gaze. "You are not the only one who likes to read, Elder Sun." Su Yang said with a smile, "I just happen to read more than you, that's all." "You little brat." Elder Sun's head raged with popping veins. He believed that if he has to spend another minute with Su Yang, then he might go crazy. "The language is called sacred language, and it is apparently used by the disciples of heaven," Su Yang suddenly said. "Sacred language? Disciples of heaven?" Elder Sun was baffled by the information. While Elder Sun was dumbfounded, Su Yang took the chance to leave. "Where did you read such informa?" When Elder Sun realized that Su Yang had disappeared, it was already too late. "Heh," Elder Sun sighed and sat back down on his chair, feeling no desire to chase after Su Yang. After a moment of awkward silence, Sun Jingjing spoke. "Grandfather, who was that inner court disciple just now?" "I have never seen him in the inner court before." "Su Yang? He was promoted as an inner court disciple just recently, yet he's already caused trouble, hence his presence here today. It'd be for the best for you to avoid people like him," he said. "Su Yang." Sun Jingjing said to herself inwardly, her gaze at the scroll in her hands. "Anyway, are you satisfied with the divine doors? What happened to the rest of the disciples that went with you?" Elder Sun asked her a moment later. "They are still exploring the third floor of the divine doors," she said. "I plan on returning in a few days. Unlike the majority of the disciples in this sect that lack combat techniques, you are proficient with the sword, and you are not going alone, or else I would have never agreed to let you go to such a dangerous place." Elder Sun looked at her with a serious expression. "But still, if you ever get into a situation at the divine doors that may require you to risk your life even the slightest, you will halt everything and come back immediately." Sun Jingjing assured him that she will listen to his warnings before leaving the room shortly afterward. Chapter 106. An Unexpected Visitor. After leaving the disciplinary office, Su Yang went back to his living quarters. When he arrived inside his room, Qiayu was sitting on his bed in the lotus position with her eyes closed, seemingly immersed in her cultivation. Not wanting to disturb her, Su Yang decided to go to the other room where Tang, who used to stay and cultivate the root of vitality, he'd retrieved at the Chamber of Embrace. When Lu Lifen had fallen asleep after 2 days of rough cultivation, that was when Su Yang retrieved the root of vitality. This was also the reason why Liu Lanjai felt that something was amiss about the Chamber of Embrace when she entered to check on Lu Lifen. It was because the root of vitality had been taken by Su Yang. Although it may take some time to notice the after-effects, the Chamber of Embrace will slowly lose its profound effects, eventually turning into a normal cave without the root of vitality's magical effects. Su Yang retrieved the root of vitality from his storage ring, and a single fist-size root appeared in his grasp. The root of vitality was a single long root, and it looked just like any normal root but dark red in color, looking like it had been covered in blood. Additionally, normal sizes for root of vitality are usually as long as a middle finger, but the one in Su Yang's grasp was as long as 2 middle fingers, doubling in size. Although it is indeed larger than normal, it is still vastly inferior to the pure yang flower in terms of its profound kai. However, it makes up for that in elemental kai, far surpassing the pure yang flower in terms of yang kai. This meant that while the root of vitality may not boost his cultivation base as crazy as the pure yang flower, it has more advantages for his yang kai. In other words, his yang kai will see a significant boost in quality, but his cultivation base will barely increase. However, this also meant that Su Yang's partners would benefit from his yang kai more than the individual himself, as his partners are the ones directly cultivating it. Su Yang retrieved a herb grinder from somewhere and started smashing the root of vitality into tiny pieces until it turned into a bunch of crimson powder. A few moments later, he poured the red powder into a small cup of cold water before downing the entire cup in one gulp. Immediately after the water entered his stomach, Su Yang could feel his body burning like a water boiler. His face flushed in redness, and his skin also showed similar reactions. However, despite the painful-looking appearance, there wasn't even an ounce of pain in his body. Instead, it felt like basking in the afternoon sun, pleasant and relaxing. Su Yang closed his eyes and sat down in the lotus position to meditate, his expression calm. Time peacefully passed, and when Su Yang reopened his eyes again, an entire day had already gone by since he started cultivating. He looked at the progress he made from consuming the root of vitality. My yang kai is now at least 4 times more vigorous than before. Not bad, he nodded in satisfaction. If one were to compare Su Yang's yang kai with someone at the heaven spirit realm, then Su Yang would definitely win without any competition. This meant that if someone were to cultivate with him, then she'd be essentially cultivating with someone at the heaven spirit realm. Unlike normal cultivators that depend on profound kai to cultivate, dual cultivators mostly cultivate elemental kai such as yin and yang kai that is purer than profound kai, which is why they tend to grow faster. However, there was one downside to cultivating with elemental kai. The foundation of dual cultivators would not be as stable as normal cultivators, because profound kai are generally stronger than elemental kai in terms of prowess. Hence, why they are usually weaker than normal cultivators, despite their higher cultivation base. As for Su Yang, who cultivated both profound kai and elemental kai at the same time as a body refiner and kai refiner, his foundation was extremely solid, not to mention his vast experience as an immortal that once soared the heavens with no fear towards anything. In addition to his superior techniques, this is why he has the ability to fight even cultivators that are an entire realm higher than him. After organizing himself, Su Yang went to check on Kiayu to see whether or not she was done with her cultivation. When he entered the room, a pair of silver eyes glared at him intensively, looking like 2 graceful moons bearing down on him. "You smell," Kiayu said to him with a frown the moment he walked inside the room. With shrugged shoulders, Su Yang spoke. "I just finished cultivating." He then walked into the bathroom that was in the corner of the room to clean himself. A few minutes later, he returned with a refreshed expression and a new set of green robes. "I see that you've also made progress to your cultivation," Su Yang said to Kiayu the moment he came outside. "Did you finish absorbing the extreme yin flower?" She nodded, but her expression was not a proud one. "I barely made it to the 4th level of the Divine Lord realm after absorbing the whole thing. At this rate, I won't reach the 5th level for another 100 years, she sighed. "Don't forget to balance out the elemental kai within the extreme yin flower with profound kai. It will hurt you in the long run because you are not a dual cultivator," he reminded her. Normal cultivators like Kiayu would cultivate both elemental kai and profound kai to maximize their potential. But if they absorb too much elemental kai and lack profound kai, then the results may be harmful to them, even hindering their future cultivation. In reality, there isn't much difference between dual cultivators and normal cultivators, as they both cultivate both profound kai and elemental kai. It's just that dual cultivators would have to put much more efforts into balancing their profound kai and elemental kai ratio, because they absorb far more elemental kai than normal cultivators. And many people find that too bothersome and would rather just focus on increasing their cultivation bases and ignoring their combat prowess. As for your cultivation base, just increase it as much as you can before we return to the 4 divine heavens, said Su Yang. Speaking of the 4 divine heavens, I may have found a lead for our return, he added. What did you say? Kiayu looked at him with a surprised expression. How did he manage to find such information in such a short time when she couldn't find even the smallest trail after searching for hundreds of years? It was an unexpected find, but have you heard of a place called Divine Doors? No, she shook her head. The divine doors was found only the beginning of this year, so it wasn't unnatural for Kiayu, who stayed in the Holy Central Continent for the majority of the time, to be unaware of the place, especially when it is nearly impossible for the Eastern Continent to spread words across the Jade Sea without expending a large number of resources. From what I've heard, this divine door seems to be a legacy tomb. There's actually a legacy tomb in this world? Kiayu looked dazed. In this newly born world, someone actually had the resource and knowledge to create a legacy tomb, something that even the people in the four divine heavens would be excited about. Have you heard of someone named Ainz? Su Yang then asked her about this supposed legend. The immortal Ainz. I have read about him in a few ancient books, she said. Was this legacy tomb created by him? Su Yang nodded. Most likely. What do you want to do now? Should we go there to take a look? She asked him. Naturally, this is our only lead right now, and who knows when we will find another one. When do we set out? In a few days. I have to prepare a few things before we can leave, said Su Yang. I understand. Kiayu nodded. By the way, are you going to do something about that person that has been fidgeting around in front of our house for some time now? She asked him. Su Yang raised an eyebrow at her question. He then used his spiritual sense to look at the front of the house, and standing in front of his house was a young lady with an anxious expression on her face, looking as though she was having trouble deciding whether she should knock on the door or not. Although it took some time, Su Yang recognized that pretty-looking face. After another moment, the pretty young lady finally became resolute, and her fists gently knocked on the door. Is senior apprentice brother Su inside? She called for him, her voice shaky. A few seconds later, the door opened, and Su Yang appeared before her. How may I help you? Su Yang, do you remember me? I recently bumped my head really hard, so my memories are a bit foggy at this moment. I'm sorry, he said to her in a genuine-sounding voice. That's horrible. Are you okay? The pretty young lady showed a worried expression, and she continued. It's me, outer court disciple Zing. You came to me last month asking to be my partner, right? Su Yang smiled at her words, and he nodded. Oh, right, I remember now. Chapter 107, he said, get lost. Before Su Yang had recovered the memories of his past life as an immortal, he fancied an outer court disciple named Zing, who at that time already had a partner named Yan Ming, yet he still decided to approach her with the intent to court her. However, when Su Yang confessed his love to Zing, she only stared at him with a disgusted face, looking as though she was seeing something filthy. And then there was her partner, Yan Ming, who upon learning that his girl had been approached by the mentally challenged Su Yang, flew into a rage and sought him to mend his anger. However, knowing that Su Yang was a huge coward and would not dare to fight him, Yan Ming decided to lure Su Yang into fighting by telling him that if he won a fight against him that he would let him have Zing, and the naive Su Yang happily agreed to fight him. After toying with Su Yang like he was an ant for a few minutes during their unofficial death match, Yan Ming finally decided that he had enough with him and gave him the killing blow. However, whether it was by luck or fate, Yan Ming had narrowly missed Su Yang's heart by a hair's width. During that moment, Su Yang learned how it felt to be at death's door and experienced true despair, causing his mind to snap and lose consciousness. A few moments later, his eyes reopened. However, his gaze was no longer the same as just a few seconds ago, and the aura he emitted changed entirely, almost as though he became a different person. I remember very clearly. Su Yang showed Zing a mysterious smile. The expression of disgust that hung on your face as I mustered all the courage I had in my body to confess to you. Su Yang could still feel the strong determination the previous Su Yang had felt when he confessed to her, which was the only thing he could smile about. Hearing his words, Zing's eyes widened and her complexion instantly paled. Wait. It has to be a misunderstanding. I was indeed flustered by your sudden confession, but I really didn't. Enough. Su Yang calmly interrupted her. It was also you who told Yan Ming about it, even telling him to take care of me for ruining your face in public by confessing to you, right? Zing looked at Su Yang like she was looking at a ghost. This is the Su Yang that had confessed to her. Why does he feel like a different person? Compared to the Su Yang on that day, the current Su Yang was more sharp and domineering, like a heavenly sword. Even his tone when speaking to her was calm and clear, unlike the shaky and bashful voice she heard during the confession. There are only two things I hate more than seeing someone trample on another's genuine feeling towards them, said Su Yang in a cold voice. Get out of my sight and never approach me again. Feeling the ruthless aura emitted by Su Yang, all the blood in Xing Xing's body drained, causing her complexion to look as white as a sheet. However, she still didn't turn to leave even after all that, only standing there with a pitiful face. Please, Su Yang, I am telling you that it is not what you think. She begged him with tears in her eyes. Su Yang remained silent and did not say another word to her despite her pleading. He has seen this pity-begging face from innocent people too many times in his life. Su Yang. I am telling you. Xing Xing still wasn't willing to give up, clearly adamant on becoming his partner. But alas, before she could even say another word, a voice filled with anger thundered inside her head, causing her mind to nearly black out from shock. He said, "Get lost, you ignorant slut." Qiayu's annoyed voice caused Xing Xing to stagger backward, looking as though she was drunk. Who? Xing Xing looked around in confusion. Who was that voice just now? Seeing her weird actions, Su Yang glanced at his room with the corner of his eyes, wondering if Qiayu was the cause of this. What a waste of time. Su Yang shook his head and returned inside the house. Wait. Unwilling to listen to her fart any longer, Su Yang closed the door on her and went back into his room, looking as if nothing just happened. Xing Xing stared at the closed door with a dazed expression. She still couldn't believe what had just happened. Since when was Su Yang such a ruthless and cold-hearted man? He basically treated her as though she was nothing but empty air, and a little later she left the place while stomping her feet in anger. Who was that? Qiayu asked him, acting as though she wasn't paying attention to them just now. I don't know her, he shook his head. Do you really think I will believe that? The Su Yang without my current memories knew her, but I personally do not, he said. Qiayu quickly turned silent, feeling convinced. Anyways, I will be leaving now to prepare and will be gone for a few days, said Su Yang as he threw an appearance-reforming pill into his mouth, transforming into the heavenly emperor's appearance. Qiayu instantly frowned the moment she saw the heavenly emperor's face, still feeling uncomfortable with his face around. Su Yang then changed into the profound Blossom Sect patriarch's robes, before leaving for the Yin-Yang Pavilion. Once he'd arrived at the Yin-Yang Pavilion, Su Yang entered his room on the second floor through the windows. He then proceeded to head to the third floor, where Liu Lanjai was quietly reading scrolls by herself. I'm coming in. Huh. Liu Lanjai could barely react before the door to her room opened, and Su Yang casually walked inside, treating her room as though it was his own. When Liu Lanjai noticed the sharp face standing before her, her eyes widened with surprise. Senior. Although she didn't know his reason for appearing before her, Liu Lanjai couldn't help but feel nervous. It was as though just his mere presence would send her into a panicking mode. Can't you at least give me some time to answer before you barge into my room next time? What if I was in the middle of something? She said to him in a voice that sounded more like she was asking him politely than telling him. What kind of things? Su Yang feigned his ignorance and asked her. That, what else would a lady in this kind of sect do in her room beside cultivate? Liu Lanjai decided to tell him straight without being bashful about it, as she was mature enough to not blush about such things. Su Yang smiled at her words, and he said, I came in because I knew you were alone. Anyway, I am here to let you know that I will be gone for a while, so you do not waste time looking for me. How long will you be gone? She asked him, purposefully avoiding to ask him where he will be going. Who knows? I might be back in a few days, or I might be back in a few weeks. Su Yang couldn't tell her because even he can't tell how long he'll be gone for this time. I see. Liu Lanjai was curious, but she managed to control her curiosity, and she continued, Stay safe. Ho, you are concerned about me? Su Yang smiled. Naturally, she quickly replied. Even if you are only temporary, you are still the patriarch. It will be troublesome if you were to disappear before I can find your replacement." Su Yang looked as though he was pondering something. "Then how about this? Just in case I might never come back, I will enlighten the sect with a few cultivation techniques." "You will what?" Liu Lanjai looked at him with a dumbfounded expression, wondering if she'd heard him properly. "Have you forgotten already? Even if I am only temporary while I am the patriarch, I will take care of this sect as though it is my own," he said. "Therefore, I will give you a few cultivation techniques that will help this place grow." Still dazed, Liu Lanjai mumbled, "Are you serious about this?" "Of course." He nodded. Although Su Yang didn't tell her this, the biggest reason as to why he was giving her cultivation techniques was because he'd taken the root of vitality from the Chamber of Embrace without telling her. And because of that, the Chamber of Embrace will soon lose its profound effects. And not wanting to be a complete asshole, Su Yang decided to compensate the sect's lost with a few cultivation techniques that will definitely benefit the sect more than the Chamber of Embrace. "Now here's the thing," he continued. "I can teach you the cultivation techniques through writings, or I can teach it to your body directly." "Eh?" Liu Lanjai stared at him with wide eyes, not daring to believe her ears. What do you mean by that?" she asked him with a trembling voice. "If I have to give a cultivation technique, I will naturally give something that will be suitable for the sect," he said. "I have 2 heaven-grade techniques, one for the male disciples and one for the female disciples. I can write down the techniques in a piece of paper, or I can teach it to you directly. I suggest the latter since it gives you a better understanding through your experience with it." Liu Lanjai continued to stare at him with disbelief on her beautiful face, clearly confounded by his words. Chapter 108. Lecture. Liu Lanjai didn't know how to react to his proposal. Normally, she'd happily cultivate with someone as strong and handsome as him, but she couldn't help but feel fearful of him, as he was just too profound and mysterious, causing her to have an inferiority complex when in his presence. "You have any idea what you are talking about? I do not mean any offense, but how can a normal cultivator like you teach me how to cultivate?" she said to him in a doubtful tone. Are you implying that I do not know how to dual cultivate?" Su Yang said with a frown. "I will have you know that I have my fair share of experience." "Eh? You do?" Liu Lanjai looked at him with a look of surprise, since he doesn't give the image of someone who would have experience in dual cultivation. But that was to be expected of the Heavenly Emperor's appearance. "Just say so if you do not want to cultivate." "Give me a few minutes to prepare. I will go write down the techniques for you now," said Su Yang as he turned to leave. "Wait, who said I don't want to cultivate?" Liu Lanjai said out loud. "I just wanted to make sure that you know what you are doing, or it'll only cause harm to both of us." "Understandable," he nodded. "But I will still have to write the techniques down before we start, since you will need an idea of the techniques before I show them to you." Su Yang then left the room to prepare a few things, returning a few minutes later with 2 scrolls in his hand. "I will give you some time to go through them before we start," he said, throwing the techniques into her hand. Liu Lanjai caught the scrolls with a terrified expression. How could he treat heaven-grade cultivation techniques as though they are nothing worthy, even carelessly throwing them in the air like that? This is a heaven-grade cultivation technique, and there's even 2 of them. She stared at the 2 scrolls in her hands with a dazed look, feeling as though she was in a dream. Her hands were even trembling slightly from the near non-existent weight. Although the heaven-grade cultivation techniques are as worthless as toilet paper in Su Yang's eyes, Liu Lanjai saw them as 2 priceless treasures because the highest grade within the sect currently was a mere earth-grade cultivation technique, 1 tier below the heaven grade. The Profound Blossom sect was at most a low-tier sect because of its small numbers of disciples and small heritage in cultivation techniques. But now that they have these 2 heaven-grade cultivation techniques, they are qualified to be called a middle-tier sect. "You look like you have never seen a heaven-grade cultivation technique before." Su Yang chuckled at her reaction. "There is nothing wrong about that," she refuted. "Heaven-grade techniques are extremely rare and only below the legendary immortal-grade techniques, so it is only natural that I have never seen one before, much less hold one in my hands." If you behave well, then you might get to see one of these legendary immortal-grade techniques one day, perhaps even holding one in your grasp, said Su Yang with a slight smile. What? Liu Lanjai's eyes widened with shock from his words. From his words alone, she was able to guess that there was an immortal-grade technique in his possession. However, for him to have something so valuable, he must be some big figure for a massive sect. This sudden find had caused Liu Lanjai to be speechless. Just how powerful and profound was the background of this temporary patriarch for her sect? Anyway, I do not have much time. Hurry up and read it so I can start my lecture, said Su Yang. Liu Lanjai nodded, and she opened one of the scrolls to begin reading. A couple of minutes later, she placed the scroll down, and on her face was a bewildered expression. She then looked at Su Yang with an odd light in her gaze. Just one quick glance at the heaven-grade technique had reduced her to be speechless and awestruck by its contents that gave an impression that it was truly a technique made by the mighty heavens. Not only is this heaven-grade technique a direct upgrade to the sect's current best cultivation technique, but it even surpasses the old technique by many folds in terms of strength and efficiency. With this heaven-grade technique, our Profound Blossom sect will no longer have to face ridicule at the regional tournament, she mumbled in pure excitement. The regional tournament. Although Su Yang had already planned on attending this tournament, he decided to prioritize the divine doors first. Though the tournament would not start until another half a year, so he has plenty of time to explore the divine doors without missing out on the tournament. After taking a few moments to calm herself, Liu Lanjai moved on to the next heaven-grade technique. This is... Liu Lanjai stopped reading the scroll to look at Su Yang with wide eyes. Are you sure that this is only a heaven-grade technique? Although I have never seen one until today, I have heard about them, and this one, it is clearly more profound than the first heaven-grade technique. It is a heaven-grade technique, he confirmed and continued with a smile, but only because it slightly missed the mark to qualify as an immortal-grade technique. How am I, this sect supposed to repay you for these two heaven-grade techniques? Liu Lanjai looked at him with a worried expression. Even if she were to give him the entire sect as a payment, the amount still wouldn't amount to even half of one of the two heaven-grade techniques' real value. Although you are not aware, the payment has already been paid, said Su Yang with a mysterious smile, his body still feeling the powerful energy from consuming the root of vitality. Now that you have somewhat of an understanding for the techniques, why don't we start the lecture? Su Yang began approaching Liu Lanjai with small steps, and Liu Lanjai started loosening her robes without any instructions, her body heating up with a type of anticipation that she has never felt before. Chapter 109. Overflowing Yang Kai. After undressing herself, Liu Lanjai sat on the bed with her gaze on Su Yang, who was slowly approaching her. Your body seems frustrated, why is that? Su Yang suddenly asked her, dumbfounding her. Liu Lanjai didn't know how to respond. She didn't want to say that it was because of a disciple and how he'd made the requirements to satisfy her body much stricter, causing her to not being able to relieve herself for the past few days. You don't have to tell me. I was just talking to myself, Su Yang said as he feasted upon her body with his eyes. The last time he saw her captivating body, it was in a dimly lit room, and the atmosphere was entirely different. He then removed his clothing, revealing to her his flawlessly refined muscles and handsome body. Although he has the heavenly emperor's face, he didn't have his body structure, as there was no way he'd know what the heavenly emperor's body looked like, hence why he decided to use his own body, his mature body when he was still an immortal to be precise. When Liu Lanjai saw the body for the first time, her eyes widened with shock. She has cultivated with many powerful cultivators before, but this is her first time seeing such a perfect body. Are you even human? She couldn't help but ask with a dazed voice. What else do I look like? Liu Lanjai became speechless, and her hands suddenly start feeling itchy, wishing to caress the divine body before her very eyes. Start reciting the technique meant for females, Su Yang said. Huh? Liu Lanjai looked at him with a puzzled look. Su Yang frowned and said, Have you forgotten the purpose of all of this already? This is a lecture. He then spread her legs apart, unveiling a pink vagina that was slightly wet. I haven't even done anything, and you're already this lustful? I can't help it, she said with a reddened face. I haven't been able to relieve myself properly for the past few days. The matriarch can't relieve herself. You disciples will cry if they find out, said Su Yang with a smile. This is all that damned Su Yang fault? Liu Lanjai shouted inwardly, silently cursing him. If she knew the person before her was exactly the person she was cursing at, who knows how she will react? If you're already this wet, then there is no need for foreplay, he said. Start reciting the technique. Liu Lanjai nodded and closed her eyes, and she began reciting the heaven-grade technique began in her head. A few seconds later, Liu Lanjai felt something big and stiff enter her sweet spot, and her body trembled with a tingling sensation she has been longing for ever since her quick session at the examination hall with Su Yang. Liu Lanjai's mind instantly went blank and her eyes snapped open. Ah! She released a blissful moan, her gaze at Su Yang filled with passion. This is... Liu Lanjai was worried at first that her body wouldn't be satisfied by this new patriarch's techniques, just like the previous patriarch, but just a single thrust from him had changed her mind entirely. Why did you stop? She suddenly asked him, who randomly stopped moving, her voice with a hint of desperation. Because you stopped reciting, he said calmly. If you stop, then I will also stop, as there's no point if the lecture stops. Hearing his words, Liu Lanjai showed a bitter smile, and she obediently closed her eyes, feeling somewhat disappointed that this was only a lecture. However, to cultivate while feeling this pleasurable was a challenge in itself even for someone as experienced as her. This is why Su Yang purposefully lowered the intensity of his techniques. So not only will she be able to focus on cultivating, but his identity will also remain hidden, since if he cultivated with her the same way he did during the inner court assessment, then his identity would be exposed immediately. But alas, even when Su Yang lowered the pleasure she felt, Liu Lanjai was still having trouble cultivating under such conditions, especially when her body has been craving for satisfaction for so long. In her mind, this was actually more of a torture than anything else because she was not allowed to fully experience the pleasure. It was akin to eating a great meal but not being able to eat anything else besides what is put into her own bowl, or else the entire meal would be gone entirely. However, despite these limitations, Liu Lanjai was still feeling blissful that her body would finally have some alleviation after so many days of frustration. Time quickly passed, and before Liu Lanjai was aware, many hours had passed since the beginning of the lecture. During this time, Liu Lanjai had recited the heaven-grade technique 4 times, and her proficiency with the technique greatly improved with each attempt. However, during these 4 reciting, there was one part of the technique that she wasn't able to utilize, and that was the final parts of the technique where she has to absorb the Yang Kai in her body. But without Su Yang releasing his Yang Kai into her, there was nothing for her to absorb. This should be enough. Su Yang, though to himself after noticing how she was more relaxed and calm than when they started. Recite it one more time, and it will be the last, he said to her. Liu Lanjai instantly became expectant, and she began reciting the technique for the 5th time. An hour later, when Liu Lanjai was near the end of the technique, Su Yang said, "This will take you a while to absorb, but make sure you absorb all of it." Suddenly, a large amount of Yang Kai surged into her body like a broken dam. This is so much." Liu Lanjai exclaimed in a shocked voice when she felt her womb expanding from the overflowing Yang Kai. What is this Yang Kai? It's so vigorous. She was also baffled by the quality of Su Yang's Yang Kai that has surpassed even her imaginations. Is this the Yang Kai of a heavenly spirit realm expert? She couldn't help but be shocked when there was a good chance that he was a heavenly spirit realm cultivator, as they are top experts in this world. And for her, a mere earth spirit realm expert, to cultivate with a heavenly spirit realm expert was like a dream come true. Take your time absorbing it, said Su Yang as he retrieved his dragon from her world that was now a vast white sea. I will be taking my leave now. Liu Lanjai didn't even notice when Su Yang left the room because she was too occupied with absorbing the extraordinarily powerful Yang Kai in her body. Once he left Liu Lanjai's room, Su Yang went to clean himself in the patriarch's room before returning to his own living quarter. However, he did not stay inside for long, as he left almost immediately after reverting back to his normal appearance. When he left, he started walking towards the direction of the medicine hall. Chapter 110, towards the northern region. When Su Yang arrived at the medicine hall, everybody there looked at him with wide eyes and a baffled expression, clearly in great shock after seeing his appearance. "What's wrong? Why do you all look as though you have seen a ghost?" Su Yang said with a smile on his face. "Ju Junior apprentice brother Su, your clothes, you became an inner court disciple?" The disciples were shocked to see him walk in wearing green robes, something only the prestigious inner court disciples could enjoy. "What junior apprentice brother? He's our senior now." "Senior apprentice brother Su is only 16 years old, right? He will surely reach the true spirit realm before the limited age and become the next core disciple," said another excited disciple. "Congratulations, senior apprentice brother Su." The disciples began celebrating Su Yang's new disciple status as though they were the ones promoted. "What is this commotion about?" Lan Liking's voice resounded from the stairs, and her beautiful figure appeared a moment later. "Master, we have an inner court disciple visiting us." "An inner court disciple?" Lan Liking turned to look at the door, where Su Yang casually stood with a slight smile on his handsome face. "Su Yang, you!" Although she didn't experience as great as of a shock as her disciples, she was still pleasantly surprised by his visit and promotion. "What a coincidence, I was just about to go look for you," she continued with a perplexed look on her face. "I am here for a few things," he said. "Why don't we talk upstairs?" Lan Liking nodded. "I will not be seeing any visitors until I say so." She then said to her disciples before heading upstairs with Su Yang. "Yes, master." Inside her room, Lan Liking stared at Su Yang with a serious expression. "Su Yang, are you aware of the patriarch's sudden death?" she asked him the moment the door closed. After the meeting with Liu Lanjai, she'd learned almost everything about what happened to Lai Qiang. From what Liu Lanjai told everybody, Lai Qiang was killed by some unknown expert due to some grudges between them, but Lan Liking knew better than that. Although she didn't believe for a second that a profound spirit realm cultivator like Su Yang could possibly kill an earth spirit realm expert like Lai Qiang, there was no doubt in her mind that he at least had something to do with Lai Qiang's death. "I am aware, after all, I am the reason for his death," he said calmly without hiding anything from her. "Aya, Su Yang, what have you done?" Lan Liking heaved a distressed sigh. "If the sect finds out that you had something to do with the patriarch's death, they will not just cripple you, they will outright kill you." Lan Liking didn't care about the fact that Su Yang, a mere disciple, was responsible for his patriarch's death because he did it for her. What she was fearful of were the consequences that he may have to face for killing the patriarch, as that is one of, if not the biggest offense a disciple of any sect could possibly commit. With a calm expression, Su Yang spoke. "It will be fine because nothing will happen to me." He guaranteed her with a smile. "What do you mean that you will be fine? You killed the patriarch for heaven's sake." Lan Liking was not convinced that he would be fine, as the situation was too grave in her eyes. "Indeed, I am responsible for his death, but what proof do they have to execute me? Even if they manage to pull some magical evidence from their butt, I will still be fine," he said calmly. "You really are," Lan Liking sighed. "Well, if you are still fine after so many days, then I guess you will be fine, but to actually kill the patriarch, what are your guts made of? Steel. But I guess I am also your accomplice now." Lan Liking didn't know whether to laugh or cry at this moment. Who would have thought that she would one day betray the sect by assisting the culprit? Well, don't think too much about it. It does not matter if he is the patriarch or whatever, he was weak, and he died to someone strong, that's all. She nodded. "Anyway, what are you here for?" she then asked. "How is your butt? Does it still hurt?" he suddenly asked her. Now that you mention it, I haven't felt any pain ever since then." Lan Liking had long forgotten about the pain in her butt ever since he first helped her. Su Yang nodded and said, I came here today for two things. First, I will be away from the sect for a while to explore the Divine Doors. The Divine Doors. Why do you want to go to such a dangerous place? There have been thousands of deaths there since its discovery, Lan Liking said in a worried tone. It is publicly known that the Divine Doors is a mysterious place filled with unknown dangers, but because of the possible wealth that could be found within that place, many people still risk their lives to enter. If you are worried about resources, I have plenty. It's not about the resources or the wealth, said Su Yang. This is something more important. But the Divine Doors is all the way at the northern region, and it will take you weeks to get there even if you take the horses, said Lan Liking. Relax, Liking. I did not come here to fill you with worry, he said with a smile as he caressed her smooth face. Instead, I am here to give you something. Su Yang suddenly touched Lan Liking's lips with his own, catching her off guard. MMM. However, despite the sudden kiss, Lan Liking did not reject it. Instead, she closed her eyes to enjoy it. Ha, ha, Lan Liking breathed heavily afterward, her face slightly red. Su Yang, you are only 3 steps away from the Earth Spirit realm, and I came here to help you achieve that before I leave, said Su Yang, dumbfounding her. You mean? It didn't take more than a second for Lan Liking to understand his intent. Her eyes sparkled with passion, yet there was a puzzled expression on her face. But I am still 3 stages before the Earth Spirit realm. Even if we cultivate for weeks without stop, I cannot reach the Earth Spirit realm that fast, she said to him. You will understand once we start, Su Yang said with a smile, his hands reaching to loosen her robes. She nodded with anticipation. A few moments later, Lan Liking laid bare on the bed with her beautiful legs spread wide, revealing to Su Yang her paradise. Seeing her welcoming position, Su Yang began caressing her bottom lips, causing her body to shiver with delight. Ah. Lan Liking softly moaned with her eyes closed, her body growing increasingly warmer. Suddenly, her creek was spread open, and something started wiggling inside. Tilda. Lan Liking's body trembled with delight, her sweet voice filled with pleasure and delight. After feasting her wet, Su Yang retrieved his heavenly rod, and with that godly weapon, he pierced her small heaven wide open. The instant Lan Liking felt Su Yang's penis enter her cave, her body spasmed, and a large quantity of pleasure water gushed out from her pussy. Su Yang, did it grow bigger since the last time we cultivated? Lan Liking was baffled by how far her stomach expanded compared to the last time. Although she has cultivated with him only a few times, her body was already familiar with his body, so she was able to discern the changes to his body with ease. Su Yang smiled, and he suddenly rammed his hips into her soft buttocks, causing it to shake vigorously. Ah! Lan Liking moaned sharply from the unexpected thrust, her body overflowing with pleasure. What do you think about it? Do you like it? Su Yang asked her with a smile. I love it, she mumbled back with a bashful smile. Su Yang chuckled, and with a charming expression he spoke. Then you'd better savor it. After saying that, Su Yang grabbed her round buttocks with firmness and started thrusting even harder. More. Lan Liking's blissful filled the room, and her body was once again mesmerized by the intense feeling that tingled every inch of her body. Su Yang and Lan Liking quickly became engrossed in their cultivation, and many days passed without distractions. On the 4th day, Su Yang casually walked down the stairs to the medicine hall, and everybody there turned to stare at him with doubtful gazes the instant he appeared before them. While they were not suspicious of his relationship with Lan Liking at first, because it was a ridiculous idea for an outer court disciple to cultivate with a sect elder, the disciples began to doubt their relationship after his 2nd visit. And now that Su Yang became an inner court disciple, the chances of such theory suddenly turned more acceptable. Senior apprentice brother Su. Although they all wanted to ask Su Yang if he has an intimate relationship with their master, none of them knew how to ask him properly without offending him or their master. Seeing their perplexed faces, Su Yang smiled slightly. I know what you're thinking. he said calmly. But the truth is it isn't what you are all imagining. Elder Lan has been experiencing great pain in her body after a little incident, so I came here to help her relieve that pain with my techniques. After a slight pause, he continued, My techniques are not only for pleasure, you know. Is that so? Knowing how profound his techniques are firsthand, and hearing his plausible explanation, their doubts towards their relationship quickly vanished. The next time I come back, why don't you all come with me for another session? I won't be needing any payments for it, too. Really? The disciples instantly became excited upon hearing his words. Then we will not be humble. That's right. You better not take your words back, senior apprentice brother Su. Su Yang nodded with a smile. He then left the medicine hall, leaving behind a group of expectant young ladies. Meanwhile, Lan Liking silently cultivated in her room with a full stomach of extremely rich yang kai. When Su Yang released his yang kai for the first time after consuming the root of vitality into her body, Lan Liking was greatly shocked by the almost tyrannical and potent energy that rushed into her womb like a bucket of hot water. Lan Liking thought at first that Su Yang might have some rare medicine that may help boost her cultivation base, but after absorbing his yang kai, there was without a doubt in her mind that his yang kai was more precious and potent than any rare medicine out there. And when she compared his yang kai to all the herbs and medicine that she had taken before, it was akin to comparing holy water and mud. The disparity was too vast, like heaven and earth. After leaving the medicine hall, Su Yang went to the mission hall to accept a random mission that required him to leave the sect for a long period of time just to have an excuse for his absence. Once he found the perfect mission and recorded himself in the logbook, he returned to his living quarters. Are you ready to leave? Su Yang asked Kiayu after using the bathroom. I don't know, what about you? She replied in a sarcastic voice. Su Yang smiled bitterly and nodded. Let's leave for the northern region now, he said. Kiayu nodded. She then retrieved from her storage ring an appearance-reforming pill and swallowed it. Her appearance slowly changed. Her silver hair became black and her moon-like eyes darkened, almost like an eclipse. Her unparalleled face also changed, becoming a decent-looking young lady with a naturally unfriendly face. In mere seconds, the cold goddess Kiayu had turned into an average-looking mortal with a hostile nature. Su Yang lifted an eyebrow at her choice of appearance. Do you always walk around like that here? Thinking that Su Yang was talking about her overall beauty, Kiayu frowned, and she changed face again, becoming more beautiful and elegant. However, the hostile atmosphere around her still remained. Su Yang only shook his head with a slight smile at her reaction. A few moments later, the two stepped out of the house. You have a flying treasure with you? Su Yang asked her. I do. Kiayu then retrieved a palm-sized wooden boat from her storage ring and threw in the ground. Seconds later, the palm-sized wooden boat expanded, becoming a full-size boat. This is the best flying treasure you have on you? Su Yang was slightly surprised. Did she leave behind all her treasures when she left the sacred moon palace? Of course, I have better ones. But this is all we need to reach the northern region, said Kiayu, purposefully avoiding her better flying treasures for personal reasons. Su Yang looked at the wooden boat that only has one seat with a bitter smile. How fast is this thing? He then asked. We should reach the northern region in 5 days, she replied. 5 days is acceptable, I guess. Su Yang nodded, and he entered the wooden boat. Kiayu entered the boat after Su Yang, sitting right beside him with her shoulders touching his. Ascend, she mumbled. The wooden boat suddenly trembled and started ascending towards the clouds, quickly catching the attention of every disciple that was outside of their rooms by the spectacular scenery. Look at that thing in the air. It's flying, some disciple exclaimed with a shocked voice. What is that thing? It looks like a wooden boat. How is it flying? The disciples, and even the sect elders, were greatly shocked by Kiayu's flying treasure because this was their first time seeing one in their life. Flying treasures are extremely rare in this world, and unlike flying swords that require profound concentration and a strong cultivation base to control, only very little profound kai are required to operate a flying treasure. Whoosh! The wooden boat in the air suddenly shot forward like an arrow leaving the bow, disappearing from everybody's sights nearly instantly, causing their jaws to drop in shock just from its insane speed alone. End of Vol. 2, Chapter 111, Moonlight Festival. A few hundred meters above the clouds, a small wooden boat soared through the blue sky like a shooting star, fierce and easily missed if one as much as blinks their eyes. And sitting on this wooden boat that gave off the impression of an immortal's treasure were two young figures. A handsome young man with a young lady sitting beside him with her head resting on his shoulder intimately, looking like a couple on a love boat. These two had been splitting the heavens with their speedy boat for 2 days straight now. Yet neither of them opened their mouth to speak to one another after all this time. However, despite the silence, neither of them showed any signs of awkwardness or displeasure with the stillness. As a matter of fact, one of the two was smiling gently, looking like a child during a blissful moment. Suddenly, the young lady opened her eyes and spoke. "Father, I have a question." "What is it?" Kiayu turned to look at Su-yong, and with a curious gaze she spoke. "How did you meet my mother?" Hearing her question, Su-yong closed his eyes with a nonchalant expression. "It was during the Moonlight Festival that is hosted by the sacred Moon Temple every 1,000 years, he said a moment later, his voice filled with melancholy. "This was many 1,000 years before you were born." The Moonlight Festival? Kiayu pondered. The Moonlight Festival was a tradition in her family with the purpose of increasing their bloodline, and they would host this grand event every 1,000 years. Kiayu herself had been chosen to participate in the Moonlight Festival, but because she ran away before she could participate the next one, she doesn't know much about it besides what was told to her by her mother, Yuehai. We had barely spoken to each other at the time, but that was the beginning of our relationship, said Su-yong, his expression filled with a feeling of nostalgia. And inside his head appeared the image of a young woman with profound similarities to the current Kiayu standing in front of a large moon that illuminated her beauty by many folds. We wouldn't see each other again until a few hundred years later, he continued. And she was on her deathbed at that time. What? Kiayu looked at him with disbelief clearly written on her face. Her mother was on her deathbed. How is that possible? There was never any signs of her ever being sick or injured to the point of dying. What happened to her? Why was she on her deathbed? Kiayu asked him. Su-yong shook his head. I will tell you when it is the right time, he said, refusing to tell her any more details. Kiayu was speechless. What is he not telling her? Why does the time have to be right? She really wanted to find out, but alas, knowing Su-yong, he definitely wouldn't tell her no matter how much she begged. HMPH. Then what do you love about my mother? She showed an unpleasant expression before changing the question. Su-yong smiled, and as his eyes flickered with a beautiful light, he spoke. Everything, from her charismatic characteristics to the way she breathed. I loved her sharp gazes, her every graceful movement, her clear voice, her soft skin, everything. Kiayu was slightly taken aback by Su-yong's seemingly endless praises for her mother. When she first learned of her mother's relationship with Su-yong, she almost didn't believe it because they never showed any indications that would suggest such an intimate relationship between them. However, as baffled as she was by his expression, Kiayu was also relieved to hear such words from him. In fact, she could even feel the vast affection Su-yong had for Yuehai just from his tone alone. I see. A relieved smile broke out on Kiayu's face, and her arms suddenly wrapped itself around Su-yong's arm, hugging it tightly. Now, if only you stop embracing every girl that you see with your dangerous eyes, Kiayu mumbled, causing Su-yong's expression to stiffen. However, Kiayu was not finished with her questions, and she continued to ask him, about them, you also love them. After a moment of silence, with a nonchalant expression, Su-yong spoke. I am already at the age where I cannot fall in love easily with anybody, much less these little girls that have yet to truly experience the real cultivation world. And it's not like they have qualities that I haven't already seen or tasted. Then, why did you choose them? Is it purely for the sake of cultivation? Do you even enjoy it? Kiayu continued to ask him. Indeed, it is purely for the sake of cultivation. As for whether I enjoy it or not, Would you be able to enjoy eating plain bread when you've already tasted the world's best cuisine countless times? Cultivating with the people here is akin to playing with children. If I don't hold back, I am afraid that I might hurt them. So if we were to leave this world and return to the four divine heavens today, you would not feel anything. Su Yang closed his eyes. While it is true that I hold no attachments to this place nor its people, it is also true that I have accepted a select few into my embrace. After a moment of silence, he continued in a low voice. Though there is one little girl that I cannot leave alone. A little girl. For her to catch the attention of an immortal like Su Yang, she must be one very unique individual. She reminds me of my first wife, who died as a mortal, said Su Yang with a bitter smile. I may be selfish for doing this, but I want to make sure that she reaches the divine realms before we leave this place. A special one, huh? How lucky! Kiayu thought to herself silently, wondering about this special one. The two continued to talk with Su Yang, recollecting many of the memories he had spent with Yuehai, and Kiayu would listen with a bright expression, looking as though she was a child listening to heroic stories. Time quickly passed, and before they realized, they have arrived at their destination, the northern region. When the wooden boat came to a halt, Kiayu sighed inwardly, disheartened that she no longer has a reason to stick to Su Yang like wet dough. Despite using the slowest flying treasure she had just so she could stay closer to Su Yang for a little bit longer, they still arrived relatively fast. This is the northern region. Su Yang gazed at the land from above the clouds. There was nothing but trees and green in his view. Can you sense this legacy tomb with your spiritual sense? He turned to ask Kiayu. No, I cannot. She shook her head. However, I can sense a large crowd of people a few dozen miles to the south, she continued. Good, let's travel by foot now. Flying treasures are too attention-grabbing here, said Su Yang. Kiayu nodded, and the wooden boat began descending towards the ground. Chapter 112. Asura God Clan. The wooden boat shrunk back to its original size after Kiayu flipped her palms, even flying straight into her grasp. Let's go. Kiayu began speeding towards the direction of the crowd like a gust of wind, followed by Su Yang. In mere minutes, the two traversed tens of miles. And despite his vastly inferior cultivation base, Su Yang managed to barely keep up with Kiayu's speed as a divine Lord Realm cultivator. Seeing his ridiculous speed, Kiayu was slightly taken aback. What kind of godly movement technique is he using to keep up with her 9 astral steps? As though he was able to read her thoughts, Su Yang answered her curiosity. It was a gift from the Asura God Clan. The Asura God Clan. Kiayu expressed great shock upon hearing its name, even feeling fearful just from the name alone. The most evil and dangerous group of individuals in the entire 4 divine heavens. The only group in the universe that dared to rebel against the heavenly emperor since the beginning of time. The same Asura God Clan that nearly destroyed one of the 4 divine heavens. That Asura God Clan. Kiayu nearly tripped on a tree branch when she found out that Su Yang might be affiliated with one of the most dangerous organizations in the universe. Forget about her sacred moon palace that could barely qualify itself as a top clan within the 4 divine heavens. Even the heavenly emperor would experience countless headaches just from hearing the name Asura God Clan. Indeed, I am speaking of that Asura God Clan. Su Yang confirmed with a casual nod of his head. You unbelievable, Kiayu mumbled. Well, one thing led to another, and I became familiar with them. Their infamy are a bit exaggerated, but they are not that bad once you get to know them personally. Get to know them personally. Many people wouldn't even have the courage to look at them, much less speak to them. Kiayu shook her head at such an impossible thought. Ah, speaking of the Asura God Clan, I heard that they declared for another war with the heavenly emperor, said Kiayu after recalling hearing something like that during her escape from the sacred moon palace. What? It was Su Yang's turn to be shocked. When did that happen, and why? He asked her with an anxious expression. It happened shortly after your death, I think. As for why, I don't have a clue, she shook her head. Because she was too busy running away from the sacred moon palace, there was no time for her to fully understand the situation. It can't be. Su Yang suddenly looked enlightened, almost as though he understood something complicated. He stopped moving, and he lifted his head to gaze at the clear sky with a profound gaze filled with worry. However, there was nothing he could do here. There is no point in stressing over something that happened hundreds of years ago now. I can only wait until I return to the four divine heavens and face the outcome then. Su Yang sighed inwardly. Father! Kiayu looked at him with a puzzled expression. Why does he seem worried about the Asura god clan declaring war with the Heaven Emperor? Could their relationship be deeper than she'd expected? Let's go. Su Yang said. Kiayu nodded. A few more minutes later, Su Yang and Kiayu stopped a few meters away from an enormous cave with thousands of people gathered before the entrance. This is. Kiayu was slightly surprised to see the cave, as her spiritual sense only sensed these people with nothing on the cave that seemingly appeared out of nowhere. This is a legacy tomb, said Su Yang after a glance at the phenomenal view. This could be the divine doors. Let's get closer. Su Yang and Kiayu then blended with the crowd, eavesdropping their surroundings. Did you hear? The Su family recently discovered a heaven-grade cultivation technique from the 3rd floor. How envious. Not only do they have control over this place because it's in their territory, but they also get a percentage of everyone's share. They must be laughing in riches by now. While it is within the Su family's territory, the other 3 great families also have a share, albeit smaller than the Su families. Ha ha ha. Serves these greedy bastards that tried to hog the entire place for themselves right. If the other 3 great family didn't complain to the Zai dynasty, we might not even get the chance to go inside today. Ultimately, it is the Zai dynasty that truly controls the divine doors. They only pass the rights to the Su family to take control because it is located on their land. Right. The Su family, huh? Su Yang recalled that the Su family ruled the northern region. Although he wasn't sure if he has connections to this Su family, he was intrigued by the possibility that they might have something to do with why the previous Su Yang had no memories prior to joining the Profound Blossom sect. We are in the right place, said Kiayu. Su Yang nodded. Should I force our way through this crowd? She asked him in a nonchalant voice. There is no need. I'd like to gather more information before we head inside, he replied. I understand. After listening for a few more minutes, it seemed that in order to enter the divine doors, one must pay a hefty fee of 25 spirit stones to the Su family before entering. Such a price was outrageous in the eyes of many, especially as an entrance fee, but because there seemed to be many previous and never-seen-before treasures inside. They were willing to sacrifice a large sum of spirit stones for a chance to discover something like a heaven-grade cultivation technique that was recently found by the Su family, which is easily worth thousands of spirit stones and highly demanded by many profound sects and cultivation clans in the cultivation world. Chapter 113, Recognition. Next. A few young individuals stood behind a stall before the entrance to the enormous cave, each wearing servant robes with the surname Su imprinted on them. And resting behind them was an old man sitting in the lotus position with his eyes closed, seemingly cultivating. How many people will be entering? One of the servants asked the moment the next person appeared before him, who happened to be a handsome young man with breathtaking facial features. When the servant first saw the young man standing before him, the image of an incredibly rich and handsome young master appeared in his head. However, once he noticed the symbols on the robe the young man was wearing, his face twisted with a well-hidden sense of disgust. But alas, no matter how hard the servant tried to suppress his expression, the young man easily saw through it. A disciple from the Profound Blossom sect. 2, said the young man, who was clearly Su Yang. That will be 50 spirit stones, said the servant. He does not recognize me. Su Yang purposefully appeared before the Su family without any disguise in order to test them. If he had any connections with the Su family, then these servants should have recognized him easily. However, there was not even the slightest recognition within the servant's gaze when looking at him, almost as though he has never seen him before. Perhaps it is only a coincidence that we share the same surname. Su Yang pondered as he retrieved 50 spirit stones from his storage ring. The servant accepted the 50 spirit stones and allowed entrance for Su Yang and Kiayu, then no longer paid any more attention to them. Su Yang glanced at the servant one more time before shrugging slightly, and he also no longer cared about his relationship with the Su family and walked towards the depths of the cave. However, when he approached the old man in the back, the old man's eyes slowly opened to stare at him wide eyes, seemingly surprised by something. Su Yang instantly halted his steps and stared back at the old man with a calm gaze. "Is there something on my face?" he asked the old man. "A and no." The old man clearly did not expect Su Yang to be so direct and was caught off guard. Have we met somewhere before?" Su Yang began approaching the old man even further. "I feel like I have seen you somewhere before." The old man's eyes widened even more upon hearing Su Yang's doubtful words, even showing signs of anxiety. "That's nothing surprising," said the old man, putting on a prideful expression. "Who in this northern region doesn't know my famous face?" Su Yang looked at him for another moment before saying, "Now that I have a good look at your face, I am certain that I have never seen you before. I was mistaken. Goodbye." Su Yang then turned around and walked deeper into the cave. The old man stared at him with a dazed expression mixed with confusion. "That old man sucks at acting," Kiayu suddenly said. "Do you know him?" Su Yang shook his head. "I do not know him, but he definitely recognizes me." "I did mention to you that the memories of this body are unclear, sealed, right?" said Su Yang. Kiayu nodded. "However, if it is only a memory-sealing technique at the level of this world, then I should be able to erase the seal on your memories easily." Su Yang shook his head. "I have no need for the memories of someone else," he said in a calm voice. "That's why I haven't even bothered with it after all this time. Even if I am by some chance related to that Su family, I will not recognize them, nor will I accept them, as my connection with them had been severed the day I, Su Yang, came to this world." Kiayu nodded, no longer thinking about destroying the seal on his memories. Meanwhile, the old man wiped the sweat off his forehead once Su Yang disappeared into the darkness. "What the hell is he doing here? I thought for a moment that his memories had returned. Fuck, that nearly scared the soul out of me," the old man cursed inwardly. "However, I must now warn the family of his presence here in the northern region so that they will not mess up." The old man looked at the servants at the entrance and thought to himself, "Luckily they are all new recruits that does not recognize him." A few moments later, the old man disappeared from the place, inside the Su family's household. "What did you just say?" "Su Yang has returned to the northern region," a middle-aged man with frightening facial features spoke in a serious-sounding voice. "Indeed. He is currently inside the Divine Doors." "The Divine Doors, huh?" After a moment of silence, the middle-aged man said, "Good. Ensure that no members of my Su family that recognizes his face gets close to that place. We cannot risk him regaining his memories, as that will only lead to a disastrous future for the entire family." "I understand, Lord Su." The old man nodded. The old man's expression suddenly stiffened. "What is it?" The middle-aged man looked at him with a frown. "What should we do about the young lady? She is also currently exploring the Divine Doors with her sect," said the old man. "What did you say? When did this happen? And how come I have not heard of it until now?" The middle-aged man expressed great shock upon learning of this news, even looking on the verge of panicking. "Get her out of there before they can meet each other. She is definitely the last person in this world I want meeting him." The old man nodded, before speeding back to the Divine Doors with his peak Earth Spirit Realm cultivation base. After the old man left, the middle-aged man sat back down in a collapsing motion, looking as though all the strength in his legs gave up on him. It has only been one short year since we sealed his memories and gave him to the profound Blossom sect. Yet he somehow managed to return to the soil of my northern region, he sighed. Chapter 114. Entering the Immortal's Treasury. Before Su Yang and Kiayu stood a majestic twin door that gave the impressions that they were made for giants. Additionally, there was the word heaven clearly engraved on the left side of the door, while the right side had drawings of dragons and phoenixes, even humans, in what seems to be a kowtowing position. All facing the left door's heaven, or more precisely, the individual that was engraved sitting on top of the word heaven. The majestic doors gave off a revering aura, almost as though it was made to glorify the individual that sat above heaven. These doors would surely mesmerize the mortals of this world with ease, but in front of Su Yang and Kiayu, these grand doors are as insignificant as any ordinary doors that could be found in the streets of the four divine heavens. What do you think? Kiayu turned to look at Su Yang's pondering face. Was this individual a ruler? The amount of reverence he has towards the person above the word heaven, I can only assume that he was either an egoistic idiot or someone who worked directly for the heavenly emperor. You see these types of engraving on doors often in the four divine heavens, especially at the homes of the heavenly emperor's personal army, said Su Yang. Heavenly emperor's personal army. Could it be someone from the Supreme Order? Kiayu was slightly shocked to hear that the creator of this legacy tomb could potentially belong to someone from Supreme Order, the most prestigious and powerful army in the four divine heavens that works directly for the heavenly emperor. In the four divine heavens, any individual that belonged to the Supreme Order are like overlords that would only emerge during emergencies that may involve the heavenly emperor's safety, or when there are no other choices as the last resort. However, despite being one of the most powerful armies in the universe, the actual number of experts that belong to the Supreme Order could be counted with one hand. The Supreme Order? Did you turn stupid from lacking cultivation? Any single one of them could easily travel the starry sky with their cultivation base at will, much less leave this place. If such a profound figure really died here in this mortal world, then it would make the entire Supreme Order a laughingstock that cannot be taken seriously. It is most likely someone from the lower order, Su Yang continued. Their cultivation base are all around the divine realm, just like that Ainz. Even as Su Yang spoke, people continuously stepped through the majestic doors and into the legacy tomb, after taking their time admiring the divine doors, of course. Let's head inside. It will tell us more about this individual, said Su Yang. Kiayu nodded, and the two started making their way towards the small gap between the divine doors. Despite the majestic door that seemed to be made for giants, the door was only opened just enough so there was a small gap enough to allow two people to pass side by side. However, even this small opening had caused the Su family to put out tremendous efforts and resources. As the two entered the crack in the divine doors, they could feel a divine feeling wrap around their bodies, almost as though there was an invisible force pulling them inside. The thickness of the doors was at least 1 meter thick, so it had taken them more than one step to pass through the doors. Once inside the legacy tomb, they were greeted by an empty cavern with nothing but countless blood splatters all over the place. The place was completely dark, with the only light being the sunlight that came from the outside world. If an ordinary person with no cultivation base were to walk deeper into this void, they would definitely be forced to walk around as though they are blind, since their eyes are not capable of adapting to this type of darkness. It is really empty here, one of the newcomers said as he looked around with a curious gaze. What did you expect? The first floor's been cleared out since many months ago, and the second floor will also look the same, said another individual. It's been a whole year since the discovery of Ainz's legacy tomb, and every nook and cranny of this place has been searched, at least for the first 2 floors. I heard that this place was once filled with mysterious beasts that nobody has ever seen before at the True Spirit Realm when it was first discovered. True Spirit Realm? This is only the first floor? An individual at the Profound Spirit Realm expressed great shock upon hearing this information. If True Spirit Realm beasts appeared on this first floor, then what about the lower floors? Was there Earth Spirit Realm beasts on the second floor? Will he have to fight unknown entities at the Heavenly Spirit Realm once he reaches the 3rd floor? What? You actually dared to come here without knowing the danger that lurks in this dungeon that has had thousands of deaths since it was discovered? Are you an idiot or an idiot? A middle-aged man looked at him with wide eyes. Ha ha ha, there are idiots like him all over the place, aren't there? Another individual laughed loudly. Even a true spirit realm expert such as myself had to think for 3 days and nights straight before deciding to come here. The profound spirit realm cultivator instantly turned silent. He wanted to turn around now that he's learned more about this place, but alas, he's already paid an atrocious entrance fee of 25 spirit stones. Thus, he stood there like a stone statue, unsure of what he should do at this point. What do you think? Su Yang spoke calmly. Can you see anything with your spiritual sense? Although he was confident in his own spiritual sense, it still cannot be compared to Kiayu's cultivation base. It's really empty here. Kiayu confirmed that this place has indeed been looted clean. Very well, let's head to the next floor. They began walking towards the entrance to the next floor, and after half an hour they reached a plain-looking staircase that spiraled downwards like some underground prison. Along the way, they would encounter many stubborn individuals that are still sticking their heads into every hole they see in hopes to find something that might have been missed by others. After walking downwards for 10 minutes straight, the stairwell finally came to a stop. Su Yang tilted his head to gaze at the impossible sight of white clouds and a blue sky that hung in the ceiling. And below the clear sky was a vast grassland with nothing but green grass and countless figures walking around with their eyes glued to the ground from where they stood to the horizon, looking like a bunch of farmers looking for a good harvest. Impossible. When did we return to the surface when we've clearly been walking towards the Earth's core? Many people that had just arrived at the second floor expression great shock and profound confusion upon seeing the clear sky above their heads. What had happened? Why are they back to the surface? Are we really back on the surface? One individual doubted that possibility after seeing the stairwell behind them. How many of you here actually researched about this place before coming here? One of the calm experts said while shaking his head. We are still underground. This is just a phenomenon of the Immortals' treasury, an illusion. An illusion? Some people there were having a hard time believing that this realistic scenery was only a mere illusion. Just how profound was the immortal that created this place to display such a grand illusion that defies all logic? Anything here? Su Yang didn't even bat an eyelid at the unexpected scenery and ignored the rowdy crowd. Kiayu closed her eyes to scan the entire second floor with her spiritual sense, calmly shaking her head a moment later. There are a few things hidden on this floor, but they are all worthless trash to us. Su Yang nodded after hearing her words. He then turned to face the east and began walking towards the sign that gave directions to the third floor, not even bothering to look for these trash. There was no reason for him to doubt Kiayu's words, as he was already aware of these hidden objects before asking her. Additionally, from what he sensed with his spiritual sense, the quality of these objects are at most high-end spirit-grade spiritual treasures, and in his eyes they might as well be plastic toys for kids. However, while these spiritual treasures hold no value in Su Yang or Kiayu's eyes, they are all priceless treasures to the rest of this world, and any single one of them could easily cause a bloodbath. Meanwhile, many others that have arrived on the second floor around the same time as Su Yang decided to look around this seemingly endless grassland with the same mindset as those that still remained on the first floor, despite the slim chances of finding anything. Chapter 115. A treasure has appeared. After a little over 3 hours of continuous walking, Su Yang could finally see the entrance to the third floor. Unlike the previous stairwell that connected the first floor with the second floor, the entrance to the third floor was a bit bizarre, if it could even be described as such. From where Su Yang stood, he could see a long bridge that was stretched all the way into the horizons. It was so long that even he was unable to see the end with his spiritual sense. Can you see the end? Su Yang asked Kiayu. Kiayu narrowed her eyes at the direction the bridge extended towards, and after a few moments of silence, she finally shook her head. Even you cannot see the end. Su Yang slightly lifted his eyebrows at the unexpected results. With Kiayu's cultivation base at the divine realm, Seeing a few hundred miles into the distance with her spiritual sense could be accomplished with ease, yet she was unable to see the end of this bridge. Near the bridge, there was a large group of people gathered. However, none of them had their eyes opened and were all sitting on the ground in the lotus position, looking as though they are all cultivating. Seeing this odd situation, Su Yang began pondering. "Why are you all sitting here and cultivating?" One of the newcomers suddenly asked the cultivating group. Without opening his eyes, one of the cultivators said in a calm voice, "The bridge is only a distraction, a decoy that leads you nowhere. The real entrance to the third floor will reveal itself once every 7 days for only an hour before disappearing again. It has only been 3 days since the last one." The ones that had just arrived nodded their heads as they finally understood the situation. "Thank you, fellow Taoist, for his guidance." They bowed to him. The cultivator only nodded his head before returning to focus on cultivating. "What do you think?" Kiayu asked Su Yang, who was still pondering with his gaze glued to the bridge. Su Yang showed a slight smile and spoke. "There is no doubt that this bridge has an end. However, as for what is at the end of this bridge, even I do not know." Kiayu turned to look at him and said, "Want to find out? We still have 4 days before the real entrance appears. If we use my flying treasure, the fastest one this time, we might be able to reach the end and come back in time for it to reveal itself. There are still 4 days before we can advance anywhere, right? We might as well check it out. Even if it turns out to be a waste of time, it's better than spending 4 days here." Su Yang said. Kiayu nodded in agreement, and immediately later she retrieved a small, glowing object from her storage ring. This object glittered slightly, seemed to be made out of some kind of transparent crystal, emitted an ancient aura that caused the surrounding space to tremble, and had the appearance of a boat that was similar to her wooden boat. However, unlike her wooden boat that was made from a common material that could be found easily in the 4 divine heavens, the materials that were used to create this masterpiece was a special type of crystal called moon jade that could only be produced by the sacred moon palace due to their unique location and methods. And it is said that moon jade are one of the lightest and durable types of jade in the entire 4 divine heavens, even receiving great praises from the heavenly emperor himself. Moon jade. Su Yang was quite familiar with this material, as Kiayu's mother, Yuehai, would always wear accessories made from such materials, enchanting her already glamorous beauty even further. When the flying treasure appeared, its exquisite appearance and profound aura immediately attracted the attention of everybody there. The cultivators sitting in the lotus position stopped cultivating and opened their eyes after feeling the sudden change to the atmosphere, and even people in the distance stopped whatever they were doing to look at the glowing boat that was hovering a few meters in the air. A treasure has appeared out of thin air. Because nobody had witnessed Kiayu take out this flying treasure from her storage ring, everyone there came to the assumption that it was a treasure that belonged to the immortal's treasury. Thus, people began speeding towards Su Yang and Kiayu with red eyes and intimidating expressions like a bunch of maniacs in the middle of a great war. "I am willing to fight to the death for that thing. Come try me if you dare. Fuck your mother." To use such threats when we are all already risking our lives by being in this place. When Kiayu saw how literally everyone within a 3-mile radius was running towards her with the intent to take her flying treasure away, her brows furrowed, and a large amount of killing intent suddenly erupted from her small figure. The moment Kiayu released her killing intent, every moving figure came to a sudden halt, and 3 seconds later, half of them began falling to the ground unconscious. After another 3 seconds had passed, those that had managed to remain conscious began coughing up blood, their faces pale from fear and shock. HMPH. Kiayu coldly snorted and jumped on the boat without even taking a look at the chaos she'd caused. As for Su Yang, he only shook his head slightly. He then followed Kiayu by jumping onto the boat. A few seconds after they boarded the flying treasure that was also many times larger than the wooden boat, Kiayu activated the flying treasure with her cultivation base, causing it to glow even brighter. And in an unfathomable speed, they disappear from the scene before anybody there could even blink once. What happened just now? The people there finally came to their senses many minutes after Su Yang and Kiayu left the place. However, they were still terrorized by the killing intent that lingered in the air, their legs still trembling non-stop. Chapter 116. Barely at home, always disappearing for days. A single line of light flashed across the sky at a speed that was faster than even shooting stars. The flying treasure was moving so fast that even Su Yang was unable to keep up with the scenery with his cultivation base, making the world seem like a blurry mess. As expected of something made entirely out of moon jade, what grade is this flying treasure? Su Yang asked her. The peak of Empyrean grade, Kiayu calmly replied. If you had something like this, why did you use that wooden boat? We would have made it here to the legacy tomb in minutes instead of wasting days' worth of time. Su Yang shook his head. Kiayu remained silent, refusing to answer his question. However, under the intensive gaze of Su Yang, she broke her silence a few moments later and spoke in a complaining tone. Because we haven't spent much time together despite living under the same roof. You are barely at home, always disappearing for days. And when you finally decide to return, you would come back smelling like another woman. Kiayu spoke like a wife dealing with a cheating husband, causing Su Yang to become speechless. You have any idea how lonely I've been by myself for hundreds of years ever since I left home? No. Since I was born. You have any idea how blissful and relieved I felt after meeting you? Kiayu stared at Su Yang in the eyes with a serious expression. Su Yang released a deep sigh inside his heart. Although he doesn't know much about her situation ever since he left the Sacred Moon Palace, he was aware of how much of a detained Princess Kiayu was during his stay at her home. Not only was she confined inside the Sacred Moon Palace, but even her interactions with other people inside her own home were strictly controlled by the Moon God. Her lifestyle was akin to a prisoner in jail, but with a larger cell, one that could be considered a paradise in the eyes of countless people. However, this was all to protect her unique bloodline that could easily be affected by the impurities of the world, especially at a young age, hence why even someone like Yuehai did not intervene despite her bitterness on the situation. And if it weren't for a few special circumstances that required her presence, then even Su Yang would not have been able to meet with her, much less get the chance to change her diapers. Then, what do you want from me? Su Yang asked, feeling truly perplexed for the first time in a long time when dealing with a female. Can't you just stay by my side? Forever? Kiayu mumbled inside her head. Although she really wanted to say these words out loud, her status as his lover's daughter would not allow it. There was a wall as tall as Mount Tai between her and Su Yang that was preventing her from saying such words, that wall being her deceased mother, Yuehai. Nothing. I am just complaining to myself, Kiayu finally said after a moment of silence. Just continue loving my mother and I will be satisfied. The place suddenly turned quiet. And despite the boat moving at a ridiculous speed, the wind did not make even the slightest noise nor touch them, almost as though besides Su Yang and Kiayu, there existed nothing else in this world. Is that so? Su Yang continued to silently stare at Kiayu with a calm expression, but deep inside, he was still pondering on how to deal with this situation. Obviously, as someone with countless experience in such expertise, he has been aware of Kiayu's feelings for him since as far back as when he was still living at the Sacred Moon Palace as a royal guest. However, there are many complicated reasons as to why he cannot answer her feelings. One such reason is also the same reason why Kiayu does not dare to advance her relationship with him. Yuehai, her mother. While he has, on more than one occasion, experienced a mother and her daughter at the same time, his relationship with Yuehai and Kiayu was vastly different. As a matter of fact, he has been avoiding her on purpose, just so their relationship does not surpass whatever they currently have. He could always outright refuse her, but there are also reasons as to why he cannot do that. Aya, Yuehai, because of what you said to me on that day, I am now in this situation. However, if she is anything like you, then sooner or later she will. Su Yang sighed inwardly. Meanwhile, the flying boat had already traveled tens of thousands of miles. The boat also passed many people on the bridge that did not believe the rumors of this bridge being fake, despite the thousands of warnings from people that have already tried reaching the end of the bridge. And as baffling as it might sound, there are actually still people on the bridge that have been there since its discovery, meaning that they have been treading this same bridge for months without giving up. Though the flying boat had long passed these people, traveling what had taken them months of effort in mere minutes. Luckily, the bridge seems to be void of any danger, allowing these people to travel without having to worry about beasts suddenly appearing or activating traps that could potentially end their lives. But with zero presence of danger, it doesn't mean that the cultivators were allowed to move without being wary. Instead, feeling so safe in this place that was filled with danger in every corner was sketchy in itself and only increased their vigilance. It should also be mentioned that if one were to jump off this bridge that was only a few dozens of meters off the ground, then they would mysteriously get teleported to the staircase that connected the first floor to the second floor. This phenomenon gave many the courage to travel far on the bridge, as they could return to the starting point no matter how far they go without needing to spend the same amount of time traveling backtracking. Chapter 117, Silver King Armor. It has only been half an hour since Su Yang and Kiayu started traversing the bridge, yet they have already traveled over 1,000,000 miles, taking what would take experts of this world many years of effort in mere minutes. "I can see the end of this bridge," Kiayu suddenly said. A few seconds after Kiayu said those words, the flying boat came to a sudden stop. Su Yang stood up and jumped off the boat without any hesitations. After landing, he tilted his head to look at the circular platform at the end of the bridge. On this platform that was made of sparkling stones was a single jade altar. It gave off a divine aura, causing the atmosphere around it to feel majestic, almost as though the presence of a holy being was present. In front of this jade altar, there was a figure clad in a set of cracked silver armor that emitted a sharp, bloodthirsty aura that could only be felt during wars. Anyone that saw the state of this worn-out armor would be able to tell the harsh abuse it had to suffer, perhaps even imagine it from the many holes and dents on the armor. This figure was also in a kowtowing position, clearly worshipping what the altar represented. Seeing this figure in silver armor, Su Yang's gaze flickered with a profound light. "So I was right. This Han Xin was indeed a soldier from the lower order," he said, recognizing the silver armor at glance despite seeing only the back. Kiayu silently looked at the kowtowing figure. "I cannot sense any life from him," she said a moment later. Su Yang did not say anything and walked up to Han Xin to get a better look at his face. However, there was no face, only a skeleton head that has been affected by the passing of time. There are also large cracks on this skeleton head, indicating that Han Xin had suffered grave injuries to his head. Even in your final moments, you dedicate it to worshipping the heavenly emperor. How loyal and foolish. Su Yang silently shook his head. From the head to the toes, this whole body is filled with injuries that could easily kill even someone at the divine realm, said Kiayu after examining the skeleton with her spiritual sense. Just what had happened to him? What did he encounter? Did he sustain these injuries after or before arriving in this world? Many questions appeared in Kiayu's head. Su Yang pointed to a few pitch-black spots on the silver armor that seemed to have been burnt by something. The name for this armor is called the Silver King Armor, and they are crafted by using the scales of a silver dragon, a type of dragon that is completely resistant against all types of fire elements. In the entire 4 divine heavens, the only people capable of burning this armor and ignoring the silver dragon's resistance to fire are the people of the Asura god clan. Their most infamous technique, Asura god fire, is capable of burning everything under heavens, even gods, hence why they are so feared by even the most divine of beings. The Asura god clan, could he have received these injuries from the war between the heavenly emperor and the Asura god clan? Kiayu suddenly recalled the war. Although Su Yang remained silent, his hands were tightly grasped into a fist, and the lights in his gaze were wavering from concern. The emotions in his eyes and the worry on his face were so clearly written that even Kiayu was able to see it at ease. However, she didn't know what to say that could possibly help him in this situation, as she has no clue why he was even worried. It is only logical to believe that this Han Xin had confronted someone from the Asura god clan, causing him to suffer these injuries. However, there is nothing here that explains why he is currently here, nor does it give us any clues to returning to the four divine heavens. Su Yang said after taking a moment to calm his emotions. As for the war between the Asura god clan and the Heavenly Emperor, there will be countless casualties like this with even more crueler deaths, just like the First Great War. Su Yang then turned to look at the altar, and just like he'd expected, there was a jade medallion sitting on the altar. This jade medallion is something only soldiers of the Heavenly Emperor are allowed to carry. It gives the holder countless honor and prestige as someone serving directly under the Heavenly Emperor, but even more responsibilities. Su Yang, without even blinking, snatched the jade medallion from the altar and threw it into his storage ring. His actions quickly dumbfounded Kiayu, who was worried that such audacious actions might invoke a lightning tribulation from the angry heavens. What do you plan on doing with that jade medallion? If someone catches you, who is not from any heavenly orders, especially someone from that very heavenly order, you will definitely be branded as a serious offender that dares to impersonate as one of them. And in the eyes of many, that is an offense worse than killing the innocent. After listening to her worries, Su Yang only showed a slight smile. They should feel honored that I am willing to impersonate as one of them, though it is still nothing compared to the other and worse offenses I have been hunted for, he said while laughing. Kiayu was speechless. What could he have possibly done that is worse than impersonating as someone from the heavenly order? Suddenly, she recalled that Su Yang had been thrown into the eternal retribution cliff for an eternity. So he definitely had done something to anger the Heavenly Emperor so much that he was thrown into a place where only the worst criminals in all four divine heavens are sent. For comparison, even the worst criminal in the eternal retribution, Cliff, was sent there after destroying many large cities and massacring millions of innocents solely for entertainment. Not only do you have connections, the Asura god clan, one of the most feared clans in the four divine heavens, but you also, Aya, you are more dangerous of a person than I'd expected. Kiayu sighed loudly. Your mother really didn't tell you anything about me, huh? Su Yang laughed even louder. Indeed, I am not only a scoundrel, but also a criminal hated by the Heavenly Emperor. If you do not feel safe around me, then you can always. Don't even try to shove me away after all this. It is too late now. Kiayu interrupted with a serious expression. I will follow you even if you turn out to be an evil god. Su Yang looked at her with a slightly surprised expression. He then turned around and began walking back towards the direction of the bridge. Besides the worthless Silver King armor that is too beaten up to even salvage, there is nothing else here. Let's go back, he said to her with a calm expression. He then continued. If you want, as long as we can return before the entrance to the third floor disappears, you can use your wooden boat this time. Hearing his words, Kiayu's eyes began sparkling with bright lights. Really? She then quickly retrieved the wooden boat and jumped onto it without wasting any time. Su Yang only lightly smiled at her actions and followed her on board. Chapter 118. Entering the third floor. It's been 4 days since Su Yang and Kiayu disappeared from the start of the bridge on the flying boat. Many more experts have appeared since then, all waiting for the entrance to the third floor to appear. Amongst those experts, there was a few that decided to travel the bridge, not believing the warnings of those that warned them. At this moment, the cultivators that have been cultivating there silently since day one began opening their eyes one by one. Other cultivators quickly took notice of the change in the atmosphere and also paused their cultivation. Soon, everyone there had their eyes wide open in anticipation for the entrance to the third floor to appear. It's here! A few people shouted at the same time as the space before them started twisting in a swirling motion, quickly forming a portal in the shape of a whirlpool. However, the people there did not immediately jump into the portal. They all stood there silently, almost as though they were waiting for something to emerge from the portal. A few seconds later, from within the portal, a middle-aged man walked out in a casual manner. After the middle-aged man appeared from the portal, another individual came out, followed by even more people. People continuously walked out from the portal for many minutes without stop. They were all individuals from the third floor that decided to return to the second floor, as the only path to the third floor is also the only way out. Additionally, almost all of the people that came from the third floor are heavily injured, with either missing limbs or eyes, looking as though they just came back from a battlefield at war. When the cultivators from the second floor saw this scene, their complexions paled instantly, like they'd eaten something rotten by accident. They all knew that the third floor was riddled with danger prior to coming here, even expecting to receive many injuries. But missing limbs. That's career-ending even for cultivators at the Earth Spirit realm. Many people there began rethinking their decision to enter the third floor, fearing that the same that had happened to the people on the third floor might happen to them. Almost everybody there was at the true spirit realm, with a few at the peak of the profound spirit realm. None of them could afford to become a cripple at their cultivation level, or their hopes of reaching the Earth Spirit realm will become an impossible dream. When the last person emerged from the portal, one of the cultivators from the second floor stepped into the portal without any hesitation. After the first one entered the portal, a few others quickly followed. Although the third floor may be filled with danger that could easily turn anyone here into a cripple, the potential rewards are simply too enticing and alluring for many to give up, especially when they had to pay 25 spirit stones to enter this place. In the end, more than half of the people there decided to dive into the third floor. As for those that refused to risk becoming a cripple and remained, they decided to stay on the second floor to search for possible treasures instead. The people from the third floor only glanced at the people entering the portal. They did not even bother to stop or warn them, as the injuries on their bodies speak louder than any words. Half an hour later, after the entrance to the third floor appeared, a wooden boat could be seen speeding towards its direction from a distance. The wooden boat stopped directly on top of the portal, and after another moment, Su Yang jumped from the boat and landed directly in front of the door-sized whirlpool. "How many floors do you think is inside of this legacy tomb?" Kiayu asked him after retrieving the wooden boat back into her storage ring. Most legacy tombs created by cultivators at the divine realm have at most 4 floors, as their cultivation base cannot support any more than that, said Su Yang, and he continued. However, this legacy tomb was created with an inferior spatial space device, so there should at most be 3 floors. Spatial space devices are a type of spiritual treasure with a godlike ability that allows the holder to create their own world in another dimension, without needing anything besides their own cultivation base. However, besides being used as a mean to make legacy tombs, most cultivators actually use spatial space devices to create quiet and undisturbed places so that they can enter closed cultivation without worrying about being distracted by things in the outside world. There are also cultivators that wish to live in isolation and would rarely leave their world. Though these type of individuals are mostly ancient cultivators with unimaginably deep cultivation bases. You can tell the quality of a spatial space created by another individual without deactivating the spatial space device first? How? Feeling surprised, Kiayu asked him. The entrance, Su Yang calmly replied. Only inferior spatial space devices lack the ability to create spatial spaces without requiring a physical entrance that connects the worlds together, such as the giant door. You will not see a physical entrance for spatial space devices at higher qualities if the creator does not wish for one. I see, Kiayu nodded. Anyways, let's see what this dog for the Heavenly Emperor left for us on the 3rd floor, though I wouldn't expect anything too grand from someone at his level. After saying that, Su Yang walked into the whirlpool without even blinking his eyes. Dog for the Heavenly Emperor. Kiayu didn't know how to react to those words. However, she knew that if anyone at the Heavenly Order were to hear Su Yang's insulting name for them, they would surely chase him with raging expressions. Hopefully, we don't run into anyone from the heavenly order once we return to the four divine heavens, or else. Kiayu released a deep sigh before also stepping into the whirlpool. Chapter 119. What a poor fellow. The third floor was a desolate place with a gloomy atmosphere. Like the second floor, there was also a sky present. However, it was a night sky that lacked even a single star, making the place look and feel even more dead, almost like it was a place meant for the dead. If it weren't for the lack of tombs, then one would instantly recognize this place as a graveyard. Su Yong looked around casually. There were no trees or rocks, not even a single blade of grass. I can see many people in groups scattered everywhere in this place. There is not a single person that is by his or herself here, Kiayu said, as her spiritual sense sweeps hundreds of miles of the surrounding desolate land. There are also a few groups currently in combat with zombie beasts at the true spirit realm level. What in this place have the highest threat? Most likely the thing with a cultivation base at the heavenly spirit realm that is currently in hiding, said Kiayu, who could see nearly everything in this place with her spiritual sense, even the places that are still undiscovered by others. What about the treasures? Anything noteworthy? There are 6 cultivation techniques, 2 heaven-grade spiritual treasures, 9 spirit-grade spiritual treasure, and 8 bottles of pills hidden throughout this place. Unlike spiritual treasures, cultivation techniques and pills inside bottles at the lower level does not emit any aura, hence why Kiayu couldn't tell its grade or quality. Even though he's only at the lower order, is this really all he's got on him as a dog for the heavenly emperor? Not even a single divine-grade spiritual treasure. What a poor fellow. Su Yang shook his head in pity. We can ignore the spirit-grade spiritual treasures and the cultivation techniques, as it is simply useless to us both. And I doubt that a mere lower-order soldier would have any precious cultivation technique that is superior to what we currently have, he continued. As for the heaven-grade spiritual techniques and the pills, especially the pills, I want them. Su Yang didn't want to waste effort on things that he didn't need and considered as trash, such as spirit-grade spiritual treasures or cultivation techniques used by a mere divine realm expert. After all, why would he need cultivation techniques when he already has many heaven-defying cultivation techniques that could easily start wars between even gods? I understand the heaven-grade spiritual treasures, but why do you want the pills so badly? Kiayu asked him. We don't even know its effects. If the dog was smart enough, then he should have used all resources with healing properties to heal his injuries, hence why there are only spiritual treasures and cultivation techniques here, said Su Yang, addressing the creator of this legacy tomb as dog naturally now. As for the pills, they are most likely enhancing pills or something that he cannot consume. Even if I cannot use them personally, I still have another use for them. Anyway, let's collect the pills first. Su Yang activated the 9 astral steps and, like a ghost, disappeared from his spot. He ran towards the item that was the closest to them, one of the 8 pill bottles. Wouldn't it be faster to use the flying treasure? Kiayu asked him a logical question. This place is too small to require a flying treasure, and my legs are feeling sluggish from sitting for so many days. Despite finding his reasons odd, Kiayu still silently accepted it and followed him. A few minutes later, they arrive at the place the pill bottle was hidden. It should be right about here. Su Yang suddenly dug his entire hand into the ground, and as though he was punching water, his hand sunk into the ground easily. 2 seconds later, Su Yang pulled his hand out of the ground, and in his grasp was a small bottle with a single white pill inside. Seeing this white pill, Su Yang quickly frowned. What kind of pill is that? Kiayu, who has very little knowledge of pills or alchemy, asked him. It's a colorless pill, basically an incomplete pill, he said in a disappointed voice. An incomplete pill? Kiayu was also puzzled. Why would Han Xin put something so useless and literally worthless inside his legacy tomb? Although uncommon, there are times when people hide unexpected things in their legacy tomb to confuse others. Su Yang shook his head and threw the pill on the ground like trash. If the rest of the pills also turn out to be incomplete pills, I swear I will return to the corpse on the second floor and take it out for the dogs to eat. Such shamelessness, there is a limit. Kiayu only smiled bitterly at his words. They began heading towards the next closest treasure shortly after. A few minutes later, they arrive at the location. This dog? Su Yang smashed the pill bottle in his hands immediately after digging it out of the ground, along with the white pill that was inside. It was another incomplete pill. Kiayu only shook her head at the results. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pill bottles later. Su Yang silently stared at the last pill bottle in his hands. Kiayu, he suddenly called for her in a calm voice. What is it? She replied, her voice a bit stiff. After thinking about it calmly, I have come to the conclusion that no matter what he did when he was still breathing, it would be disrespectful to take my anger out on a corpse. So instead, I will be taking it out on the heavenly emperor, his master. Kiayu didn't know whether to laugh or cry at this point. Although she was also upset that they had wasted their time running around and digging up incomplete pills, she felt that it was worth it since she got to see Su Yang act so childish, a side of him that was very new to her. Chapter 120. How is he so big at such a young age? Although it had taken longer than Kiayu had expected for Su Yang to calm down after having their time and efforts wasted, they started heading for the nearest heaven-grade spiritual treasure. This time, even though they didn't know what kind of spiritual treasure it was, they didn't have to worry about being tricked into digging up worthless trash, since they were able to sense its heaven-grade aura from miles away. Another group had just arrived at the location of the heaven-grade spiritual treasure. 6 true spirit realm cultivators, Kiayu suddenly said. Su Yang calmly nodded, clearly unconcerned that there were already people at their location. In his head, it didn't matter if there was another group, or hundreds of people, near the spiritual treasure if none of them are aware of its existence. Even if they are somehow aware of it, will they be able to obtain it before they arrive to take it for themselves? And within a few minutes, they were able to see with their bare eyes a group of figures in the distance standing around a large puddle of black water, almost big enough to be an entire pond. Ignoring the color of the water that emitted a deadly aura, its existence itself was bizarre enough, seemingly appearing randomly. Why would there suddenly be a large puddle of water when this place has been dry and desolate for hundreds of miles in every direction? It was like finding an oasis in the middle of the desert. It's been many weeks since the discovery of this black oasis, yet nobody has managed to find a way to touch this black water that melts anything it touches. One of the 6 figures sighed. There is no doubt that there is a powerful treasure hidden inside the black oasis, but if even spirit-grade spiritual treasures melt when touching the water, what are the chances of obtaining whatever is inside it? When the black oasis was first found, someone had tried to gauge its depth by sticking his spear that was a spirit-grade spiritual weapon into the water. But alas, the black water had melted nearly the entire spear before the owner realized what had happened. After that incident, nobody dared to touch the water with anything valuable anymore, fearing what had happened to the spirit-grade spear might happen to their own precious treasures. Let's go. There is nothing we can do here. The 6 figures that had arrived at the black oasis decided to leave, but right before they even started moving their legs, 2 figures appeared before them like ghosts. Their sudden appearance easily caused the 6 figures to jump back in shock. Ah, fuck, that scared the shit out of me. One of the 6 figures cried out loud when he realized that they were not zombies. However, the 2 figures, Su Yang and Kiayu, did not react to his words, only staring at the black water with a pondering expression. Jumping out like that here, you are only asking to be hit. Hey. Are you too deaf? Look at your seniors when they are speaking to you. One of the 6 people there, a middle-aged man with a bald head, said with an annoyed expression. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Su Yang started laughing out loud, dumbfounding the group of 6. This dog truly loves to play with people. Without any explanation or hesitation, Su Yang took a step towards the black oasis, directly stepping into the black water. When the group of 6 people saw this, their eyes widened with shock and disbelief. What the foo, is he nuts? That water can melt even spirit-grade spiritual treasures. yet he dares to touch it with his own flesh. The people there expected Su Yang to melt like ice in boiling water in the black oasis, but their eyes began expanding when many seconds passed, and Su Yang was still perfectly fine, even walking towards the center of the black oasis. Impossible. How has he not melted into nothingness by now? See, could it be because of a cultivation technique that he is cultivating? What kind of cultivation technique could possibly make your flesh tougher than spirit-grade spiritual treasures? That's absurd. Then how is he doing that? Su Yang now stood in the center of the black oasis, yet the black water was only up to his stomach. This also dumbfounded the 6 people there, as they didn't expect the black oasis to be so shallow in depth. It was at this moment Su Yang dug his hand into the black water like when he was digging the pill bottles. He pulls it back out a second later, and in his grasp was a short dagger. The entirety of this dagger was black, even its blade that seemed to be made out of a type of crystal. However, if one looked closely into the blade, they would see faint red lines spread across the blade like veins. Su Yang inspected the entire blade for a few seconds, before losing interest and putting it away into his storage ring. In the first place, he did not find daggers appealing because he disliked weapons with short blades, as they annoy him for unknown reasons. However, when the 6 people there saw the black dagger for the first time, their eyes radiated with wonder, looking as though they found the love of their lives. And although they don't know the quality of the black dagger, its tyrannical aura was clearly stronger than any spirit-grade spiritual treasure they have ever seen in their lives. Furthermore, this dagger was able to stay inside the black oasis for God knows how long without melting, something even spirit-grade spiritual treasures are not capable, adding to their expectations and imaginations. The 6 figures' hearts quickly filled itself with desire, and vicious smiles began appearing on their faces once they realized that there were only Su Yang and Kiayu when there were 6 of them. What's more, the 2 of them looked very young and vulnerable, clearly lacking experience when compared to the 6 of them middle-aged men, especially Su Yang and his jade-like skin and fragile-looking body, looking as though he'd never even picked up a sword in his life before. Even if he is cultivating some profound cultivating technique, there are only 2 of them. If we group up, there is no way in hell they could resist us, one of the 6 figures mumbled to his buddies. We can talk about the shares after obtaining the dagger. The 6 figures there quickly agreed on taking the dagger for themselves. However, while the 6 figures were talking to each other, standing a few meters away from them, Kiayu was looking at them with a cold expression on her face, her eyes slightly narrowed. She had clearly heard their mumbling and their plans to rob them, but the 6 figures were not aware of this and continued to mumble to each other. It was at this moment Su Yang began walking back to the land, and the 6 people there instantly turned to look at him with anticipating expressions, their eyes filled with bloodlust. Su Yang was clearly aware of their intentions before sensing their obvious bloodlust, but there was not even the slightest of reaction on his face, making the 6 middle-aged men believe that he was unaware of his inevitable death. However, immediately after Su Yang began walking towards the land, not only the 6 middle-aged men, but even Kiayu's eyes popped out of its sockets from shock. What? Kiayu's jaw suddenly dropped to the ground, and her face flushed red immediately afterward. Look at yourself. Kiayu shouted as she pointed her fingers towards Su Yang's crotch area with one hand and covered her eyes with the other. Su Yang looked down to see his little brother fully exposed and dangling in the air. Although his flesh was fine after touching the black water, the same could not be said for his clothes that had clearly melted the moment it entered the black oasis. However, Su Yang already knew this, so there wasn't any reaction when he saw his exposed crotch. "You are already at the age where you shouldn't feel embarrassment from such things," said Su Yang while shaking his head, "and it's not like it's your first time seeing it." "What? I don't recall ever." Before Kiayu could deny his words, memories of the times when she, as a kid, would innocently follow Su Yang into the bathtub appeared in her head, causing her entire body to stiffen. "Do you remember now? Most of your scolding from Yuehai was also because of that." Su Yang chuckled, making Kiayu feel so embarrassed that she was creating steam with her flushed head. By the time Su Yang was at the edge of the black oasis, there was already a cloud of smoke on top of Kiayu. As for the 6 middle-aged men, they were so dumbfounded by Su Yang's size that they nearly forgot about robbing him. Fuck, how is he so big at such a young age? This just gives me another reason to fucking kill him. They easily became envious of Su Yang's size. Once Su Yang was on land, he retrieved an entirely different set of clothes and quickly replaced his destroyed green robes. Now, with a brand new set of plain white robes, he could no longer be identified as an inner court disciple for the Profound Blossom sect. However, right as Su Yang changed his robes, all of the 6 middle-aged men jumped at him with their weapons tightly grasped in their hands. Hand over the black dagger if you do not want to die. And because Kiayu was too embarrassed to even be aware of her surroundings, she did not react to the 6 true spirit realm cultivators that were heading their way. As for Su Yang, he only glanced at them with an unconcerned look, almost as though he couldn't even be bothered by them. Although I am not too fond of using daggers, I would like to see the effects of this thing. Su Yang retrieved the black dagger from his storage ring and poured some of his profound Kai into it. The instant his profound Kai entered the black dagger, a name resounded in his head. Black Scorpion. That was the name of the dagger, and it echoed into Su Yang's head along with its capabilities. Not bad for a mere heaven grade. When Su Yang praised the Black Scorpion, the red lines within the blade seemingly reacted by glowing brightly, almost as though it was filled with excitement. Let's see if you are as good as you say. Su Yang activated the 9 astral steps and disappeared from where he stood. He then appeared behind the middle-aged man that was behind the other 5 like a ghost. Whoosh. A black arc of light appeared as the Black Scorpion sliced an inch of skin on the back of the middle-aged man. Ah! The man instantly fell to the ground and began screaming in pain. And almost immediately after getting slashed by the Black Scorpion, black lines could be seen appearing everywhere on his body, almost like he was being possessed by a demon. These black lines quickly covered every inch of his body, making his skin black, like a burnt corpse. This was the effect of the Black Scorpion. No matter how small the cut, if its blade catches even a centimeter of its prey's skin, the deadly poison that is within the blade will instantly invade their veins and kill them by killing every single blood cell in their body. When the other 5 middle-aged men saw the horrifying effect of the Black Scorpion, their faces instantly twisted until it became ugly from fear, and their complexion paled, almost like their blood was drained. Despite seeing many gruesome deaths in their life, they were still scared shitless by what they'd just witnessed. Chapter 121. Impossible to obtain. Please wait. Fellow Taoist, why don't we talk about this? That's right, I am sure that we can settle this without shedding any unnecessary blood. The remaining 5 figures raised their hands to surrender to Su Yang, their expression filled with fear. Seeing these 5 people beg for their lives, Su Yang's expression remained nonchalant, his gaze cold, almost as though he was looking at insects that aren't even worth his time. HMPH. After coldly snorting, Su Yang suddenly started running towards the 5 middle-aged men without speaking another word. When the 5 middle-aged men saw this, their face paled even further. One of them even screamed like a girl. Wait. I will give you all of my valuables if you spare my life. One of the middle-aged men loudly shouted, even taking off his storage ring for Su Yang. However, unfortunately for him, Su Yang was someone who wouldn't bother picking up spirit-grade spiritual treasures even if it was directly in front of him. If only you'd silently watched and didn't have any funny ideas. Su Yang mumbled before slashing him with the Black Scorpion, severing his right arm easily. The position began spreading immediately, covering the body of the screaming man with black lines at a faster rate than the previous victim. A few seconds later, his entire body became pitch black, looking like he'd just swam in a pool of ink. After killing the 2nd true spirit realm cultivator, Su Yang moved on to the next closest individual, his eyes emitting a scary amount of bloodlust. He was clearly still in a bad mood because of what had happened with the pill bottles, and now that he has a reason and a method of relieving that anger, what's wrong? Weren't you all talking about stealing this dagger from me with smiles on your faces just moments ago? Come, take it if you can, Su Yang said as he chased the fleeing individual. We were wrong for trying to steal the dagger from you. Please spare our lives. Wrong? No, you were not wrong for trying to take advantage of the weak, as it is only natural in the cultivation world. Your mistake was choosing me as your target? Su Yang instantly caught up to one of the fleeing people using the 9 astral steps and immediately slashed the black scorpion onto the back of the individual. Seconds later, another corpse falls to the ground. The remaining 3 each ran away in a different direction, but with Su Yang's godlike speed, he was able to catch the next one with ease. And another falls victim to the gruesome black scorpion. After another minute, the last 2 true spirit realm cultivators of the original 6 also follows in the same footsteps as their companions, falling to the ground as pitch-black corpses, looking like they'd died after having their body possessed by a devil. And despite all that hunting, there wasn't even a drop of sweat on Su Yang's body. Once he finished killing off the last of the 6 true spirit realm experts, Su Yang felt much better in terms of his mood. He then returned to one of the corpses and retrieved the storage ring that was laying beside him. After looking inside the storage ring for less than a second and deeming that it was all trash, he proceeded to throw everything that was inside the storage ring onto the ground and kept the storage ring. Hey, we are leaving. Su Yang's sudden voice startled Qiayu, who was dazed throughout the whole ordeal. She nodded in slow motion, clearly still dumbfounded by what she saw. As a matter of fact, her mind was still thinking about the thing dangling between Su Yang's legs. It was as though she unable to think about anything else. By the way, what kind of water was that black water? It's my first time seeing something like that. Qiayu asked him as they headed for the next heaven-grade spiritual treasure. That was devouring water. It will devour anything that is not flesh or skin. Although not impossible to find, they are quite uncommon even within the 4 divine realms. I was actually a bit surprised when I first saw it myself. Who would have thought that this dog would throw something like that in his legacy tomb? Then how was the heaven-grade spiritual treasure able to stay inside without being devoured? Although it devours anything but flesh, there are exceptions like the black scorpion, as it contains elements that are similar to the devouring water, dark Kai. Is that so? And as useless as it sounds, this devouring water is actually a paradise for devil cultivators that cultivate mostly dark Kai. Since it does not harm their flesh, they would bath in it and cultivate like that, increasing their cultivation by leaps and bounds. If the people that first discovered the Black Oasis were not a bunch of cowards, they might have been able to obtain the Black Scorpion before Su Yang. But after seeing a spirit-grade spiritual treasure melt like butter in hot water, they did not dare to touch it with anything else, much less their own flesh. However, nobody could really blame them for that, as it was only logical to stay away from something that dangerous-looking. If anything, only madmen or utter fools would dare to touch something that could melt spiritual treasures with their own flesh. 10 minutes later, there is also a group at that location, and there are over a dozen people this time. Qiayu said to Su Yang the moment she sensed their presence with her spiritual sense, though Su Yang only nodded with a calm expression. He couldn't care less if there was 10 people or even 100, as they all amounted to the same thing in his eyes: nothing. They stopped moving a little bit later and stood a few hundred meters away from the group of people, silently watching their every movement. There were exactly 24 people standing around a large rock, but they were standing there like stone statues, looking like they have been in the same position for days. And their gaze were all staring intensively at the white cat that was standing on top of the rock with a proud and arrogant atmosphere surrounding it. Seeing its white fur and silver eyes, Su Yang's eyes suddenly flickered with a profound light. That's... But before Su Yang could even finish his sentence, Qiayu said in a surprised tone, "It's a ghost cat. To think I'd get to see such a rare species here, how unexpected. Silver ghost cats are rarely found even in the 4 divine realms, because of their camouflage ability that allows them to turn completely invisible to both the eyes and sense for a brief moment. And paired up with their crazy speed and bashful nature, many people live their lives without ever seeing one, much less catch one. This dog for the Heavenly Emperor is truly an exotic being. Not only did he manage to find devouring water, but even managed to throw a ghost cat into his legacy tomb. I highly doubt that he'd caught this ghost cat with his cultivation base, so how did he get it in here? Su Yang wondered in amazement. He then looked at the group of people and chuckled slightly, silently laughing for these people that clearly have no idea what they are dealing with. Even experts at the ancient realm would have headaches when they hear the name ghost cat. Yet you want to catch it with your cultivation base. Even if you bring 1,000,000 people with similar cultivation, the ghost cat will still be able to easily stroll around in front of your eyes without being caught. Su Yang shook his head. Luckily for these people, ghost cats are not known for being aggressive. As a matter of fact, there has never been a case of a ghost cat injuring humans, much less attack them. If not, then it would be a catastrophe not only for these people, but also the outside world. But doesn't this make it impossible for us to obtain too? Kiayu said with a weird expression. Even if I bring out my fastest flying treasure, the ghost cat will just go invisible and disappear like a real ghost. It will only be a waste of time if we try to catch that ghost cat with our pitiful cultivation base. It's only a heaven-grade spiritual treasure. We don't need it. Su Yang said, already turning around to leave. Hell, he'd already given up on the heaven-grade spiritual treasure that was hanging on the neck of the ghost cat the second he realized what he was looking at. After all, only an utter fool would try to catch that thing despite knowing very well its capabilities. Kiayu continued to look at the ghost cat that stood there arrogantly for a few more seconds before also turning to leave. While she didn't feel anything about missing out on a mere heaven-grade spiritual treasure, she was definitely disheartened at the fact that she was feeling powerless in this place that was not even the 4 divine realms, even feeling a bit aggravated. However, there was nothing she could do about it, as her opponent was an infamous ghost cat that would cause headaches even for cultivators far stronger than her. Don't feel too bad about it, said Su Yang after noticing the changes on her face. Even if I had my original cultivation base, I wouldn't want to chase one of those things. Kiayu nodded, but she was clearly still disheartened. After leaving the ghost cat alone, Su Yang decided that it was time to search for the 6 cultivation techniques that are hidden in this place. Though his expectations are basically non-existent at this point after all that he's encountered so far. And shortly after they started searching, Su Yang found his first cultivation technique, and it was hidden basically the same way as the pill bottles, inside the dry ground. Lightning strike. After taking a quick glance at the technique, Su Yang quickly deemed that it was an earth-grade technique before putting it into his storage ring. While he personally has no use for the technique, he planned on giving it to the Profound Blossom sect once he returns. Once it was in his storage ring, they began heading towards the next one at a pace that was faster than before. After spending 1 whole hour traveling every direction without rest, they finally obtained all 6 cultivation techniques. In the end, there were 3 mortal-grade techniques, 2 earth-grade and 1 heaven-grade. Not even an immortal-grade technique. What kind of divine realm expert is this dog to not own a single immortal-grade technique? Did he not also work for the Heavenly Emperor? Surely he should have obtained at least 1 or 2 divine-grade cultivation technique from the Heavenly Emperor. Su Yang was beginning to believe the possibility that Han Xin had stashed away his real wealth somewhere else, because it would be hard for anyone, and not just him, to believe that someone who had worked for the Heavenly Emperor would have so little things in his possession, much less his legacy tomb meant for his successor. There's nothing else here besides that thing with the cultivation base of a heavenly spirit realm expert, Kiayu said. Heavenly spirit realm, huh? While I am aware of the fact that I am not even at the level where I can fight with real earth spirit realm experts head-on, much less heavenly spirit realm, I have yet to use my own cultivation base to its full extent. Su Yang pondered to himself. Because this is his first time cultivating a supreme technique like the celestial body refining scripture. Even he cannot say for sure how powerful he currently is without seeing for himself in combat. And although he'd already killed the previous patriarch of the Profound Blossom sect, who was at the Earth Spirit realm, Su Yang didn't consider him as a real Earth Spirit realm expert because not only did he lack techniques, but he also had almost no experience in combat. Kiayu, I want to see for myself the limits of this body that has cultivated one of the 7 sublime scripture, the celestial body refining scripture, so I will be fighting it alone. Su Yang said to Kiayu with a serious expression. He wanted to test his limits. He wanted to see just how powerful the celestial body refining scripture truly is. He wanted to use his cultivation base without holding back. Kiayu looked at him with wide eyes filled with shock. But because she was also curious about the effects of literally the best cultivation technique in the universe, she did not try to stop him. If anything, she was confident that she would be able to protect him if anything were to happen. "Are you sure?" she asked him just in case. "When am I ever unsure?" Su Yang replied with a smile. "If anything goes wrong, I'm sure that you will be able to handle it with ease." Kiayu nodded. Chapter 122, Are you really human? Are you sure about this? Kiayu asked him one last time as they stood in the middle of a vast and empty area. "Do I really have to repeat myself?" Su Yang calmly said. "And remember to not interfere unless the situation is really that grave." Kiayu nodded. She then looked to the ground with a sharp gaze, sending a tiny amount of her profound Kai into the ground, causing whatever it had touched to tremble. A few moments later, the ground started to shake, and an ancient-sounding voice echoed in the air, creating a small ripple in the air. "Whoever dares to disturb my slumber, apologize with your life." Boom! The ground a few meters away from where Su Yang stood suddenly exploded, and a large shadow leaped into the air from where the explosion occurred a second later. When the shadow landed on the ground, it instantly turned its bony body to look at Su Yang and Kiayu with its glowing red eyes. This large figure was a little bit over 2 meters tall, had a bony physique that looked as though it has lived its entire life without a day not starving, and its skin was so sickly pale that it was gray, looking like a real corpse. Its limbs were also abnormally long, nearly exceeding its own body length. "A ghoul, how fitting for this place and its atmosphere," Su Yang said. "Be careful, it's at the 2nd level of the heavenly spirit realm," Kiayu said to him. "There are only 2 humans." When the ghoul saw only 2 young-looking humans, its gaze flickered with disappointment. Only a child at the true spirit realm and a mortal without a cultivation base. How disappointing. Even if I eat the both of you, it will not fill the gap between my teeth. The ghoul sighed loudly. As for the reason why it saw Kiayu as a mortal, it was because her cultivation base was too high for the ghoul to see. Hearing the ghoul's words, Su Yang smiled slightly, and he spoke loudly. "Ah, how disappointing that it is not a true heavenly spirit realm expert. Unlike real humans, this thing with half-baked intelligence would not be able to put up a proper fight. Truly a pity." When the ghoul heard Su Yang's obvious provoking words, its red eyes darkened, turning dark red. "A mere child dares to mock my intelligence." The ghoul sneered, its gaze filled with killing intent. "Not to mention, from your way of speaking, a true spirit realm little brat like you actually desires to fight me, who is at the heavenly spirit realm? Ha ha ha. As expected of humans, how foolish." The creepy laughter of the ghoul echoed in all direction, alerting many experts within the area. Su Yang's expression remained nonchalant to the ghoul's loud scorning. He then retrieved the black scorpion from his storage ring and held it in front of his chest, looking like he was trying to present it to the ghoul. "That is." The laughter instantly stopped at the appearance of the black scorpion, and the ghoul looked at the black dagger in Su Yang's grasp with a serious expression. "A heaven-grade spiritual treasure. In the hands of a child. What a waste of a good treasure. Why don't I take it off your hand and accept it as your apology for your rude remarks just now? With your life as a bonus, of course." The ghoul began approaching Su Yang with slow but wide steps. Seeing this, Su Yang shook his head. Killing you would be too easy if I were to use this, so I will instead fight you with these." As he finished his sentence, he withdrew the black scorpion back into the storage ring and raised his fists. He intended to fight the heavenly spirit realm ghoul with his bare hands. One would expect the ghoul to burst out in laughter at his actions, however. The ghoul did not laugh at such foolishness. Instead, it felt ridiculed by Su Yong's actions, and its ugly face twisted with anger, becoming even uglier. "Die, you pathetic little human." The ghoul suddenly sprang forward, leaping at Su Yong at an incredibly fast speed. Seeing this, Su Yong did not move. He remained standing there with a calm expression. If others were to see this scene, they would definitely believe that the reason why Su Yong didn't move was that he couldn't react to the ghoul's speed. But in the eyes of an expert like Kiayu, she could easily see in Su Yong's eyes that he was following every movement the ghoul made. Not to mention the profound changes currently happening inside his body that could only be sensed with a powerful spiritual sense. Suddenly, right before the ghoul's fist that was backed by the cultivation base of a heavenly spirit realm expert slammed into his chest, a golden light flickered within his eyes. Boom! The ghoul's fist landed directly on Su Yong's chest, sending him flying backward like a broken rag. The impact of the punch was so hard that there was a slight ripple in the air at where Su Yong was hit. It was not something someone at the Earth Spirit Realm would be able to handle, much less a true Spirit Realm expert like him. However, the ghoul's reaction after hitting Su Yong was rather abnormal. It looked at its own fist with a frown on its face, and its red eyes were flickering with a pondering light. "What is your body made of?" the ghoul suddenly said. It then wondered. Why did it feel like I was hitting a steel wall? Many meters away, where Su Yong landed after falling from the air, he slowly stood up and patted the dust off his clothes, before wiping the blood that was at the corner of his lips. That is the strength of someone at the heavenly spirit realm. "It's much weaker than I'd expected," Su Yong said after dusting himself in a casual manner, looking nothing like he had just been punched by a heavenly spirit realm expert. If it was anyone else at the true spirit realm, there was no doubt that a mere punch from the ghoul would have instantly created a hole in their chest. "Are you really human?" Even with its limited intelligence, the ghoul began to doubt Su Yong being human. After all, no human should be able to survive its punch that was backed by its entire cultivation base, much less a child at the true spirit realm. Chapter 123. Like a punching bag, Su Yong calmly inspected his body while he wiped the blood from his lips. So this is the prowess of the celestial body refining scripture, truly divine and mythical. Although he'd taken a punch straight in the chest from an expert at the heavenly spirit realm, something that could easily kill a true spirit realm expert like him, he's managed to receive only minor injuries. As a matter of fact, not only did he not receive any life-threatening injuries, his body was actually exploding with rich, profound Kai. However, while it may seem like there is a vast difference between a true spirit realm and a heavenly spirit realm to the people of this world, we are still within the 7 mortal realms of cultivation. It's nothing when compared to the differences within the divine realms. In the 4 divine heavens, the 7 mortal realms is merely the beginning of the cultivation path, whereas the people of this world see the 7 mortal realms as the limit of cultivation. "Are you really human?" The dumbfounded voice of someone who just witnessed a miracle suddenly echoed in Su Yong's ears. Su Yong then turned to look at the ghoul, who was in clear disbelief, its eyes as big and round as saucers. "Are you really at the heavenly spirit realm?" Su Yong said in return. "I barely felt that punch." "You arrogant little brat." The ghoul suddenly dashed forward again, its fist exploding with profound Kai. "I don't know what tricks you had used just now, but I don't believe that you can do it again." Seeing the large entity charging towards him, Su Yong didn't even flinch. If he didn't allow the ghoul to hit him just now, would it even be able to touch a hair on him, much less hit him for a second time? A mysterious aura suddenly surrounded Su Yong, and right before the ghoul's bare eyes, Su Yong disappears into thin air like a ghost. What? Where did he go? Baffled by his sudden disappearance, the ghoul began looking around frantically. "I'm here." The ghoul swung backward the instant he heard Su Yong's voice coming from behind him, but alas, its fists touched nothing but empty air. The next instant, "Where are you looking?" Boom! An explosive sound echoed as a ripple filled with profound Kai spread in every direction. Su Yong had appeared out of thin air and landed a powerful punch directly on the ghoul's face, sending it flying the next moment. It was so sudden that the ghoul didn't comprehend the situation until it had fallen flat on the ground, its mouth filled with dirt. How is this possible? The ghoul quickly stood up and looked at Su Yong's tall figure with eyes filled with shock and disbelief. How could a mere true spirit realm human like him display such incredible speed and explosive power that could rival even a heavenly spirit realm expert? Even the most gifted genius in this world couldn't possibly ignore such a vast difference in levels. Unless a profound gaze flickered within the ghoul's eyes, almost as though it had understood something. You are actually hiding your true cultivation base with some technique, disguising yourself as a cultivator at the true spirit realm. However, despite its own words, the ghoul still found it hard to believe that a technique that could hide one's cultivation base so flawlessly could possibly exist. Hearing the ghoul's words, Su Yong only smiled slightly, not even bothering to correct its statement. "You are a cunning human that I give you, however, I barely felt that attack just now." The ghoul wiped the dirt off its body as though it had only tripped and fell, looking perfectly fine even after taking a direct hit to the face. "Your speed is indeed impressive, but alas, I cannot say the same for your power, as it only tickled my skin." Although Su Yong's attack may have seemed powerful from the impact, it wasn't anywhere near enough to penetrate the ghoul's naturally tough skin. Perhaps it would have injured a human at the heavenly spirit realm, but in the eyes of beasts and in human beings such as this ghoul that are all born with superior and unique traits when compared to humans, Su Yong's raw strength was indeed laughable. And naturally, Su Yong, who was an immortal in his past life, was very well aware of the fact that his punch just now didn't do any damage to the ghoul the moment his fist connected with its face. Is that so? Without any warnings, Su Yong activated the 9 astral steps and disappeared from his spot. Boom! The next instant, another powerful ripple filled the air. "It's useless. No matter how many times you hit me, I won't feel a thing from your attacks. Ahahaha." The ghoul roared with laughter as it quickly got back up to its feet after taking another direct hit from Su Yong. Seeing it laugh so foolishly, Su Yong also smiled, thinking to himself quietly, "This thing is a perfect punching bag for me to get used to my unfamiliar body and strength." He then raised his fists and continued to bombard the ghoul with countless punches. And because the ghoul is incapable of reacting to Su Yong's shocking speed, it stood there without retaliating. Though, because it couldn't feel any real pain from the punches, the ghoul continued to laugh, almost as though it had become crazy. Currently, every expert that is within the 3rd floor were all looking towards the same general direction with awe in their gaze. What madness is going on over there? A cultivator at the Earth Spirit realm mumbled in a dumbfounded voice as waves of powerful ripples filled with profound Kai swept the 3rd floor endlessly. From the profound Kai within the ripples, I can tell that it's a fight between 2 heavenly spirit realm experts. But this, I have never seen such a fierce fight before. Another individual expressed his impressions that were filled with awe. It was not just these 2 experts. Everybody that was within the 3rd floor was all feeling awe and shock from seeing so many powerful ripples fill the dark sky, wondering what kind of fight could create such a scene. And within minutes, experts from all over the 3rd floor all began making their way towards the direction the ripples were coming from, quickly approaching the battlefield where Su Yong and the ghoul was fighting. The people had expected 2 profound experts fighting prior to arriving, but alas, when they arrived, they were baffled to witness the scene of a young man beating some kind of monster, treating it as though it was a punching bag. The fight was so one-sided that it couldn't even be called a fight. And as for the 2 fighting, Su Yong looked more of a monster than the ghoul in the eyes of the people watching. They were so baffled by the scene that they couldn't comprehend the situation even after watching for many minutes. What is that tall monster? Where did it come from? Why isn't it retaliating? And the biggest question in the spectator's head was, who the hell is that young man? How could he treat such a fearsome creature as though it was only a punching bag? After some time, when the people finally calmed down, they realized something that would have been better for them if they hadn't noticed it. But alas, even if they tried, how could they possibly ignore the obvious profound Kai of a true spirit realm expert coming from Su Yang? What? That young man? He's only at the true spirit realm. What? Impossible. How could someone at the true spirit realm display such speed and power? Many people there were quick to curse at such a foolish statement, but when they took a closer look at Su Yang, their eyes popped out from its sockets from shock. He's really only at the true spirit realm. When the people there confirmed Su Yang's cultivation base, an intense feeling of shock consumed everybody there, almost as if they just witnessed the sky fall. But how is that possible? That monster clearly has a heavenly spirit realm cultivation base. It is simply impossible for someone at the true spirit realm to fight with a heavenly spirit realm master evenly, much less dominate them in such a brutal fashion. All of the Earth Spirit Realm experts there expressed confusion and disbelief. Although only a few of them have personally seen for themselves the strength of a Heavenly Spirit Realm expert, they were all aware of their superior prowess. It was unthinkable for these Earth Spirit Realm experts to fight with one on equal terms, much less a young man at the true Spirit Realm. That's it. I must be dreaming. This is all a dream. One expert at the Earth Spirit Realm nearly broke down just by witnessing the illogical scene before him. Within the large crowd of spectators that were watching the one-sided fight between Su Yang and the ghoul, a young lady was covering her mouth with her fair hands, her eyes wide with shock and many other emotions. However, the shock the young lady was experiencing was completely different from what everybody else there was feeling, and her mind was not on the fight. Instead, her full concentration was directly on Su Yang, whose face could only be seen every once in a while because of his speed. Her expression looked as though she had just met someone who she'd believed was long dead for the longest, almost like she was looking at someone who shouldn't exist, and after another moment of silence, the young lady mumbled in a shivering voice, elder brother?" Boom. The ghoul was sent flying once again, but Su Yang didn't chase after it this time around and allowed it to fall on the ground. "Ha ha ha ha. Is that all you've got? I nearly fell asleep because of how good it felt." The ghoul, unsurprisingly, managed to stand up without any problems. As a matter of fact, it even looked refreshed, almost as though it had just received a body massage. When the spectators saw the nonchalant attitude of the ghoul and noticed its healthy body despite taking so many powerful strikes for so many minutes, their hearts were filled with horror and shock. Just how powerful is this monster? They all wondered with fearful gazes. Where did all these humans come from? The ghoul finally noticed the crowd of people watching them. "Well, it doesn't matter, as I will be killing them after I kill you," it said with intense killing intent radiating from its dreadful aura, sending shivers into the spines of everyone there. The ghoul then turned to look at Su Yang and spoke with a creepy smile. "Why did you stop? Did you run out of profound Kai? What will you do now? If you don't have anything else to entertain me with, I will kill you. Have you ever swung a sword in the same position endlessly for an entire day without any breaks? It's just like beating you. Boring," Su Yang said calmly. He then continued, "I now have a better understanding of my own body and prowess thanks to you, so the least I can do is to let you die a quick and painless death." The ghoul no longer smiled and stared at Su Yang with its red eyes narrowed and killing intent soaring. "And how will you achieve that when you can't even?" Before the ghoul could even finish its sentence, a sharp aura that contained a tyrannical power that caused even the ghoul to become nervous suddenly surrounded Su Yang. The aura's spirit was sharp like a sword and emitted a feeling of dominance that was similar to a sovereign, instantly filling the air with pressure. This is the aura of a sword master. When the spectators felt the sharp aura coming from Su Yang, nearly all of them fell to their knees from shock. Hell, Even the ghouls seemed to be frozen from shock. Just how many more heaven-defying abilities does this young man have? Is he really just a young man? There are many ways for me to kill you without doing this, but I want to see the limits of my body, as I don't usually get the chance to go all out without looking like a bully. With a sharp aura spiraling around his figure like a small tornado, Su Yang, who currently gave the impression of an ancient sword master that could split the heaven in two with just his aura alone, began approaching the ghoul in small steps with his right arm slightly raised. And in the eyes of the ghoul, Su Yang's straight arm had suddenly turned into real swords due to the aura that surrounded him. It was a weapon that looked even more terrifying than the heaven-grade spirit treasure before. 9 astral steps. Su Yang activated the 9 astral steps, and in the countless pairs of eyes that were watching closely, disappeared into thin air like a ghost. Chapter 124. I have been looking everywhere for you. The instant Su Yang disappeared, the ghoul instinctively jumped backward, its body filled with sweat from the dreadful pressure that surrounded him. But alas, the moment the ghoul jumped back, it felt something enter its body, almost like it had been possessed by a ghost. Where do you think you're going? Su Yang suddenly appeared directly in front of the ghoul. Wah! The ghoul's red eyes widened with terror the instant Su Yang's face appeared before it, but before it could even open its mouth to scream, its vision blackened. Immediately after the ghoul lost conscious, a line appeared on its body from the top of its head until it reached its pelvis area, cleanly separating its body in half like it had been sliced by a sharp sword, and black-colored blood sprayed everywhere. After confirming the ghoul's death, Su Yang retrieved the overflowing sword intent that was still filling the area, calming the atmosphere once again. Celestial body refining scripture, truly a marvelous technique and worthy to be one of the 7 heavenly sublime scriptures. To skip almost 2 cultivation realm and kill a heavenly spirit realm monster while being only in the true spirit realm, even coming out nearly unscathed. Su Yang was pleasantly surprised and elevated by the results of cultivating the celestial body refining scripture. Though because it was a monster with limited intelligence, the results might be much different if he were to fight a human. Seeing that the fight was finally over, Kiayu went back to Su Yang's side. This went better than expected. I did not expect you to dominate that thing so much that it couldn't even retaliate. Kiayu openly expressed her surprise the moment she arrived by his side. While she did not doubt that he would come out victorious, she didn't think he'd be able to dominate the ghoul in such a fashion, not to mention the abrupt sword intent that had sent chills even down her spine. But that's expected from one of the best cultivation techniques in the universe. Truly heaven-defying. The level differences may seem vast at the mortal realms, but they are nothing when compared to the divine realms. I may be able to skip levels and fight those with a much higher cultivation base right now, but who knows what will happen once I enter the divine realm or the ancient realm, said Su Yang, who wasn't as optimistic as Kiayu. Now, what do we do? She then asked him. There is nothing else to do here. Then, before Su Yang could even open his mouth to speak, a loud voice resounded from behind him, one that was filled with excitement. Elder Brother Yang. When Su Yang turned around, there was a young lady running towards his direction with slight tears in her eyes. Who? Su Yang raised an eyebrow at the approaching young lady who seemed to recognize him. Elder Brother Yang. Are you really Elder Brother Yang? What happened to you? Where have you been for an entire year? I have been looking everywhere for you. The young lady bombarded Su Yang with dozens of questions before she'd even reached him. Ooh, who are you? Su Yang asked the young lady that was clearly very familiar with him. A. When the young lady heard his question and saw the confusion within his eyes, her running legs quickly slowed down before coming to a halt. Don't make such untasteful jokes, Elder Brother Yang. It's me, Su Yin. The young lady introduced herself as Su Yin, and Su Yang immediately realized her identity and understood the situation. She was clearly someone from the Su family, and more importantly, she was probably his sibling in this world. However, even though he was aware of such facts, Su Yang couldn't feel anything from seeing her. After all, he doesn't have any memories of her. Even if he retained the memories of the previous Su Yang, he most likely wouldn't feel any different at this moment. And not wanting to get involved with her or this Su family, Su Yang said, "You must have mistaken me as someone else. I do not know any Su Yin." "No way." Su Yin's eyes widened with shock after hearing his words, even showing signs of distress. "Be but your face, your tall and slim figure, even your smell, you are clearly the elder brother Yang that I know." She refused to believe that she could have possibly mistaken someone else as her beloved brother. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the area changed once again. However, there was no threatening feeling in the air, so Su Yang and Qiayu only calmly looked around. A few moments later, the space above the ghoul's corpse began twisting. Seconds later, a blue vortex suddenly appears out of thin air, looking like a portal of some sorts. Once the vortex stabilized itself, Su Yang said to Qiayu, "Let's go." Qiayu nodded and followed without a word. "Wait, elder brother Yang." Su Yin called for him loudly, but Su Yang ignored her and continued to approach the portal. Qiayu glanced at Su Yin with the corner of her eyes. Although she was curious about her relationship with Su Yang, she couldn't bring herself to ask, as it was none of her business. Very quickly, Su Yang and Qiayu entered the portal, disappearing from everyone's view. "Where do you think that portal will take us?" someone from the crowd asked. "Probably to the 4th floor." People began speculating that the portal would lead them to the 4th floor, but nobody there followed after Su Yang entered even after many minutes. After all, nobody there dared to enter the 4th floor without making any preparations, especially after witnessing such a fearsome monster like the ghoul. If there are already heavenly spirit realm beings on the 3rd floor, what dreadful monsters would exist on the 4th floor? Many people were too afraid to even imagine. However, Su Yin, who was still filled with confusion and mixed emotions from her encounter with Su Yang, did not care about such dangers and approached the blue vortex. "Wait, Lady Su, you can't go in there now." "Lady Su, what happened? Why did you run out there by yourself? Did you know that young man who defeated the monster over there?" A few figures quickly appeared beside Su Yin to stop her from entering the portal. Some of them looked around the same age as her, and others were a bit older, looking like their guardians or some sorts. "But I have to go after elder brother Yang. There is clearly something wrong with him," Su Yin said, struggling to free herself from the people that was preventing her from getting any closer to the portal. "Elder brother Yang, your elder brother that went missing since a year ago." One of them that understood the situation asked her. Su Yin nodded. "But he didn't recognize me, his own sister. He had most likely lost his memories due to some unfortunate accident." "Miss Su, although I understand your situation and your feelings to an extent, it is too dangerous to enter that portal without any information. Let's not act rashly and wait until we have more information before entering," said one of the middle-aged man. "Our sect will not be able to withstand your father's wrath if anything were to happen to you who is currently in our care. Please understand." Su Yin immediately turned quiet. Additionally, he was strong enough to defeat a monster at the heavenly spirit realm. "I'm positive that no matter what is on the other side of the portal, it will most likely pose no threat to him." Just as Su Yin opened her mouth, the blue vortex trembled and turned into smoke within seconds, quickly disappearing from the place. "Huh, where did the portal go? Wasn't that the entrance to the 4th floor?" The people there were bewildered by the vortex's disappearance. Why did it suddenly disappear? What was on the other side of the portal? They were all questions that may never be answered. No, elder brother Yang. Su Yin immediately burst into tears when she realized that she'd once again lost her elder brother without any idea about his location, feeling the same despair that she felt when he first went missing 1 year ago. "Miss Su, Lady Su." Her companions were startled by her reactions. It was a side of her that none of them have witnessed before, almost like watching an apple suddenly turn into an orange. And because not a single one of them knew how to react in this situation, they could only stand there silently until she calms down. Chapter 125, Treasure Room. After entering the portal, Both Su Yang and Kiayu were teleported into a large hallway that was filled with mountains of silver and gold and spirit stones and other valuable things. The place was clearly a treasure room, one filled with riches and treasures that Ainz had obtained throughout his life. Wow, this place is a mess. Kiayu was slightly taken aback by the amount of random things that are stashed in this treasure room and how unorganized it was. Almost like everything was just thrown in here without a care in the world. Are we going to take any of these? Knowing how Su Yang doesn't like to pick up trash, Kiayu asked him. From what she could see with her spiritual sense, there was mostly money here with nothing truly noteworthy or valuable in the eyes of Su Yang. But if it was anyone else in his shoes now, they would have already fainted from pleasure the moment they stepped into this treasure room. How much space does your storage ring have? Can it fit all of the spirit stones and spiritual treasures here? Su Yang asked her. He intended on taking everything but the silvers and gold. This included the cultivation techniques that are scattered everywhere like a bunch of old and useless scrolls. It should fit them all without a problem, she quickly replied. Good, throw everything that isn't money into it. Everything. What are you going to do with so many things? Kiayu was curious about his intentions. He, who couldn't even bother looking at spirit-grade spiritual treasures, was willing to pick up everything here. Why the sudden change of heart? I have no use for any of these things here, but since I am already here and these things are in front of me, it'd be a waste to just leave them alone. And although it is only temporary, I am still the current patriarch for the Profound Blossom sect. Indeed, the only reason Su Yang wanted to plunder the things here was because of the Profound Blossom sect. While it is only temporary, Su Yang did promise Liu Lanjai that he'd take care of the sect if she accepted him as the patriarch. Kiayu nodded, and with a mere wave of her sleeves, a sudden gust of wind appeared within the treasure room, picking up everything that wasn't silver and gold in the room and throwing them directly into her storage ring. And within seconds, the entire treasure room was looted, leaving only the gold and silvers behind. A few moments later, the two of them began walking towards the end of the hallway, where a large door existed. Although this is only a guess, behind this door should be the control room for this world, said Su Yang. If we overwrite that dog's authority and make this world recognize us as the new masters, we will be able to control this world as though it's our own. After opening the door, they were able to see very clearly that the room was empty with the exception of the stone stand that stood in the center of the room. And on this stone stand was a crystal ball that continuously flickered with dazzling blue lights. The instant Su Yang saw the room, he knew that his guess was correct. This place was indeed the control room. If they take control of the crystal ball, they will become the new masters of this fake world. My current cultivation base is not even a little bit enough to activate the crystal ball, much less control it, so you will have to be the one do it. Su Yang said to Kiayu. But I have never touched a spatial space device before, she quickly said. If she has never operated a spatial space device before, how could she possibly do something as complicated as overwriting another individual's spatial space device? Don't worry, you will not be doing this alone. I will guide you from the beginning to the end. Okay. First place your hand on the crystal ball, then send your profound Kai into it until you could see the command symbol for this spatial space device in your head. Su Yang began explaining to Kiayu every step of the procedure. The command symbol? What does it look? Just as she was about to ask him what the command symbol looked like, a complex yet beautiful symbol appeared in her conscious. The symbol was so clear and looked so realistic in her head that its sudden appearance had startled her. That's the command symbol, the key to controlling this world, said Su Yang. However, despite being dead, that dog's profound Kai is still in the command symbol, so you will have to overwrite it by forcing all of his profound Kai out with your own profound Kai. You should feel his profound Kai within the symbol. You are right, there is the profound Kai of a divine realm master covering the symbol. It will take some time, but you will be the new master once you push out all of that dog's profound Kai. Kiayu nodded. She then concentrated all of her focus on the large command symbol in her conscious, filling it with her profound Kai. Although it was filling up slowly, her profound Kai was pushing out Han Xin's profound Kai without much resistance. Such results are simply because of Qiayu's superiority in profound Kai, showing clearly the vast difference between their raw abilities. Time slowly passed, and Qiayu eventually became engrossed in trying to overwrite the command symbol in her head. Minutes turned into hours, and hours turned into days. Without realizing it, an entire week had gone by since Qiayu started taking control of the spatial space device. Soon after the blue vortex disappeared, the people there returned to whatever they were doing before rushing to watch the fight between Su Yang and the ghoul. However, even after many days had passed, not a single soul that had personally witnessed the fight could get the scene of Su Yang dominating the ghoul out of their head, especially the spine-chilling moment when Su Yang brought out his sword intent. It was such an awe-inspiring moment that they can't close their eyes without their body trembling. Almost like a curse had been placed onto their souls, forcing them to remember that scene. As for Su Yin, who took some time to calm down after separating with Su Yang, she immediately left the divine doors. However, right as she exited the divine doors, she was approached by an old man who heavily gasping for air. "Why, young lady?" The old man was precisely the old man that had returned to the Su family to report Su Yang's appearance after their encounter at the divine doors. After reporting to the head of the Su family, Su Yin's father, he ran back to the divine doors without any rest in hopes to prevent Su Yin meeting with Su Yang, hence why he's currently out of breath. Senior Tao. Su Yin's eyes became teary again upon seeing the old man, and she approached him with wide steps. Elder brother Su, I have finally found elder brother Su. He's still alive. I saw him on the 3rd floor of the divine doors. What? When Senior Tao heard her words, his eyes widened and his mind blanked. He was having trouble understanding her simple words, or he just didn't want to believe what he just heard was true. We have to hurry back home and tell father, Su Yin continued. And without allowing Senior Tao to speak another word, she ran past him and towards the direction he'd just come from. Senior Tao could only stand there and watch Su Yin disappear in the distance. What he feared the most had become reality. Not only did Su Yang return to the northern region, but he also managed to meet with Su Yin again. This is bad. At this rate, all of Lord Su's effort would have been in vain. No, it is already too late. The young lady has finally reunited with Su Yang. It will only be a matter of time before she finds out the truth and why he went missing a year ago. Once that happens, who knows what she'll do to the family? Filled with fear and uncertainty, Senior Tao immediately chased after Su Yin. Chapter 126, Filled with Guilt. Qiayu slowly opened her eyes, her head feeling a bit lightheaded. It had taken her an entire week to completely overwrite Han Xin's authority over the command symbol, making it her own. Finished? Qiayu nodded. Good, now force everyone out of here, said Su Yang. This is no longer a legacy tomb, but your private property. Qiayu nodded again, and she used her profound Kai to activate the crystal ball once again. A few moments later, every single soul within the legacy tomb was teleported outside. This sudden event had stupefied the thousands of people there, causing them to look around with puzzled expressions. Why were they suddenly outside the legacy tomb? A few of the people tried going back into the legacy tomb after being teleported out, but alas, the 2 large doors were tightly shut and wouldn't budge no matter how much they tried pushing it. What is going on here? You better have a good explanation for this, Su family. Especially with the entrance fee that is damn near extortion. Yeah, or I want my money back. I was literally in there for only half an hour. Unsurprisingly, the people there went from being puzzled to being angry, and a ruckus quickly arose at the area outside of the legacy tomb. However, seeing the countless angry people yelling at them for an explanation, the workers from the Su family that was there didn't know how to react, as they were just as puzzled as everyone there. Hurry. Send a message to Lord Su immediately. Tell him that we have an emergency here. Everyone, please calm down while we contact the Su family for an explanation. Lord Su, there has been an accident at the divine doors. A servant rushed to report to the head of the Sioux family the situation at the Divine Doors the second he received the message from a jade slip meant for long-distance communication. What did you just say? Everyone was suddenly teleported out of the Divine Doors without any warning, and even the entrance had closed. What is going on? Lord Sioux deeply frowned on his seat, his pondering expression filled with bewilderment. What should we do about this situation, Lord Sioux? The people there are making quite a commotion even as we speak. They are also asking for a refund, if we don't give them an explanation soon enough. The servant was clearly more nervous and stressed out than Lord Sioux himself. Explanation? What is there to explain? We do not even own the Divine Doors, only overseeing the place for the Zai dynasty. Not to mention that the place is an unknown phenomenon itself, so whatever happens there is not our problem. Lord Sioux calmly shook his head. While he didn't like the situation, there was truly nothing that he or the Sioux family could do about it, as they are just as clueless about the Divine Doors as everyone else. Additionally, he'd already managed to earn an unimaginable amount of wealth over the year just from the entrance fees alone, so he really didn't care much about the Divine Doors closing its entrance. Then, just refund everybody there their spirit stones and let them shut up. Compared to what we've accumulated throughout the months, refunding a few days' worth of few spirit stones won't hurt us even a bit, said Lord Sioux, who would rather lose some spirit stones than to offend thousands of cultivating experts at once. You understand. This servant will immediately relay Lord Sioux's wishes to the people at the Divine Doors. The servant bowed to him before rushing back to transfer the news. After the servant left, Lord Sioux released a long and deep sigh. Although he'd acted calm despite the situation, he was actually already filled with worries for another problem before the servant had even arrived. The Divine Doors? I have a much bigger problem at hand right now and don't have the time to deal with such trivial matters. How should I deal with Su Yin now that she's finally found Su Yang? That problem was precisely about Su Yin's meeting with Su Yang. After learning of such facts from Senior Tao through a voice transmission jade slip, he'd been sulking in this room ever since. Suddenly, a loud voice resounded within the building. It was a voice filled with urgency. Father, Father, I have finally found elder brother Su. Lord Su's complexion paled upon hearing the sweet voice of his own daughter, Su Yin, speaking of the devil. A few seconds later, the door to his room violently opened, almost like it was opened with explosives, and a beautiful young lady ran inside with her face flushed and gasping for air. Father, it's elder brother Su. He was also at the Divine Doors. Su Yin immediately began speaking despite her lack of air, causing her voice to sound a bit weird. I met him on the 3rd floor and he was fighting this monster? Slow down, Yinner. What do you mean you saw Su Yang inside the Divine Doors? How could it be possible for him to appear there when he's been missing for nearly an entire year without any news? Are you sure it was him and not someone else? Perhaps your eyes were only making you see what you wanted to see. Lord Sioux tried to act ignorant, but his back was pouring with sweat from anxiety. How could I possibly mistake my own brother's face? Even though it's been a whole year since I last saw his face, there is no way that I would make such a stupid mistake no matter how much I want to see him. He was definitely elder brother Su. My elder brother Su. Su Yin refuted with a firm and confident voice. She did not believe for a second that the person she met inside the Divine Doors was not her elder brother, Su Yang. Lord Sioux was filled with countless emotions right now. He knew that no matter what he said to her, she will not doubt herself. I understand. I will not doubt your words. If you really think that it was Su Yang that you saw in the Divine Doors, then I will believe you. However, why is he not here with you at this moment? Surely you did not leave him just to come back here to tell me such news, right? Where is he right now? Hearing his questions, Su Yin immediately turned silent. A few speechless moments later, tears began falling from her cheeks and she spoke in a choking voice. I don't know. He entered some weird portal and disappeared to somewhere before I could do anything. And he couldn't remember me when I spoke with him, almost like he has no recollection of me in his memories at all. So his memories have yet to return. Lord Su felt a bit more relieved upon learning that Su Yang did not recover his memories, despite being in direct contact with Su Yin. However, that did not make the situation any less stressful, as he was more worried about what Su Yin would do now that she's finally found him. There was also this young lady with an uncanny atmosphere surrounding her that was beside him. Su Yin then said in a serious voice, her eyes narrowed, "I bet she has something to do with why elder brother Su has lost his memories." Hearing her words, Lord Su looked at her with an apologetic gaze, his heart filled with guilt. Chapter 127, The Su Family. "Father, are you even listening?" Su Yin suddenly said, her brows frowning. "You don't seem concerned at all, almost as if you don't care about the situation." Since the beginning, she's had a feeling that he hasn't been paying attention to her. It was almost like he didn't care at all. Lord Su's heart skipped a beat upon hearing her words. What nonsense. Of course I am listening. This is my son that we are talking about." He acted as though he was outraged, his face red, but inside his heart, he was crying at Su Yin's sharp and bold nature. He knew that his daughter was a special one, but to think that she would even dare to question her own father like this, it makes him fearful of what she would do once she finds out the truth behind Su Yang's disappearance even more. However, even though you found him, there is nothing we can do at this moment except wait for him to reappear, as we don't know his current whereabouts. The Divine Doors is an incomprehensible location, so it's impossible for us to guess where that portal could have taken him. After a moment of silence, Lord Su continued, "In the end, he is still the same as before, missing." Su Yin went silent after hearing those words. If Su Yang's whereabouts are unknown, then there was nothing she could do right now, no matter how much she wanted to find him. But that didn't discourage her one bit, and as a matter of fact, she was actually feeling hopeful and blissful about the situation. Although elder brother Su is still missing, we now know for a fact that he is still alive, and that is what matters the most to me, she said a moment later. Of course, he is still alive. If I wanted him dead, then I wouldn't have gone through the efforts of sneaking him to another continent, much less erase his memories, and even ask the Profound Blossom sect to take care of him. Lord Su thought to himself. However, looking at it now, perhaps all of his efforts might have been done in vain, as Su Yang is now back in the northern continent. "Where are you going now?" Lord Su asked Su Yin, who was already leaving. "To look for elder brother, of course," she said in a calm voice. "Are you sure you have that much time to waste when the regional tournament is so close?" Lord Su said without thinking, instantly regretting it when he saw Su Yin's reaction to his words. Waste of time. Su Yin turned around with a dark expression, her narrowed gaze at Lord Su sharp like a dagger, sending chills down his back. I didn't mean it like that," Lord Su immediately corrected himself. "What I meant was that I will send a team to search for Su Yang so you can focus on your cultivation without worrying about it. Yinner, you are the most talented the family have ever seen for hundreds of years, reaching the peak true spirit realm at only 15 years old. If you don't make use your prime years and achieve your full potentials, then you will only regret it in the future. HMPH. If I don't look for elder brother Su and end up losing him forever because of that, then I will definitely regret it more than anything else in the world. There are countless ways to improve my cultivation base, even after my prime, but I only have one brother. And if I have to choose between elder brother Su or my cultivation, then I will choose elder brother Su without any hesitations," Su Yin said before storming out the door with an agitated expression. Su Yin's last few words had left Lord Su dumbfounded, even shocked. "You only have one brother. Then what about Su Yuhan, the eldest of you 3 siblings?" he mumbled in a dazed voice. The main branch of the Su family has 3 legitimate children that could one day take over their father's position, Su Zun, the current head, as the next family head. The first was Su Yuhan, currently 23 years old, being the eldest amongst the 3 siblings. He was born with above-average talent, reaching the true spirit realm at the age of 17. He was also blessed with amazing looks, albeit still inferior to Su Yang, who was the second oldest amongst the 3. And finally, The youngest of the three siblings, Su Yin, was blessed by the heavens with almost divine talents, reaching the peak true spirit realm by the age of 15. In addition to her cultivation talents that could make even the most reserved experts jealous to death, she was also born with good looks and an incredibly powerful family, making her extremely popular within the entire northern region. As for Su Yang, when compared to his two siblings, was inferior in every aspect besides his graceful appearance that is easily unrivaled even within the entire northern region. And because of this, he would often stay at home and purposefully avoid the public eyes, hence why nobody recognized Su Yang despite wearing no disguise when he went into the divine doors. Hanga. Suzun sat in his luxurious seat in a sluggish manner and deeply sighed, looking like a depressed individual that was on the brink of suicide. What should I do now, Huyen? Everything's been a mess ever since you left us. Suzun mumbled before closing his eyes to rest. Now that you have the spatial space device under total control, you should be able to see everything in this world as though it's all on your palms. Take a look to see if there are any places we have yet to see because it's hidden or whatever. Su Yang said after telling Qiayu to teleport everyone out of the place. A few moments later, after looking through the entire place, Qiayu shook her head and said, "No, we have already been to all the places here." Su Yang turned silent, and a pondering expression appeared on his face. "Is there something wrong?" Qiayu decided to ask him. Hearing her question, he looked at her with an odd expression and spoke in a low voice. "Did you forget the purpose of our visit here? We came here to see if the dog had left any clues that could help us return to the divine heavens, yet there's nothing, not even a single word. Could it be that, just like you, he also couldn't find any way to return to the divine heavens? And no way." Qiayu seemed dispirited after listening to his words. Maybe he hid it somewhere?" Su Yang nodded and continued. "Well, I don't know how or why he came here in the first place. I find it hard to believe that a loyal dog like him would not try to find a way home to his owner, the Heavenly Emperor, as they care about him more than their own life. Ever since ancient times, there has not been a single soul who dared to abandon their job to protect the Heavenly Emperor after obtaining the title Heavenly Order. And staying in this world, and not trying to return to the divine realms where the Heavenly Emperor is located is no different than abandoning his job to protect the Heavenly Emperor. But where could he have kept his findings?" After pondering for a few more moments, Su Yang's eyes suddenly brightened. Qiayu quickly noticed this and asked, "Did you find something?" Su Yang nodded, but his expression was not even the least excited, even looking a bit perplexed. "Do you remember that heaven-grade spiritual treasure we left behind on the 3rd floor because it is simply brainless to try to catch a ghost cat with our pitiful cultivation bases? Not that I think about it, that might have been a storage-type spiritual treasure." "What?" Qiayu loudly exclaimed. "Are you telling me that our only clue to returning home is in the hands of that ghost cat?" Although he didn't want to, Su Yang nodded. "I hope I am wrong for once, but unless we double-check, we won't know for sure. Let's return to the 3rd floor and look for the ghost cat." And he continued, "Of course, I am not saying we need to catch it. I just want to take a look at the heaven-grade spiritual treasure from a distance just to make sure." "Okay. Now that you are this place's master, you can just teleport us to the 3rd floor," Su Yang said to her. Qiayu nodded, and with a mere thought, they were teleported back to the 3rd floor. Chapter 128, Spirit's Vengeance. Hundreds of meters above the air, Su Yang and Qiayu stood on a wooden boat, their gazes on the small animal that was minding its own business miles in the distance, watching its every little movement, almost like they were playing God. They have been standing there for a few minutes now, silently inspecting the necklace that was around the ghost cat's neck. It is not a storage-type spiritual treasure, but, after a moment of silence, Su Yang spoke with a pondering expression. "It seems to be some sort of spiritual treasure that deals with curses." "Curses? Then our clue," Qiayu sighed loudly. Their chances of finding a clue that will help them return home in this place were becoming slimmer and slimmer. "However, there is something weird about it now that I take a closer look," said Su Yang. "Weird? What's weird about the spiritual treasure? I don't see anything wrong with it." Su Yang shook his head and said, "Not the spiritual treasure. There is something off about the ghost cat. Although I cannot pinpoint exactly what this feeling is, I am certain that there's something wrong with it. I have seen a few ghost cats in my life, but they all feel different when compared to this one." Kiayu looked at him with a surprised look. He's seen a few ghost cats in his life despite its rarity? I was acquainted with this powerful individual who had managed to tame a few ghost cats and had unwillingly become familiar with them due to my relationship with her. Hearing this, Kiayu was shocked. Who'd be willing to go through that much effort and resource to tame not just one, but a few ghost cats that are known to be extremely rare and hard to find, much less tame them and their arrogant nature. And for Su Yang to address this individual as powerful, she must be a peak expert within the four divine heavens. But what does that have anything to do with us? We still won't get any clues from it. You are right, but this feeling coming from it is bothering me the longer I look at it. After a few moments of silence, Su Yang suddenly said, "Take me to the ghost cat, I want to take a closer look at it." But won't it just run away the moment it sees us? It might run away, but I have a feeling that it won't. Did you see how it stood still despite being surrounded by humans on all sides when we first saw it? It's too prideful and arrogant. It probably won't run away on sight as it believes that nothing can outspeed it, and it is correct. Then what if it attacks you? Kiayu asked, since she knows almost nothing about ghost cats and its nature. Besides their insane and nearly unrivaled speed, they have little to zero combat ability and could at most hurt normal people or those with weak cultivation bases, not to mention their non-hostile nature. I will be fine. Kiayu nodded and commanded the boat to descend towards where the ghost cat was resting. After noticing its presence, the ghost cat raised its head to look at the wooden boat in the sky. It stood on all four of its limbs and stared at it with bright eyes. Ever since all the humans had disappeared out of thin air like ghosts, its joy from getting chased around had disappeared along with them. And with nobody to play with, it lazily laid around in boredom, silently wondering where everyone had gone. However, now there were more humans to play with, so it happily waited for them to finish descending without running away. Once the wooden boat landed, Su Yang began approaching the ghost cat in small steps while Kiayu remained in the boat. The ghost cat quietly watched his every movement, hoping he'd play tag with it. But when it couldn't sense such intentions coming from Su Yang, the hopeful lights in its eyes dimmed, and its gaze turned cold. Su Yang continued to calmly approach the ghost cat, despite its cold stares. Once he was only a few meters away from it, he said in a calm voice, "Despite your limited knowledge, you should be able to understand my words." The ghost cat did not react upon hearing his words, almost like it didn't understand a word he'd just said. However, Su Yang continued to speak regardless. "I can sense an irregularity within your profound Kai, and that may have been caused by that spiritual treasure around your neck. If you want, I can take a look at it for you." After a moment of silence, the ghost cat suddenly meowed in a wary tone. Su Yang shook his head and said, "It's fine if you don't believe me. It's not as if I really care. The only reason why I even bothered to approach you was because of a friend of mine who adores ghost cats to the extreme. If I left you alone while knowing that something might be wrong with you, I won't be able to face her without guilt the next time we meet, that's all. But now that I have approached you, I won't feel as much guilt, as I have at least tried to help." After saying those words, Su Yang turned around and began walking back to the wooden boat where Kiayu was waiting. However, when Su Yang was halfway back to Kiayu's side, a small figure appeared in front of him out of thin air like a real ghost. The ghost cat had placed itself in his path to block him, and it had achieved that without alerting either Su Yang or Kiayu. There was no wind, not even the slightest sounds, nothing, almost like it had teleported in front of him. You ghost cat's absurd speed is astounding no matter how many times I see it. Su Yang showed a slight smile when he recalled the times he'd spent with his friend and her ghost cats. "Well, what do you want?" he then said to it. Although the ghost cat couldn't speak, its gaze was filled with the desire to communicate, as it has never seen a human being like Su Yang. Ever since it appeared in this desolate world one day out of the blue hundreds of years ago, and without memories prior to this place, it's been looking for a purpose in its life. And when humans started showing up recently, it found joy in life for the first time. But alas, one day, like their sudden appearance, they disappeared suddenly, and it's been an entire week since then. Now that another human has shown up, just like it had hoped, why would it allow him to leave so quickly? The ghost cat meowed at Su Yang, almost like it was telling him to stay, and he somehow understood its feelings. "I have already gotten what I came for. There is no longer any reason for me to stay," he said calmly. But the ghost cat refused and continued to block his path. Su Yang wanted to release this ghost cat into the wild and let it roam freely. But because this is not the divine heavens, he didn't dare to allow such an existence to roam freely, fearing the chaos it could cause in this world without anybody to stop it because of its extreme speed, making it an untouchable existence in this world where the divine spirit realm is the apex. "I will let you out of this place once we return to the divine heavens, so just endure it for now." Meow. Hearing his words, the ghost cat meowed loudly, its gaze filled with admiration. How is this human capable of understanding its desires without the need for it to speak? It has never encountered such a human, despite the thousands of humans it has seen so far. It then slowly approached Su Yang, even tilting its head to show him the necklace, almost as though it was telling him to look at it. Seeing its actions, Su Yang smiled inwardly. While ghost cats are arrogant in nature, they are much more playful beings, so when they are bored out of their minds, it will do anything that will relieve its boredom, even if they have to lower their awareness. Su Yang then took a knee and lifted the necklace to take a closer look, even pouring some of his profound kai to inspect it inwardly. A few moments later, his calm eyes expanded with surprise. This heaven-grade spiritual treasure contains an immortal-grade curse. And it's even the infamous Spirit's Vengeance curse? Spirit's Vengeance? What kind of curse is that? Kiayu asked after hearing him speak out loud. "It is a profound curse that deprives the victim of all profound kai, sealing their cultivation completely." No wonder why I felt that there was something off about its profound kai. This thing can completely deny even experts at the ancient realm profound kai. Such a potent curse is only at the immortal grade, Kiayu asked in a surprised voice. "Well, while it is extremely powerful, it can be removed with ease. Hell, even someone at the true spirit realm like me can dispel it if they know the right techniques." Then doesn't that make it almost useless? For humans, yes, but for beasts like this ghost cat that don't know any better. It can be extremely potent. Also, it is commonly used by beast tamers in the divine heavens to tame powerful wild beasts. Su Yang looked at the ghost cat and wondered how it got stuck with such a curse. Meanwhile, the ghost cat was dumbfounded by the revelation. No wonder why its profound kai hasn't risen even slightly as of lately. Ever since it found this pretty necklace and wore it, it's had its profound kai blocked by this curse. Meow. The ghost cat began meowing out of frustration and embarrassment, mainly because of its own stupidity. It then looked at Su Yang with pleading eyes, hoping he'd be able to dispel this curse. "You want me to help you with this curse? Well, it's not impossible, but it'll be a bit tricky, especially since I don't have the resources to dispel it right now," said Su Yang. Meanwhile, Kiayu silently watched this spectacular scene of Su Yang communicating with a cat like it was human. It was something she'd never expected coming from him, even finding it to be somewhat cute. He can be very apathetic at times when it comes to humans, but he seems open with animals. Could it be because of his powerful friend with the ghost cats? Anyway, give me a moment. After saying that, Su Yang sat down and closed his eyes, almost like he was cultivating. The ghost cat did not interrupt Su Yang and also sat down as if it was about to take a nap, but its eyes were glued to Su Yang's captivating face. Out of the many humans it has seen so far, he is definitely the most pleasant-looking by far. After many minutes of complete stillness, nearing the hour mark, Su Yang finally opened his eyes. It took some time to look for this technique since I have many techniques with only a few meant for curses, but I have finally found a way to dispel the Spirit's Vengeance. Huh. Although there was nothing with Su Yong's words, Kiayu expressed a confused expression. It had taken him this long to look for a technique. What does he mean by those words? It's almost as if he has a library of cultivating techniques in his head, she wondered inwardly. Okay, come here so I can start removing the curse. Su Yong urged the ghost cat to get closer. The ghost cat was no longer wary of Su Yong and obediently approached him with smooth movements. Once it was close enough, Su Yong placed his hands on the necklace and began mumbling without any sounds coming out of his mouth. A few seconds later, his hands started glowing a bright yellow color. Time slowly passed. Seconds quickly turned into minutes, and before he was aware, 2 hours had passed in the blink of an eye. A little after the 2 hours mark, Su Yong finally opened his eyes, and the glow around his hands dimmed until it was gone. We should be able to remove the necklace now, Su Yong said as his hands slowly removed the necklace from the ghost cat's neck. When the necklace came out without any problems, Su Yong showed and smiled and said, "You should be fine now." However, right as he said those words, the ghost cat began trembling violently with its silver fur dancing like tall grass in a windy grassland. Seeing this, Su Yong's eyes widened with alert. "Kiayu, get back," he exclaimed loudly. Kiayu immediately reacted to his words and activated the wooden boat and distanced herself from the scene. As for Su Yong, he activated the 9 astral steps and quickly distanced himself many meters away from the ghost cat. The ghost cat continued to act bizarrely in place, almost like it was evolving. And as time passed, the ghost cat's silver fur would start glowing a whitish glow, even turning a bit transparent, becoming more like a ghost cat. Its body also shrunk in size, becoming even smaller. However, in compensation, its profound Kai rose exponentially, exceeding even Kiayu's cultivation base by a large margin. This is... Kiayu was shocked by the sudden changes, even more its cultivation base. The ancient realm. When Kiayu realized that the ghost cat's cultivation base was actually at the ancient realm, her face became filled with terror. After all, the ancient realm, just like the mortal realm and the divine realm, was an entire realm above the previous. Meanwhile, Su Yong was also filled with shock. However, he was not shocked by its profound cultivation base. Instead, he was shocked speechless by its ghostly appearance. Ghost cat my ass. This thing was a phantom cat all along. Phantom cats, unlike ghost cats, are not only extremely fast but also possess powerful spiritual attacks. Although they normally share the same appearance, when a phantom cat activates its profound Kai, it evolves into this spirit-like existence, making its movements faster and even unaffected by all physical injuries. They are like a superior variation of ghost cats and, in a way, ancestors of all ghost cats. Chapter 129. Heavenly Tribulation. Even in his previous life, Su Yong has never seen a phantom cat personally, only learning about them from stories and ancient scrolls, hence why he was so shocked to find one in such a place. As for Kiayu, she's never even heard of a phantom cat. Once the phantom cat finished its transformation and calmed down, it turned to look at Su Yong with a profound gaze, its long, transparent fur dancing like grass during a windy season. Mew! It suddenly released a sharp cry, causing the air to vibrate and the earth to tremble. A few seconds later, large black clouds began forming in the air above the phantom cat, and the atmosphere in this desolate area became even more frightening. When Su Yong saw this, his eyes widened with surprise. Even Kiayu was baffled by the situation. Heavenly Tribulation. Why is this phantom cat evoking a heavenly tribulation? They were puzzled, as heavenly tribulations would only appear when it's angry because an individual is doing something that would defy the heavens. Bang! Suddenly, a bolt of purple lightning shot down from the black clouds and towards the phantom cat. Meow! Using its supreme speed, the phantom cat dodged the purple lightning with ease. But immediately after the first strike ended, another bolt of lightning appeared. Bang, 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 bang. Both Su Yong and Kiayu watched as the phantom cat dodged the lightning strikes one by one with seemingly zero effort. I have witnessed people endure heavenly tribulation with their bodies, even people who consume them, but never anything like this before. Su Yang said with a smile. Perhaps the only thing in this world that can dodge heavenly tribulations with so little effort are ghost cats. No phantom cats, he added. The scene of the phantom cat dodging countless purple lightning strikes continued for many minutes, until the black clouds started to lose color and slowly fade away like smoke. When the heavenly tribulation completely vanished, the phantom cat looked towards the dark sky with a smug look, its expression filled with pride and arrogance, seemingly telling the heavens, "Touch me if you can." A few moments later, when the phantom cat was certain that the heavenly tribulation was not coming back, it returned to looking at Su Yang, who was also looking back at it. Meow. Suddenly, as it released a low cry, its small figure began transforming once again. This is... Kiayu's eyes widened, her gaze filled with surprise as she witnessed the phantom cat's body grow larger and taller, until it resembled a human's figure. While she knew that beasts were capable of turning into humans after reaching certain cultivation bases, she has never seen it happen before her very eyes. As for Su Yang, he silently watched with a calm expression, but his eyes were filled with awe like he was admiring a once-in-a-lifetime miracle. A few moments later, the phantom cat no longer resembled anything like a cat, not even a single bit. Instead, it had become a human being, however, a child. Both Su Yang and Kiayu, mostly Kiayu, did not expect the phantom cat to take the appearance of a child. Surprisingly, the phantom cat had transformed into a young girl that looks around the age of 13 or 14. And she was breathtakingly beautiful to the boot. With long, wavy, silver-colored hair and sharp silver eyes, the phantom cat somewhat resembled Kiayu during her childhood. And if closely inspected, one would be able to see that her hair was slightly moving, just like her fur in her beast form, almost as though it was alive. Ghost cats can only be female, so it's not weird for phantom cats to be like that too. And they are all small in nature, so I guess it's also not that surprising for it to take the form of a child. Once the phantom cat finished her transformation from beast to human for the first time in her life, she took a step towards the direction of Su Yang and instantly disappeared from her spot. Before Su Yang was even aware, the phantom cat was already standing in front of him, her gaze staring into his eyes as though she was trying to see his soul. Kiayu's heart expanded with horror when she saw this and immediately rushed to him. However, Su Yang raised his hand and shook his head with a calm expression, telling her to not worry. He then looked at the beautiful young girl before him, who was also stark naked from top to bottom without even a single strand of hair on her body, patiently waiting to see what she wanted from him. The phantom cat started walking around him while sniffing his scent, just like a real cat. Then she tipped her toes and raised her head, licking him on the face with her soft pink tongue. When the phantom cat licked Su Yang's face, her eyes flickered with delight, almost like she'd just tasted something amazing, and she began licking him all over the face like he was some kind of ice cream, seemingly unable to stop. This scene dumbfounded Kiayu, who was watching from a distance. Not because Su Yang was being licked right before her eyes, but because Su Yang allowed it to happen without showing any signs of struggling, nor the desire to. Not to mention how joyful the phantom cat looked while licking him. What did the phantom cat taste on him that's causing her to act like this? Okay, that's enough. Su Yang gently grabbed the phantom cat by her shoulders and slowly pushed her away, but by that time, his face was already shiny from all that licking and saliva. And although it showed a reluctant expression, the phantom cat stopped licking him and returned to silently observing him. "Now that you are in your human form, can you speak the human language?" Su Yang asked her. The phantom cat shook her head. Although she understands some of his words, she does not have the capability to speak it just yet. Chapter 130, Forced Contract. Why don't we get you covered up first? Su Yang retrieved a pair of white robes from his storage ring and covered the phantom cat. However, the phantom cat, who has never worn clothes before, felt uncomfortable and uncovered herself. "I guess you are still a cat at heart, huh?" Su Yang smiled slightly. Although he adores seeing women without clothes, especially beautiful ones, it has to be in the right place and at the proper time. Now, what should I do with you? Su Yang was a bit lost. He'd planned on leaving the phantom cat alone in this place until he could release it in the four divine heavens. But now that it's like this, he couldn't just leave her here. As for letting her, a beast at the ancient realm, roam around in this inferior world with not a single immortal or god, it was something unthinkable. Father. Kiayu descended from the sky to stand beside Su Yang, but before she could even approach him, the phantom cat turned to look at her with narrowed eyes, her gaze overflowing with coldness. Kiayu was given the fright of her life when the tyrannical pressure from someone at the ancient realm suddenly attacked her, causing her nearly lose her conscience and fall from the sky like a meteor. While he was surprised to see this scene, Su Yang still quickly reacted and went to catch her. A few moments later, when they both land, Su Yang turned to look at the phantom cat with an awkward expression on his face. "Calm down, she's with me," he said to the phantom cat as he helped Kiayu to the ground. Hearing his words, the phantom cat was no longer filled with worry, but it still gave Kiayu cold gazes, clearly harboring some sort of disdain for her. Kiayu looked at the phantom cat with a frown on her face. She was obviously unhappy about what had just happened, even a bit puzzled, yet she decided to remain silent, mostly because the phantom cat was at the ancient realm, an existence that is considered as a cultivating expert even within the four divine heavens. "Father, we should just leave this stupid cat here and go," she said to him via spiritual sense. I also had the same thoughts, but that was when it was only a ghost cat. As you can see, this phantom cat is at the ancient realm. If it wishes, it can easily destroy this entire space and set itself free. Luckily for us, it's not a brute and possibly tameable. Kiayu looked at Su Yang with wide eyes filled with surprise, and she spoke. "Surely you are not thinking of taming it, right? That thing is at the ancient realm, whilst you are still only a true spirit realm in the mortal realm. Even if you can fight those with a much higher cultivation base than yourself, your cultivation base won't be enough to control that beast, much less tame it. Of course, I am not talking about that kind of taming. Ghost cats are all prideful beasts and look at humans as though they are playthings, much less a phantom cat." Su Yang shook his head. The thought of taming this phantom cat had never even appeared in his mind, as it was just too unlikely. "When I said tameable, I meant that it at least listens to an extent and won't be unreasonable," Su Yang said to her without the need to move his lips using spiritual sense. Meanwhile, the phantom cat stood there silently, her gaze still fixated on Su Yang, seemingly in deep thoughts. In her 100 years of existence and existing memories, the phantom cat has never felt such attachment towards another being, much less a human. There's just something about him that's making her unable to take her eyes away. What's more, when she licked him, she had tasted something in his profound kai that was anything but normal and gave off a divine feeling, something akin to a godly being, and such a feeling had made her body shiver with excitement. The phantom cat wanted to experience more of this mysterious taste, but alas, she had a feeling that Su Yang wouldn't allow such actions again. Suddenly, like it had been struck by a bolt of enlightenment, a thought appeared in her mind and her silver eyes flickered with a bright light. A few moments later, when the phantom cat resolved herself, she used her godly speed to get behind Su Yang faster than lightning without alerting him. "Father." However, Kiayu, who was looking directly at him, immediately noticed the phantom cat that had suddenly appeared behind him like a ghost, quickly alerting him. "HM?" Su Yang, who was about to turn around, suddenly felt a sharp pain on his hand, feeling like he'd been bitten by something. Though despite the pain, he didn't move around needlessly and looked down at his hand. What are you doing?" With a calm expression mixed with surprise, Su Yang stared at the phantom cat that was biting on his hand like some wild animal. He didn't immediately comprehend her actions, so he remained unmoving, hoping that she'd release him herself. But even if he tried to force her away, would he, a mere true spirit realm cultivator, be able to fend off someone at the ancient realm? Hell, he'll probably get his hand torn off just from trying. There was blood trickling down his fingers, but they were all cleaned by the phantom cat a few seconds later by licking it. After seeing this, there was a baffled expression on Su Yang's face. She's drinking, no, absorbing my blood. For a beast to do that. Father! Kiayu was freaking out by now, but because Su Yang was holding her back with his other free hand, she only continued to watch the horrifying scene of the phantom cat drinking his blood like some ghoul. After a few moments that felt like a few hours, the phantom cat finally removes her teeth from Su Yang's hand, her face filled with satisfaction. Are you satisfied now? Su Yang said with a slight frown. He was feeling lightheadedness from having all that blood taken from him. The phantom cat nodded, and then it mumbled something. Seconds later, a complicated yet elegant symbol appears on the forehead of phantom cat. T, that is. When Kiayu saw this symbol on the phantom cat's head, her jaw dropped straight to the ground. She then turned to look at Su Yang in slow and stiff movements, and sure enough, there was also a clear symbol on his forehead, the exact same symbol as the one on the phantom cat's forehead. BB blood contract. Kiayu couldn't believe what was happening. The phantom cat had actually willingly initiated a blood contract herself, forcing Su Yang to be her master. There are many different kinds of contracts that exist in this profound world that allows cultivators to tame wild beasts, making them companions of sorts, and unlike the majority of the contracts out there. The blood contract is one of the most sacred and unique ones that uses blood to create the contract. However, situations where a contract is made with force by the cultivator is not as common as one would expect, as most cultivators would rather have a companion and bond that they can trust rather than a forced one. Additionally, the cultivator must have a cultivation base that far surpasses the beast in order to force a contract upon it. As for beasts forcing cultivators into contracts, it is more likely for a normal pig to suddenly grow wings and fly than that to happen. Su Yang did not say a word regarding the situation, seemingly speechless. As a matter of fact, he was quite stumped at what had just happened, as he'd never expected that a divine realm beast would willingly offer its own freedom, body, and life to him without anything in return even in his dreams, much less a phantom cat, one of the rarest species in the universe. Sometime later, he finally spoke. I won't ask why you did it, nor do I care, but I hope that you won't regret this decision of yours in the future. The phantom cat did not show any reactions to his words, almost like she couldn't comprehend the meaning to it. And while she has the ability to understand human language to a certain extent, there were way more things that she doesn't understand mainly, because she has been living inside this desolate world for hundreds of years. Hell, it is already a wonder that she could understand human language just from listening to the tomb diggers for a very short amount of time. Father, what are you going to do to her now that she's under your control? Kiayu suddenly asked him. Who knows, he said. Maybe I'll teach her some tricks when I'm bored, he continued in a joking tone. You're going to treat her as though she's a house cat. Is that even possible? Kiayu took his joke seriously and looked at the phantom cat's human figure with a perplexed expression on her face. Anyways, now that our relationship is more than just wild beast and random human, I should give you a name. Su Yang's expression turned into a pondering one. A few moments later, he looked at the phantom cat straight in the eyes and spoke with a smile on his face. How does Xiao Rong sound? It fits a small beauty such as yourself. Seeing the phantom cat's confused expression, Su Yang pointed to himself and said, I am Su Yang. Then he pointed to Kiayu. Her name is Kiayu. And finally, he pointed to her and said, You are now Xiao Rong. The phantom cat's eyes brightened as though it was enlightened, and she opened her mouth the same way Su Yang moved his and said, Xiao Rong. Su Yang, Xiao Rong. Although it was rough-sounding at first, her childish voice that was appropriate for her appearance and size became clear after repeating their names a few times. Su Yang nodded. That's right. I am Su Yang and you are Xiao Rong. Su Yang, Xiao Rong, Su Yang, Xiao Rong. I exist too, you know. Kiayu said to herself inwardly after hearing only Su Yang and her own name, Xiao Rong. come out of Xiao Rong's mouth, feeling like she was being ignored. But because she only saw Xiao Rong as a beast that was also a cat, she didn't think too much about it. Once you are knowledgeable enough to comprehend human cultivation techniques, I have a technique I need you to learn, Su Yang suddenly said. Eh? Qiayu looked at him with lifted brows of confusion. Where did this idea suddenly come from? And what kind of human cultivation technique does he want her? A beast, to learn chapter 131. Even now my heart is filled with uneasiness. Listen here, Xiao Rong, you must wear clothes when you are outside. I do not mind you walking around naked if we are at home, when there's nobody around. But your appearance right now is not dignified at all, and is extremely shameless and indecent, said Su Yang as he held a pair of plain white robes in front of Xiao Rong, nearing shoving it into her arms. I will have you know that I am a man of dignity and elegance, and you, being my beast, I will not tolerate such shameful appearances, as it will ruin my image too. Xiao Rong looked at the clothes in front of her with a reluctant expression, clearly still unwilling to wear clothes. If you don't wear clothes, you won't be able to walk around outside and will have to stay in this desolate place by yourself. Xiao Rong's eyes narrowed upon hearing those words that came from Qiayu's mouth. Her gaze filled with coldness, almost as though she was looking at her lifelong rival. Qiayu was slightly frightened by her powerful, sharp gaze, but because Su Yang was beside her, she stared back at Xiao Rong with provoking eyes, as if she was daring Xiao Rong to do something to her. Su Yang noticed the two's obvious disdain for each other, and shook his head inwardly. It was as though their contempt for each other was natural, almost like they were fated to hate each other. Qiayu, while you may not know this, ghost cats actually feel nothing but disdain towards other females, especially humans, meaning it's very likely that Xiao Rong is the same as a phantom cat, so it's not weird for her to dislike you. Su Yang revealed the truth to her, dumbfounding her. But didn't you say your friend that has tamed many ghost cats is also a female? How did she do it? Su Yang scratched his head, and with a puzzled expression he spoke. Actually, I have no idea. I have always found that weird, and no matter how much I asked her, she wouldn't tell me her secret to taming the ghost cats. Qiayu looked at Xiao Rong and sneered. As long as she doesn't bother me, I couldn't care less if she likes me or not. Su Yang smiled bitterly and said, I won't force you to like her, but not only will we be traveling together starting today, but we also need her help if we want to return to the 4 divine heavens. Huh, what can a stupid cat like her do? Xiao Rong frowned after Qiayu addressed her as a stupid cat. Indeed, unlike Su Yang, she didn't like this human one bit. In fact, she finds her presence extremely unpleasant. But because Su Yang seems to care about her, she will have to treat her like an annoying fly and learn to ignore her. There's not even a single clue in this place that could help us return to the divine realms, and in the worst case that there is actually no way for us to return home, we will have to our own strength to return. You don't mean? Qiayu looked at him with a bewildered look, almost as if she couldn't believe what she was hearing. Su Yang nodded and continued, We will have to rely on Xiao Rong's cultivation base and hope that it will be enough. That's an absurd idea, Qiayu quickly exclaimed. That way is extremely dangerous, and there is a chance that we might get lost inside. Even worse, there is a possibility that we could be obliterated into nothingness by the unstable and tyrannical power of that power. I know that is a stupid and forced idea, but if that is the only way, I will have to try it even if it could cost me my own life. Qiayu turned silent, and after a few moments, she opened her mouth and spoke in a slow and reserved voice. Do we really have to return? If I am with you, then I don't mind staying in this world forever. The divine heavens, there is nothing there for me besides pain and hatred anyways. Qiayu looked at Su Yang in the eyes, her gaze serious and unwavering, even containing a slight desire to plead. Su Yang closed his eyes, and after a long moment of pure silence, he finally said, There are just too many events that had occurred since my death that I cannot ignore. Your mother's passing, the Asura god clan? There may be even more that's happening and I am just unaware. I may not look like it, but even now, my heart is filled with uneasiness and unspoken sorrow. My mother. Kiayu's gaze trembled upon being reminded of her mother's death. What's more, I am the cause of all this. If I don't return and at least try to fix them, then I won't be able to sleep ever again, much less live a happy life here knowing that I had run away from my own problems like some coward. Kiayu, there are many things more important to a man than his own life, and for me, your mother was one of them, but alas, I didn't get the chance to risk anything before she disappeared, and I will not let this happen to the others. Father. Kiayu felt like crying after hearing his little speech. She understood his feelings very well since his life is more important than anything else in this world to her, and she would risk her life for his safety. But this only makes it harder for her to allow him to put himself in such danger just to return to the four divine heavens. Well, it is only a thought for now. Even in the worst cases, I will have that as a last resort. Kiayu nodded. Hopefully, such thoughts won't become reality. Meanwhile, Xiao Rong had been ignoring their little conversation that sounded like rambling in her ears, since she couldn't understand much of it, and has been trying to figure out how to put on the clothes Su Yang provided her. Xiao Rong, you're wearing that inside out and upside down. Su Yang smiled upon seeing her silly appearance. How did you even manage to get it to look like this? Su Yang approached her and helped her with the robes, feeling like a father teaching his daughter how to dress properly for the first time. Chapter 132, I am just a nobody with amnesia. After spending some time to help Xiao Rong with her clothes, Su Yang nodded with a proud smile and said, even in such plain clothes your beauty does not dim. Now, before we leave this place, eat this appearance-reforming pill. Xiao Rong looked at the pill in Su Yang's hand with a confused expression, even sniffing it for a bit. Don't worry, it's a pill that will only change your outward appearance, said Su Yang. Xiao Rong still looked a bit puzzled. Why did she need to change her appearance? Unfortunately, we are not in the four divine heavens, where people and beasts with unique appearances are common, and your otherworldly features will easily cause a commotion here no matter where we go. What's more, you have such an attractive face. If we leave this place with you looking like that, we won't be able to go anywhere without catching unwanted attention. Xiao Rong was delighted from hearing Su Yang's compliments and swallowed the appearance-reforming pill with a smile on her beautiful face. Very soon, her wavy silver hair turned black, and her peerlessly beautiful face was no longer otherworldly, becoming a simple and casual young girl without any eye-catching features. And obviously, Xiao Rong wasn't someone who'd pay attention to her own appearance, so it didn't bother her one bit that she was no longer attractive, unlike Kiayu, who at least wanted to be somewhat pleasant to the eyes mainly, because of a certain individual. Good, now you look like any other human. Su Yang nodded, and he turned to Kiayu and said, let's go, there is no longer any reason for us to be here. Kiayu nodded, teleporting them directly outside the divine doors. When they appeared out of thin air, the surrounding people there looked at them with surprised expressions, wondering how they managed to stay inside for so long while the rest of them were all forcefully kicked outside at a much earlier time. Seeing so many humans and the outside world for the first time, Xiao Rong's eyes glittered like the stars in the night sky, her expression filled with delight and excitement. The fresh air, the blue sky, and the greenery that was in every direction had caused her heart to throb with a profound sense of awe, almost like she was discovering a whole new universe for the first time, causing her to feel nothing but anticipation for the future. Hell, if Su Yang hadn't warned her prior to leaving the legacy tomb that she's to stay close to him at all times, Xiao Rong would have definitely already left this place to explore this new world without alerting anyone with her godlike speed. Su Yang, noticing Xiao Rong's legs that seemed to be filled with the desire to just run off and explore, said to her, relax, you will have many chances to explore and have fun later. For now, just focus on adapting to a new environment. There he is, just like Lord Su had said, he's really here. Suddenly, a group of individuals approached Su Yang with hurried steps, their faces full of sweat and relief. Why, young man, The young man in the green robes. What do you want from me? I don't know any one of you. Su Yang said, despite recognizing the people in this group, as they are the same people that were receiving the entrance fees for the legacy tomb. In other words, they were people from the Su family. The people of the Su family became speechless for a moment. They hadn't prepared beforehand, and didn't know how to get Su Yang to follow them without accidentally revealing to him his real identity as the son of the great Su family, returning to him the memories that were taken from him. We are from the Su family, the governor of this northern region, and we would like you to follow us back to the main family, where Lord Su is currently waiting for your presence, one of them said after a moment of silence. The Su family. Why would such an influential background seek for someone as insignificant as myself? I don't recall ever having any contact with them, much less offend them. Su Yang acted ignorantly and seemingly baffled by their approach, even nervous. You don't have to be so nervous, said a middle-aged man from the group. You have done nothing wrong. The only reason Lord Su is asking for your presence is only because he's heard of a few interesting stories about you and would like to speak to you personally. The middle-aged man made up a lie on the spot and hoped that such an excuse would deceive Su Yang. Really? I am not in trouble? Su Yang continued to forge his ignorance, even having fun playing the role of an ignorant fool. But what kind of stories could he have heard about me? I have done nothing worthy enough that could have reached even the ears of such an individual. I am just a nobody with amnesia. Hell, I can't even tell you who my birth parents are. Hearing such words coming straight from the mouth of one of the Su family's direct descendant made the group of people feel somewhat uncomfortable, even disgusted. While they don't know much about Su Yang before his disappearance, they have heard stories of him from other servants that have served the Su family for far longer than them. Don't bother about the small stuff. Just think of this as some kind of honor, as not many people in this world get the chance to meet Lord Su, much less speak with him privately. After standing there with a pondering expression for a few moments, Su Yang shook his head and said, I don't know, I am quite busy right now. Also, I will only be a waste of his time. It'll be much better if I didn't bother him, Su Yang said with a sighing voice. Qiayu looked at Su Yang with a weird expression, wondering what kind of bizarre play she was watching. Why is he suddenly acting like some kind of humble and insignificant being that's not worth anyone's time? What's the context? Surely, there's something big happening right now that she's unable to comprehend. Nonsense. The Lord is asking for your presence, so there must be something about you that's piqued his interest. If not, he wouldn't have bothered sending so many of us here to guide you to him. After putting up a pondering expression for a few more moments, pretending to be in deep thoughts, Su Yang finally said, Very well, I shall go with you to see what he wants from me. Hearing his words, the group of people from the Su family immediately became happy. Good, good, good. Please follow us. We have already prepared for our transportation. If nothing goes wrong, we should be there within a week. The middle-aged man excitedly urged Su Yang to follow him. Father, what exactly is going on here? Qiayu asked Su Yang using spiritual sense. It's just something that's related to me and at the same time not related to me. Qiayu looked at him with a puzzled expression. What did he mean by that? How could something be related and not related to him at the same time? I will explain to you on the way there. Su Yang smiled and silently followed the people from the Su family, silently thinking to himself, Since I am already here, why don't I see for myself just what kind of family I have in this life, and why they are looking for me now after essentially throwing me away? Chapter 133. Returning Home. Inside a carriage provided by the Su family, Su Yang explained to Qiayu the situation as they traveled. So basically, your family had sealed your memories for some reason, even throwing you into another region that is hundreds of thousands of miles away from home. What did you do that could have caused such events to occur? Qiayu asked him. Although we share the same look and body, we are not the same person, said Su Yang, who refused to be associated with the Su Yang before regaining his memories. I understand your feelings, but what if you are actually the same person? What if you've had the same soul since birth, only regaining your current memories after experiencing the shock of a near-death experience. Qiayu shared her thoughts, causing Su Yang to turn silent. Of course, Su Yang had thought of such possibilities, but without his memories, could he still be considered the immortal Su Yang? Since they act as if they are two different individuals, he might as well treat it as such. Anyway, we are going to meet your parents. What will you do once you meet them? Qiayu asked him. What I will do, that will depend on them, said Su Yang, his voice with a sense of mysteriousness. Despite such vagueness, Qiayu had a good idea of the thoughts going through Su Yang's head. Is that so? Qiayu turned to look out the window that was on both sides of the carriage, where she could see carriages surround the carriage they were currently inside, almost like they were being treated as some sort of valuable treasure. At least they seemed to plan on getting you there safely. Qiayu said inwardly. Su Yang, Xiao Rong suddenly called for him. What is it? Xiao Rong pointed to her clothes like she was trying to convey something to him about it. Su Yang smiled lightly and said, Not now, we are still outside. Hearing his words, Xiao Rong showed a saddened expression. Though if you want, you can leave this carriage and take a look around, provided that you don't go too far and stay within a 10-mile radius of this carriage at all times. Xiao Rong instantly became excited, nodding her head vigorously to his suggestion. Are you sure about that? What if she causes trouble? Qiayu said in a doubtful tone, still not trusting that Xiao Rong will be able to control herself. It'll be fine, said Su Yang in a relaxed voice. I'm sure that she'll cause more trouble if she has to sit still for an entire week inside this small space, not to mention that her leg has been itching to explore ever since we left the legacy tomb. After saying those words, Su Yang opened the door to the carriage to allow Xiao Rong to leave. Don't go too far and remember to return to show your face once every 2 or 3 days, he said to her. The instant Su Yang opened the door, Xiao Rong jumped out of the moving carriage and disappeared into thin air like a ghost without alerting a single soul. Many days have passed since Su Yang started following the Su family's servants. Ever since they went inside the carriage, none of the servants from the Su family had bothered to speak with Su Yang, almost like they were trying to avoid him until they reached their destination. We are approaching a large city, Qiayu said. Suddenly, the carriage came to a halt. Young man, we have arrived at our destination. Please wait while we speak to the guards for our entrance. Someone said to him from the outside without opening the door to the carriage. A few minutes later, the voice returned. We will be heading directly to the Su family's living quarters now. Half an hour later. Young man, we have arrived at the Su family's living quarters. Su Yang opened his eyes and stopped cultivating. He then opened the door and slowly walked out with Qiayu following behind him. So this is the Su family, huh? Su Yang looked at the vast garden and luxurious mansion before him. And unsurprisingly, he did not have any nostalgic feeling like one would get when they return to a memorable place, not even after looking at the place for a long time. Please, one of the servants urged Su Yang to follow him. Su Yang nodded and began walking down the long and empty path with the servant. While they were passing through the garden, many different types of gazes were being sent towards the direction of Su Yang by the gardeners and other servants. Confusion, shock, bewilderment. There were all kinds of emotions within these sharp gazes. Once they entered the mansion, many more servants could be seen walking around with brooms and dusters in their grasps. However, when these servants noticed Su Yang, they stopped everything they were doing to look at him with wide eyes. Who's that handsome young man? One of the younger servants asked in a mumbling voice to the other servants beside her. I don't know. This is also my first time seeing him. Ah, wouldn't it be amazing if we could serve such a handsome young man? While the newer and ignorant servants giggled and joked about serving Su Yang, the older servants all stared at Su Yang with their jaws nearly touching the ground. Many of them were doubting their eyes at this moment and felt like they were watching someone who's been missing for years suddenly show up, as though he was never missing in the first place. We are here, said the servant that has been guiding Su Yang once they reached a certain room. The servant then knocked on the door 3 times and spoke in a loud and clear voice, Lord Su, he is here. Good job. A stern voice came from the room a few seconds later. You may now leave. Yes, my lord. After a few seconds of silence, the voice returned. Please come in. Hearing such words, Su Yang approached the door with a smile, his hands already reaching for the doorknob. Chapter 134. You clearly remember everything. Standing in the middle of the room was a middle-aged man wearing black robes with sharp facial features and a large frame. This commanding-looking man was Su Zun, the current head of the Su family and also Su Yang's father. He looked at the approaching Su Yang with a serious expression, his gaze sharp and intimidating. However, despite such a serious-looking face, Su Yang was able to easily detect the anxiety that was hidden in his gaze and frown. Hello, young man. Su Zun acted as though he's never met Su Yang before and asked, What is your name? He asked. Su Yang, with a calm expression on his face, smiled and said, Su Yang. Su Zun's expression froze upon hearing his words, his hands slightly trembling. At least that was what the matriarch had told me, Su Yang continued. I have amnesia, meaning that I do not have all of my memories. As a matter of fact, the furthest back I can remember is when I woke up in the Profound Blossom sect as an outer court disciple, and I have been living as that ever since. Is that so? Su Zun inwardly released a long and deep sigh that was filled with relief, feeling like a mountain was just lifted off his shoulders. So, why am I here? Why did you want to meet me? I cannot recall any reasons why I should be here. Su Yang's innocent and humble attitude became cold and indifferent, his expression nonchalant, which slightly surprised Su Zun. Before we get to that point, can you tell me why you are here in the northern regions? If I recall correctly, the Profound Blossom sect is located all the way at the eastern region. Surely, you must be here on important matters for you to travel such great lengths. Su Zun wanted to learn more about why Su Yang was here in the first place. Of course, he could already guess that it was because of the divine doors, but he wanted Su Yang to confirm it with his own mouth. I came here for the same reason as everyone from a distant land, the divine doors. What is your cultivation at right? Because Su Yang veiled his profound Kai before entering this place, even a cultivating expert like Su Zun would not be able to see through his real cultivation base, which Su Zun had already noticed early on and found a bit bizarre. A heavenly spirit realm master such as yourself cannot tell that I am only at the true spirit realm. How disappointing. I had more expectations for such a profound expert. Su Yang suddenly removed the veil covering his profound Kai, and the room instantly became filled with dense profound Kai, shocking Su Zun enough that he nearly fell on his butt. How is that possible? Su Zun cried inwardly. Before wiping Su Yang's memories, he was only at the elementary spirit realm. Yet, after a mere year, he'd somehow managed to reach the true spirit realm. That's impossible, not to mention the density of his profound Kai that could rival even Earth spirit realm experts. What kind of life has he been living to get such heaven-defying results? With his mind beyond shocked, Su Zun sat down on the chair that was behind him in an exaggerated manner. If this is true and not an illusion at all, he could even be more talented than Su Yin. The room was so silent that even a pin drop from miles away could be heard clearly. Suddenly, Su Yang broke that silence by asking, So, why am I here? Instead of answering his question, Su Zun also asked him a question. Have you ever thought about regaining your memories? If there is a way for you to regain your memories, would you do it? Of course, I have thought about regaining my memories, Su Yang said after a moment of silence. However, that does not mean I want to. Even if there is a way for me to regain my memories, I'd rather not remember my past. Su Zun's eyes widened at his words and simply asked, Why? With a smile, Su Yang spoke in a clear voice, because such information is meaningless to the Su Yang now. Su Yang was an immortal in his past life, so there's really not much that he hasn't already seen or doesn't know. And in his eyes, regaining the memories of a mortal that was also a mere child was no different than filling his head with unworthy junk. What could he possibly find useful from someone who cannot even cultivate properly? What entertainment could he find in someone whose little brother was crippled? What does a child know that an immortal such as himself wouldn't know? After all, why would an entity that has lived for thousands of years care for the memories of a mere child? One that he considers as a spineless coward, no less. There was simply no reason for Su Yang to regain the memories of the previous Su Yang, as he truly shows no interest in the life of a coward that also happens to have his appearance. What? Since Su Zun is unaware of Su Yang regaining his memories as an immortal, he didn't comprehend the complete meaning behind his words. Aren't you at least curious about your family? What if your siblings are looking for you even as we speak? Then what do you suggest? Su Yang said with his gaze staring right into Su Zun's soul. Should I try to regain my memories? Hearing his question, Su Zun began sweating a bit. Of course, he'd rather have Su Yang never regain his memories, but he can't just say such words out loud as it'll raise many questions and suspicions. Well, I think you should do what you think is right. After a moment of silence, he continued, and if you don't mind me asking, when will you be returning to the eastern region? Who knows? Su Yang shrugged. I really like the air quality here, so I may consider living here forever. Su Zun looked dumbfounded by his answer, feeling an urge to beat him up. I'm joking. Su Yang laughed a little bit later. However, after laughing for a few seconds, his expression suddenly turned serious, his gaze filled with disappointment. How disappointing? Su Yang shook his head. I was curious as to what we were going to talk about, but alas, in the end, it was nothing but gibberish that wasn't worth my effort into coming here. What? How dare you speak to your... Su Zun stopped his sentence halfway, nearly blurting out the word father. My what? My father. However, Su Yang helped him finish that sentence, causing Su Zun to look at him with a dazed look. What did you just say? I came here wondering what a father that had wiped the memories of his own son would speak to that exact son about. What rubbish. Why you? Su Zun pointed at Su Yang with trembling fingers and said, You have been farting this whole time about having amnesia and not remembering anything. You clearly remember everything. With a smile, Su Yang casually shrugged and said, Wrong. I am telling the truth when I said that I do not have any memories before joining the Profound Blossom sect. Then how? Inside Su Zun's head he was thinking, that's right, it must have been the Profound Blossom sect's matriarch. She must have told him the truth. Damn that slut. I'd even donated many resources to her sect to keep her mouth shut. Chapter 135, Sudden Ambush. A little over a year ago, when Su Zun first transported Su Yang to the Profound Blossom sect, he and Liu Lanjai had an agreement that she would allow Su Yang to live there as a disciple, and that she would never tell him the truth about his background. Nor would she allow him to travel outside the eastern region, and in return, Su Zun would give the Profound Blossom sect every half-year as payment. Liu Lanjai upheld such promises and kept her mouth shut for an entire year. But alas, Su Yang had sneaked out of the eastern region without alerting anyone. Even now, the Profound Blossom sect has no idea that he had long left the eastern region. But of course, Su Zin didn't know that, hence why he's blaming Liu Lanjai for Su Yang being in front of him right this moment. You regret it, Su Yang suddenly said, throwing me away. Su Zun remained silent, almost as if he was refusing to answer him. Is that so? Su Yang turned around and began walking out the door, and the slightest interest he has left for this situation was finally gone. When Su Yang reached the doors, Su Zun's voice resounded, and it was one filled with solemn. You shouldn't have come back here, Su Yang. Hearing such words, Su Yang halted his steps and turned around. Ever since your mother died, everything's been going downhill for this family. It wasn't my desire to send you to the Profound Blossom sect, much less take away your memories from you, but alas, if I can save the family by doing so. How ridiculous! Su Yang, who was no longer interested in the matter, turned around and began approaching the door once more. The next moment, however, the door suddenly opened in an explosive manner, and a figure walked in. When Su Zun saw this young lady, his eyes widened with shock. How? I thought you had left to search for. Father, what is the meaning of this? Su Yin approached Su Zun with a frown. Luckily, I had anticipated something like this and prepared beforehand, even remaining within the city for the past few days. Su Yin, prior to leaving, had ordered a few of her most trusted servants that if Su Yang were to return home, then she was to be notified at all cost without delay. If not, then she would not be here right now. Su Zun, feeling as though his heart was about to explode like the door, used every last bit of his wits to make up a plausible excuse. Yinner, I had some of my people wait outside the divine doors shortly after you left. After waiting for many days, he was finally found wandering around the place. I wasn't able to notify you sooner because I wanted to keep this as a surprise for you. Of course, I also needed to confirm whether or not it was really him before telling you, as I didn't want to get your hopes up only to crush them with false news. Is that so? Su Yin no longer looked as angry after hearing his words, but there were still some doubts in her head. Never mind that. Su Yin then turned to look at Su Yang with a delightful face and ran for him. Elder brother Yang, I'm so glad that you are fine. Wait a moment. Su Yang raised his hand to stop her from jumping at him. Even if you are my sister by blood, I am no longer the elder brother Yang that you know and love. Su Yin slowed down her steps, quickly coming to a halt. That's only because of your amnesia. I am sure that you will be back to normal once we help you recover your memories. Su Yang shook his head and continued. It will be better for everyone in this room if you forget about me, and I am fairly certain that nothing will change even if I were to regain my memories. But we won't know that until we try. Forget it, little girl. It will be the best for us all. Su Yang no longer paid attention to her and began walking out the door once again. This is all your fault, Su Yin suddenly exclaimed loudly. However, her anger wasn't directed towards Su Zun, who was dumbfounded by her outburst. You must have done something to elder brother Yang. Who are you? And what have you done to him? Su Yin glared at Qiayu with a dagger-like gaze. Trust me, you don't want this trouble, said Qiayu in a calm voice, who has been standing at the corner of the room with a nonchalant expression since the beginning, silently veiling her presence. She had been so quiet up till this point that even Su Zun didn't notice her until now. Calm down, Yinner. Knowing that Qiayu was innocent because he was the cause of Su Yang's amnesia, he tried to stop her from acting too rashly. But alas, Su Yin was already too heated to hear Su Zun's weak voice. Give me back my brother. Su Yin pounced at Qiayu with her entire cultivation base roused. Foolish mortal. Qiayu waved her sleeves with only a small fraction amount of her true cultivation base behind the swing, but it still sent a powerful wind filled with profound Kai at Su Yin, sending her flying the moment it touched her. Qiyu? Su Yang looked at her with a weird look. Did she have to go such lengths against someone that's not even at the Earth Spirit realm? An expert? Su Zun immediately recognized Qiayu as an expert, probably one with similar cultivation base than him, if not even higher. No wonder he dared to go inside the divine doors whilst being only at the true spirit realm. Su Zun nodded inwardly as he glanced at Su Yang. However, this was not the right time to admire Qiayu's strength. Yinner, are you okay? He ran to her, who was now all the way in the back of the room with her entire body sleeping on the floor. I did not use any real force, so there shouldn't be any injuries on her, Qiayu said in a cold tone. If it weren't for her relationship with Su Yang, then Su Yin might be covered in blood on the floor right now instead of being unscathed. After confirming that Su Yin was indeed perfectly fine and unscathed, Su Zun released a sigh of relief. Let's go, Qiayu. Su Yang looked at Su Yin with a pondering gaze for a moment for walking out the door. This time, Su Yang was able to pass the door without any interruptions. Once he left the room with Qiayu, they both walked through the long halls in a calm and casual manner, almost as though they were taking a stroll in the park. Father, Qiayu suddenly spoke up. I have been avoiding this question since it's none of my business, but why do you seem so reluctant to regain your memories? Even though you said that it's simply because you don't care. Surely there must be another reason, right? Su Yang remained silent, seemingly unwilling to speak. But after another minute, he slowly opened his mouth. Are you an expert when it comes to souls? He suddenly asked her. No. Qiayu shook her head. I'm not surprised, as I am also unfamiliar with something so complicated and filled with profound mysteries. After waiting another moment, he continued, "But even with my limited expertise, I do know that anything can happen if the soul of two different individuals merges into one." "Are you saying that?" "If I am currently inside a body that carries two souls from two different individuals, what will happen if I unseal the memories of the other Su Yang? Would that awake his soul? What will happen afterward? Would I still be the same person as I am now, or would our souls merge into one? What will happen then? Who will be who? There are too many uncertainties, hence why I am hesitant on releasing this seal on my memories. And since it doesn't seem like it will affect me at all if I leave it untouched, then I'd rather keep it sealed." It was not the memories Su Yang was worried about. Instead, it was the potential risk of awakening another soul, as that'll cause countless problems even for a knowledgeable expert like him. "But what if it affects your future cultivation?" Kiayu asked with a worried tone. "I shouldn't have to say this since you are much more experienced than me in this, but once it comes time for you to break through to a higher realm, every little thing in you could affect it, especially something like a seal, no matter how weak it is. Also, as I'd already said, what if there is only one soul in your body, the Su Yang I know? What if, because of your reincarnation, it was actually you who lost his memories first?" Su Yang suddenly turned quiet. "I have already thought of such possibilities, but alas, there is too much at risk." Su Yang sighed. "I don't care about my life, but, as arrogant and egotistical as it sounds, there are people out there whose life depends on me. If I'm gone, who will take care of them?" Kiayu did not know how to answer him, so she remained quiet. A few minutes later, they finally left the building and entered the inner garden. However, before Su Yang could even take 3 steps in this new scenery, a flash flickered in the sky, and a steel sword came plunging from the sky and towards Su Yang, its sharp blade filled with killing intent. "Who dares?" Noticing the incoming sword the instant it was directed at Su Yang with killing intent, Kiayu loudly screamed and shattered the steel sword into tiny fragments with a single wave of her sleeves. Somewhere in the distance, a tall figure nearly crapped his pants when he saw what had just occurred and darted from the scene the next instant. But alas, Kiayu's spiritual sense had already spotted him at the same time she spotted the sword. "Where do you think you are going?" Kiayu jumped from her spot and flew towards the running individual, catching up to him within mere seconds. The moment Kiayu caught up to the individual, she used her divine realm cultivation base to pressure the tall figure until his entire face was kissing the ground. And the force she used to pressure him wasn't as soft as when she blew Su Yin away from her, using almost enough strength to smash the man's body into a bloody mess. "Cough!" The man on the ground coughed up many mouthfuls of blood. He could easily feel the many bones in his body that was broken from the impact at which he was slammed onto the ground. "Who are you?" Ignoring his pain and bloody lips, Kiayu asked him in a cold voice. "Cough." The tall man, however, did not answer her, as he coughed up another mouthful of blood before falling unconscious. Chapter 136. Only if you have the balls. Who's this donkey? Su Yang casually showed up and asked, looking like he had nothing to do with this situation and was just a bystander. "You also don't know him. Since he attacked you, there has to be some sort of connection between you two. That reason should be related to the other." Suddenly, an ear-piercing shriek resounded within the garden. Master Su, are you all right?" A middle-aged lady wearing clothes meant for servants came dashing towards Su Yang and Kiayu. However, it was plainly obvious that she was not calling for Su Yang, but the individual that was on the floor, who also happens to have the same surname as him. "Ah, murder. Master Su has been murdered by these 2 barbarians." When the middle-aged lady saw the blood by the unconscious man on the ground and on his lips, she started freaking out, almost as if she'd just witnessed a murder in plain daylight. Mere seconds after the middle-aged lady's scream echoed in the garden, dozens of armed guards came running from every direction, very quickly surrounding Su Yang and Kiayu with their weapons raised. However, when the guards finally got the chance to take a good look at the culprits' faces, A few of their expressions froze upon recognizing Su Yong's handsome face. "Why, young Master Su, you are back." The few guards that recognized Su Yong were so shocked that they pretty much forgot about the situation. "What are you guards doing? Apprehend these two intruders?" The middle-aged lady continued screaming like a madman. But the guards that recognized Su Yong were feeling perplexed. Apprehend who? The second oldest son of Su Zun, who'd also been missing for an entire year. Their heads would, without a doubt, roll if they followed the middle-aged lady's nonsense. "What are you waiting for? Is this what the Su family pays you all for? Incompetence." Hearing such words, the guards that didn't recognize Su Yong slowly approached him with frowns on their faces. When the other guards saw this, they quickly reacted by shouting, "Halt! Who do you think this is? This is young Master Su, young Lady Su's elder brother?" "What did you just say?" The guards immediately froze like statues upon hearing the other guards' words. They then turned to look at the middle-aged lady, who was clearly as shocked and confused as everyone else there. "So this idiotic donkey is also part of the Su family, huh? Can't say that I'm surprised." Su Yong quickly comprehended the situation after listening to these people. This tall figure on the floor was Su Yuhan, Su Yong and Su Yin's elder brother, and also the eldest son within the Su family. However, this revelation only raised more questions than answers. Why did he attack Su Yong with the intent to kill, even going as far as a sneak attack from the sky? "This man tried to take my life, hence why he's in this half-dead state," said Su Yong in a calm manner. "This man." The guards there found the way Su Yong addressed his own elder brother odd, but what he said afterward was just shocking to the core. There must have been a misunderstanding, young Master Su. Your elder brother would never do something so vile." The guards there tried to make sense of the situation. After all, it was extremely hard for them to believe that Su Yuhan, who was known for being kind and noble, would have any reasons to harm Su Yong, who's been missing for an entire year, let alone attempt to kill him. "I don't care about his reasons for wanting to kill me, but—" Su Yong ignored the guards and squatted in front of the unconscious Su Yuhan and continued, "Fortunately for you, that little girl has already lost enough. I wouldn't want to take away from her the last brother she has. However, since you attacked me, I will make sure you at least regret it." As he said those words, Su Yong raised a finger and pointed it at Su Yuhan. Though, more specifically, he was pointing directly towards his crotch area. The guards and servants there were puzzled at his actions, even Kiayu, but seconds later, they all watched in horror as a beam of light shot out from the tip of Su Yong's fingers and pierced the area between Su Yuhan's legs. A blood-curdling scream that nearly pierced the eardrums of the people there came out of Su Yuhan's mouth. The pain was so intensive that it had shocked him awake. When the male guards witnessed this scene, they instinctively dropped their weapons to cover their own balls in a protective manner. Why, you devil?" The middle-aged lady nearly fainted when she saw a puddle of blood start to form near Su Yuhan's crotch area. How could someone be so cruel and heartless? How will he ever have children now? This is an incredible blow to not only Su Yuhan's life as a man, but also the entire Su family itself. "He'll be fine," Su Yong said casually. "Although I won't guarantee that he won't kill himself due to shame, I'm positive that such minor injuries will not kill him directly." "SSS Su Yong? Why, you bastard?" On the ground, wriggling in agony, was Su Yuhan, who was clutching onto his non-existent balls as he screamed in a hoarse voice. I will fucking K-kill you. You will kill me, only if you have the balls, ha-ha-ha." Su Yong burst out laughing at his own joke. On Su Yuhan's face was an expression of extreme rage and hatred, and the look he gave Su Yong was as though he was looking at someone who'd just murdered his entire family, perhaps something even worse, especially after hearing Su Yong's joke after what he did to him. Meanwhile, the guards there that were quite familiar with Su Yong looked at him with an odd expression, thinking to themselves how this Su Yong did not match the one in their memories. He was much bolder and almost heartless, unlike the silent and forgiving Su Yong they knew. "Let's go." Su Yong began walking again. Seeing Su Yong approach them, The guards quickly scattered to make a path for him, fearing that he might also destroy their manhood if they dared to block him. With nobody else obstructing his path, Su Yang and Qiayu's figure quickly disappeared from the Su family's living quarters. Chapter 137. Soul Divination Pill. After they were certain that Su Yang was no longer there, the guards assisted Su Yuhan, who had fainted again, back to his own room, where they provided treatment for his destroyed balls. When the nurses and doctors saw the condition of Su Yuhan's balls for the first time, they nearly puked from disgust. Their eyes filled with terrors, and they wondered to themselves what kind of monster would be so heartless to do such actions. I cannot imagine anyone besides the devil himself that would do something like this to another human being. Not only are his balls destroyed, but even his rod is completely gone. The doctor shook his head, his heart feeling heavy, feeling Su Yuhan's pain just from looking at his condition. I'm afraid that even a divine doctor may not be able to restore his manhood. The room instantly became silent, even gloomy. Su Zun, who'd rushed here after hearing the news, stood there with a dark expression on his face at this moment. This situation was a problem not just for Su Yuhan's future, but the entire Su family's as well. However, it was not as if the Su family was entirely doomed, as there was also Su Yin. But even then, with her obsession with Su Yang, would she even look at another person beside him? But alas, even with all of those problems already at hand, there was one that trumped them all. Does the Hong family know of this incident yet? Su Zun asked in a heavy tone, his gaze at the old man beside him. Unfortunately, said Senior Tao, one of the Su family's most trusted elders. The news had already spread before we could even lay the young master on his bed. As a matter of fact, they are currently heading here even as we speak and should arrive within 3 days of time. A distressed light flashed within Su Zun's eyes after hearing this news. But alas, there was nothing he could do at this point, as this was no longer a situation he could manage by himself. Whatever, I will deal with it when they arrive. For now, just focus on trying to healing my son. But I don't care even it is near impossible to fully heal him, but I want you to at least try. All the resources will be provided by my Su family, so use them without being formal. Su Zun interrupted the doctor. Even if the chances are slimmer than slim, he still wanted to try to save his only son's future. I understand. Although I will not promise any results, I will put forth all of my effort and knowledge into healing your son. A little bit later, when the doctors started their treatment on Su Yuhan, Su Zun and everyone else that was not needed in the room quickly left to avoid disturbing the doctors. How is young lady's condition? Senior Tao asked Su Zun as they walked in the hallway, their pace slow and filled with doubt. Not good, Su Zun shook his head. Ever since the incident, she's locked herself inside her room and would refuse to come out no matter what I say to her. If this continues, I don't even want to imagine what she might do. It's for the best if we leave the young lady alone for now until she sorts out her mind, else it might affect her cultivation in the future, Senior Tao suggested. Su Zun nodded, and they began preparations as they wait for the Hong family's anticipated arrival. You know of a pill called Soul Divination Pill? Su Yang asked Qiayu as they walked down a busy pedestrian street. I do, she quickly replied. I even saw one with my own eyes at the Holy Central Continent. Su Yang suddenly stopped walking and stared at her with pleasant-looking eyes. You saw one? Here in this world, Qiayu nodded. Why is it that rare of a pill? She then asked. It's not that valuable, but it is rare enough that I wouldn't have expected one to be in this undeveloped world. Are you going to use it to see whether or not you have another soul within your body? Qiayu already saw through his plans the moment he asked her about the pill. Su Yang confirmed her thoughts with a quick nod. That's right. I had initially planned on collecting the materials to create one myself, but since there already exists one in this world, that will make my life much easier. Are you planning on going to the Holy Central Continent for this soul divination pill? Naturally. Su Yang answered in a heartbeat. Hearing his words, Qiayu's eyes flashed with hesitation. If possible, She didn't want him to go to the holy central continent, and even less to the place with the soul divination pill. As for her reasons, she wouldn't be able to handle the embarrassment that would come if he were to find out about her not-so-hidden secret there. I understand. However, I should warn you now that, unless you rob them with sheer force, then even you wouldn't be able to obtain it easily even if we go there. What is the reason? Su Yong's interest was piqued. The place with the soul divination pill is called the Four Seasons Academy. It is a sect specialized in alchemy, and they treat the soul divination pill as though it is their most precious treasure. Even if you offer them something that is logically more valuable than their soul divination pill, they will refuse the offer without a single thought. That does not matter, said Su Yang. We will know whether or not they will give it to me once we get there and see them in person. Qiayu sighed inwardly and nodded. She then retrieved her flying boat and threw it in the sky. The sudden appearance of a boat hovering in the sky quickly attracted the gaze of everybody on the streets, causing them to look at it with eyes of wonder. And under the gaze of dozens, both Su Yang and Qiayu jumped on the flying boat. Zaya wrong. Su Yang called for her in a calm and low voice. Suddenly, before he could even blink his eyes, a young girl wearing plain white robes appeared before him. Did you have fun? He asked her with a smile, to which she replied with a nod. That's good to hear. Su Yang turned to Qiayu and continued, Let's go to this Four Seasons Academy, shall we? Qiayu nodded, and then she turned to look at Zaya Wrong and spoke to her in a cold voice. This boat only has room for two. You will have to follow us with your own methods. And without waiting for a reply, Qiayu activated the flying boat, speeding hundreds of miles into the distance in the blink of an eye. However, when Qiayu turned around, her gaze met with Zaya Wrong's, who was casually chasing behind them with seemingly no effort. Seeing this, Qiayu only coldly sneered. 3 days passed by in a flash, and at the Su family, Su Zun, along with many other high-standing individuals, stood at the main entrance to the living quarters, seemingly waiting for the arrival of someone. They are here. The Hong family is here. A messenger could be seen running towards them from a distance while shouting at the top of his lungs. This is it. Huh. Su Zun straightened his robes and prepared for the worst. Chapter 138. I am here to see my fiancé. A luxurious carriage slowly approached the Su family's living quarters, pulling up right before the main gate. A few moments later, the door to the carriage opened, and a beautiful young lady wearing red robes stepped out of the carriage. The young lady proceeded to walk towards Su Zun the moment her feet touched the ground. Hong Yuer greets Senior Su. She greeted him with a gentle bow, her voice filled with respect. Although she did not expect him to meet her at the entrance, it was within her expectations that Su Zun would be aware of her arrival before she'd even arrive. It's only been 3 months since our last meeting, but you've grown even more beautiful since then. Su Zun praised her with a smile on his face. Then he asked her while looking around, Where are your parents? Are they not here with you today? Hong Yuer shook her head and spoke. This is my own problem, so I'd asked my parents to let me come alone. Saying that, Hong Yuer's expression suddenly turned serious, even cold. That being said, where is he right now? I would like to see him. A drop of sweat sneakily rolled down Su Zun's back after hearing her words. He's currently resting in his room, he replied after a short moment of silence. May I? Despite her cold looks, Hong Yuer still spoke in a respectful tone, as her family was slightly beneath the Su family in terms of status and power despite their close relationship. Su Zun reluctantly nodded before guiding her to where Su Yuhan was resting. Once they reached the room, Su Zun knocked on the door and spoke. Yuhan, Hong Yuer is here to meet you. And without waiting for Su Yuhan to answer, Su Zun forcefully opened the door. Wait, do not open the... Su Yuhan's hurried voice resounded the moment the door was opened. When the door was fully opened and Su Zun, Hong Yuer, and many other individuals there saw the scene in the room, their jaws dropped from shock. What they saw was the spectacular scene of Su Yuhan with his pants down on his bed, his hands clutching onto his obviously stitched-on rod, looking like he was playing with himself. Su Yuhan's instantly face turned ashen. Wait, This is not what it looks like? Yuhan, how dare you show not only us, but even an innocent young lady such as Hong Yuer such a vile scene? Do you not have any shame? Put that vulgar thing away right this second. Su Zun did not allow him to finish his words and roared in a voice mixed with anger and embarrassment, causing the room to shake a little. To think he'd catch his always noble son in such an act was just unthinkable. Hell, it would have been fine if Su Yuhan was exposed in front of him alone, but unfortunately for the both of them, almost everybody that should have never witnessed this scene was there, including the Hong family's young lady. In other words, this was a disastrous situation. And sure enough, when Hong Yuer saw Su Yuhan's sickening rod, her face darkened with a deep frown and her gaze filled itself with disgust, almost like she just ate a fat fly. As for the other people that were there, they were so dumbfounded by the scene that they all took steps backwards, almost as if they wanted to run away from the scene. What made this situation even worse was Su Yuhan's rod that had been recently implanted, causing his pelvis area to be filled with dry blood and stitches. Yuer, this is a misunderstanding. I can explain this. Su Yuhan panicked and began shouting like a madman, making the situation look even uglier. I just wanted to see if I can get it to work after the implant. Even though the doctors say I am in a hopeless position, I can guarantee you that it will heal properly. Enough. A cold voice resounded in the room, but it was not Su Zun who'd spoken those words, nor did it come from the other individuals from the Su family. Instead, the words had came from Hong Yuer's mouth. Yuer! Su Yuhan looked at her with a shocked expression after hearing her cold voice. I came here today not to comfort you, nor did I travel thousands of miles to look at your pathetic face. Hong Yuer then turned to look at Su Zun and continued to speak. Senior Su, on the behalf of my family, I, Hong Yuer, came here today to break my engagement with your eldest son, Su Yuhan. Su Zun did not instantly reply to Hong Yuer and remained quiet. After a moment of silence, he released a deep sigh and spoke. Is this the Hong family's decision, or... I have already spoken with my parents, but I will repeat what I said to them here, and I will apologize for my impudent behavior in advance. Taking a deep breath, Hong Yuer began speaking in a serious voice. If I have to marry this humiliating thing and spend the rest of my life with him, then I'd rather be alone 6 feet under the ground. What? Su Yuhan expressed great shock upon hearing Hong Yuer's words, causing his eyes to nearly turn all white. While he knew that she never really approved of their relationship, he didn't think that her hate for him was to this extent. Su Zun sighed again, his color noticeably paler. Then what about the oath between your mother and my wife? This will surely haunt my dear even in heaven. Perhaps we can work this out. Senior Su, please excuse my rudeness once again, but the oath between my mother and Madam Su is between me and him, not Su Yuhan. Then, why did you agree to the rearrangements? Su Zun asked with a puzzled expression. There is only one reason as to why I agreed. It was simply because I was pressured to by my family. However, now that he is back, there is no longer any reason for me to put up with this farce, said Hong Yuer. And although I didn't mention this at first, there is one more reason as to why I am here today. Hong Yuer's cold expression noticeably turned soft at this point. I am here to see my fiancée, Su Yang, Chapter 139, Hong Yuer. One of Su Yuhan's worst nightmare was Hong Yuer finding out Su Yang's return, which might affect their current relationship, fearing that she might break their engagement in order to return to Su Yang. And the instant Su Yuhan heard Hong Yuer's words, realizing that his worst nightmare has come true, he directly fell unconscious, but not before he coughed up a mouthful of blood due to shock and anger. In response to Su Yuhan fainting, Hong Yuer did not even bother to glance at him and continued to speak. I know that he's returned, Su Yang. Where is he? Unfortunately, you are a few days late, Su Zun said while shaking his head. You will not find him here, nor should you ask me about his location, because even I cannot tell you where he went after attacking his own brother, Su Yuhan. Senior Su, why must you make it sound as though everything is his fault? I don't believe that he would attack that thing without any justifiable reason. He's just not that kind of person. Hong Yuer pointed to Sui Yuhan when she said that thing. Su Zun sighed and said, "You know nothing, Su Yang, he is no longer the same person you knew before disappearing, as he currently has amnesia." He spoke as though he had nothing to do with Su Yang's situation, even pretending to be disheartened, his voice filled with sorrow. "What did you say? He's lost his memories." Hong Yuer frowned the instant she heard such news. "That's right. He doesn't even recognize his beloved sister, Su Yin." "It's that serious." Hong Yuer knew just how close the siblings were, hence why she's even more surprised. However, she was even more surprised that Su Zun would allow Su Yang to leave the place, despite knowing such facts, especially after the ruckus between him and Su Yuhan, even feeling a bit suspicious. "And you allowed him to leave under these circumstances?" Hong Yuer did not beat around the bush and questioned Su Zun, causing his heart rate to increase. "I would have stopped him if I knew that he was going to leave. His departure was too sudden, and I was attending to something else." After a few moments of silence, Hong Yuer turned around and began walking away. "Where are you going?" Su Zun asked her. "I have accomplished what I came here for, so there is no longer any reasons for me to stay. As for my fiancé, Su Yang, I will try to find him using my own resources." Hong Yuer spoke in a calm voice, giving around her a composed atmosphere. Su Zun did not stop her and only sighed inwardly. The young lady of the Hong family is truly exceptional. Not only is she as beautiful as a fairy, but she is also sharp and mature. The surrounding members of the Su family began speaking about Hong Yuer after she left. "She's too good for someone like Su Yang, almost wasteful." "Almost? It's definitely too wasteful for her to be with someone like Su Yang." Besides his appearance, what does she see in someone as mediocre and untalented as Su Yang anyway? Su Yuhan is definitely a much better choice in my humble opinion. The members of the Su family spoke of Su Yang in disdain without reserve, despite Su Zun's presence right beside them. This showed just how little the members of the family cared about Su Yang, even treating him as though he's not even a part of the family. Hearing the people beside him belittle his own son, even if he was truly useless, Su Zun still clenched his fists in anger. However, there was nothing he could say to them that would denounce their words. Ever since he was born, Su Yang would not show any interest in anything and would always stare at the empty air with a blank expression, almost like he was detached from this world. Even as a baby, he would not cry, nor would he cause a ruckus within a house like every other normal baby at his age, always remaining silent. This odd behavior of his quickly worried the family, making them start to doubt that he was defective. However, as Su Yang grew older, he would begin to show more emotions, even beginning to read books at a very young age despite never being taught how to read. Seeing this, the Su family's hope for him began to grow once again, with some even calling him a literature genius. Time passed, and on his 10th birthday, Su Yang met Hong Yuer for the first time because of his mother, who had considerable power and influence within the family at that time. Some would even say that she had more power than Su Zun, the family head, but none of them dared to say such words out loud, only believing it in their hearts. However, other than his love for literature, Su Yang had nothing else that could capture the attention of the family and quickly became forgotten. And unlike his other two siblings that showed incredible aptitudes for cultivation, especially Su Yin, Su Yang expressed no interest in normal martial arts, much less cultivation. As even more time passed, Su Yang's presence within the family dimmed to the point where even many of the new servants would not learn of his name until many weeks, even months after they joined the Su family. Su Yang's lack of presence and talent within the family easily made him a target within the family, and with the help of Su Yuhan, who hated Su Yang and felt nothing but jealousy towards his relationship with Hong Yuer. His secret obsession, ever since he first saw her, turned Su Yang's quiet life into one that was similar to hell. Many events later, Su Yang eventually disappeared from the Su family, and Hong Yuer became engaged with Su Yuhan after being pressured by both families. However, despite being engaged, Hong Yuer rarely saw Su Yuhan, much less speak with him. Hell, even after an entire year of being engaged, Su Yuhan did not so much as get the chance to touch even a single hair on her body, and it was something he complained about every day inside his heart. Su Zun sat on a chair inside his room with an exhausted expression. He's been in this position for many hours without moving a muscle ever since the events that have been happening lately. Suddenly, he tilted his head to look at the ceiling and released the deepest sigh yet. I had said that I wouldn't regret my decision no matter the outcome, yet here I am, silently regretting my decision that day. Su Zun chuckled a few times sarcastically, almost like he was mocking himself. After a few more minutes of sitting, Su Zun stood up and walked to the corner of the room where he retrieved a wooden box that was hidden under one of the floor tiles. He then opened the box, and inside this wooden box was a silver needle. After staring at it for a few seconds, Su Zun shook his head and closed the wooden box, placing it back into the hidden spot the next second. When Hong Yuer left the Su family, she directly returned to her own family, relaying the events that had occurred during her trip to the Su family, even telling them the embarrassing incident of Su Yuhan accidentally exposing himself in front of her and many others. The Hong family expressed awkward expression after hearing her stories. "Are you sure about this, Yuer?" her father suddenly said to her. "Who knows where this Su Yang is right now? And even if you manage to find him, will you be able to live a life with someone that might not even remember you?" After a moment of silence, Hong Yuer replied, "Even if he does not remember me, I am certain that I will still be able to live a blissful life with him." "Think about this carefully, Yuer." It was her mother who spoke this time. "Not only are you a beautiful young woman, but you are also talented, being only slightly worse than that little monster at the Su family. I'm sure you'll be able to find a more suitable partner for yourself without even the need to leave this house." Hong Yuer shook her head, and in a calm voice she spoke slowly. "Our relationship has already reached the point where it's impossible for me to find another man, not that I wish for such a thing in the first place." When Hong Yuer said this, bright lights flickered within her beautiful black eyes. "WW, what do you mean by those words?" "What?" Both the mother and father exclaimed at the same time, their eyes and jaws wide open, clearly shocked greatly by their daughter's sudden revelation that was almost as impactful as a heavenly tribulation. Chapter 140, Clear Visions. "Yuer, explain yourself." "What do you mean by those words of yours just now?" the mother said with a panicking voice. If Hong Yuer's words meant what they guessed, then her chances of finding another partner would significantly reduce no matter how beautiful or talented Hong Yuer was, since very little people out there would accept a woman that had already been plucked by another man. Especially if these men are from backgrounds with power and status. Unlike the profound Blossom sect, where women with multiple partners are not as frowned upon, the outside world is vastly different. To the women that are not from a dual cultivating sect, whether they are from a powerful family or a common household, their purity is of their utmost importance, hence why all of them try to stay pure until they seal their future with their chosen partner. Why does it matter what my words mean? It still won't change the fact that I will not be accepting anyone besides Su Yang as my husband. Hong Yuer replied in a nonchalant manner, and she continued, "However, to calm your minds, I am still pure." Although their hearts skipped a beat at her first sentence, both the mother and father released sighs of relief upon hearing her last few words. Her being pure meant that she's not completely hopeless. Who knows, perhaps they will successfully persuade her in the future. "Aya, you nearly gave me a heart attack there, Yuer," the father said as he fanned the sweat off his face with his own hands. Of course, Hong Yuer did not bond with Su Yang, as Lan Liking was obviously the first one to extract his pure Yang essence from him. "However, that still does not explain your words just now," the mother said with a puzzled look. With a bitter smile, Hong Yuer spoke. "It's a bit complicated, and I doubt you will believe me even if I told you with a dagger to my neck." Her parents looked at her with a bizarre look. What kind of explanation was that? However, despite their doubts and curiosity, they did not push this topic any further. The most important question in their mind had already been resolved, so there wasn't any need to continue. Sometime later, After Hong Yuer spoke with her family for a few more minutes, she went back to her own room, where she sat on her bed in the lotus position and closed her eyes to cultivate. A few hours have passed since Su Yang and the two girls began making their way towards the holy central continent, and ever since they left the eastern continent, there's been nothing but ocean water that surrounds them. This Four Seasons Academy, you appear to be very familiar with them. Tell me more about them, Su Yang said to Qiayu. We are not that close, Qiayu shook her head. I once stayed in their sect as a guest for a few days after some incident. As for the sect itself, it is honestly nothing too special, she continued. I said this before, but they are a sect that specializes in pills and whatnot. In fact, within the entire holy central continent, they are at the top when it comes to alchemy, second to none. What about their overall strength? They are considerably powerful if we use this world's standard. Even the weakest of their outer court disciples are at the true spirit realm, whilst their most elite disciples are all above the heavenly spirit realm. A far cry when compared to our eastern continent. Huh, do they have better techniques, or is it because of their location? Qiayu nodded. Not only do they have superior techniques, but their continent is also filled with rich profound Kai when compared to the other four continents, she said. In my experience, all the other four continents have similar overall prowess. The holy central continent, however, is far more advanced in both techniques and alchemy, mostly because of the rich, profound Kai. At least that's what I figured out after circling this world for many times during my 1,000 years here. Maybe that dog from the heavenly order also had something to do with why they are so ahead of everybody else, Su Yang added. That's very possible, Qiayu agreed. Anyway, how long until we arrive? Surely it can't be as long as that bridge in the legacy tomb, right? Su Yang then asked her. We should be there after another hour, she quickly replied. Very well. Su Yang closed his eyes to rest, but not very long after closing his eyes he could feel something soft pressure his legs. He slowly opened his eyes, and right in front of his face was Zaya Orong, who had decided to sit on his lap with her body facing his way and her legs circling around his body, her sharp eyes staring directly into his eyes like she wanted to eat him up. What do you think you are doing? Before Su Yang could ask that question, Qiayu had opened her mouth first. However, as usual, Zaya Orong ignored Qiayu and opened her lips to stick her small pink tongue out and began licking Su Yang in the face the next second. This vulgar cat, Qiayu silently cursed. Why does she seem obsessed with licking you? Are all phantom cats like that? She then asked him. No, not to my knowledge, he replied. As a matter of fact, ghost cats dislike physical contact. However, that's a characteristic only for ghost cats, so I cannot say the same for phantom cats. A few seconds later, when Su Yang was certain that she was not going to stop anytime soon, he covered her mouth with his hands to stop her from licking his face off. Why do you like licking me so much? Am I tasty to you? Su Yang said that as a joke, but to his surprise, Zaya Orong nodded. Seeing her nod, a light suddenly lit up in his mind. Perhaps you are able to taste the minuscule amount of celestial Kai that is within my profound Kai. Su Yang found this reasoning to make a lot of sense. After all, ghost cats are extremely sensitive to profound Kai, so it wouldn't be weird if Zaya Orong was able to sense his celestial Kai. Additionally, not just ghost cats, but all beasts under heaven love rich profound Kai, especially celestial Kai, the highest quality of profound Kai. Hearing his question, Zaya Orong only showed him a puzzled expression. She did not know what celestial Kai was. However, such a reaction was natural, as celestial Kai is extremely rare even within the four divine heavens, much less this world. Not just Zaya Orong, but all living beasts with a cultivation base, just like cultivators, require profound Kai to grow and survive, and the stronger they become, the more profound Kai they will need to nurture themselves, within the Hong family's residence. Su Yang. Hong Yuer mumbled to herself as her mind slowly clears itself, slowly entering a profound state of mind that was similar to slumber. Then, inside her head, clear images of Su Yang appeared. However, there was something different about this Su Yang in her head. He was much more elegant, charming, and mature. Although Hong Yuer cannot fully comprehend these visions that were flowing through her mind, she, as ridiculous as it may sound, believes it to be memories of her past life with Su Yang. One major reason as to why she believes in such a fantasy-like imagination was due to the fact that the images in her head are just too clear to be mere dreams. His gentle voice, his sharp gazes, and even the feeling of his hands on her body, they were all just too realistic and clear, almost like she'd experienced such events herself. However, that being said, these visions did not appear until just recently, so she has yet to fully accept it. Are these memories inside her head just a really realistic dream? How many more of these visions will come to her? Will she ever be able to figure out the reason as to why she's seeing these things? Hong Yuer was both excited and anxious to find out, even scared, but nevertheless, she continued to cultivate just to see these visions, as that is the only way to make them appear. Chapter 141. 4 Seasons Academy. So this is the Holy Central Continent, huh? After traveling across the Jade Sea for a little over an hour, Su Yang and the team has finally reached the shores of the Holy Central Continent. Su Yang took a deep breath of fresh air and could already feel his cultivation base increase slightly. No wonder why you say this place is a far cry when compared to the other continents. The profound Kai here is bursting with richness. It's like comparing a garden full of fairies to a dump site for the homeless. Okay, take me to this place, said Su Yang. Kiayu nodded, and the flying boat began moving once again. After another half an hour, they notice a tall wall with a large sign that read 4 Seasons above a steel gate. The scent of medical herbs penetrated Su Yang's nose as soon as they got close to the place. Who are you? And what business do you have with our 4 Seasons Academy? A middle-aged man wearing green and white robes appeared in front of the gate and asked them, his gaze filled with worry. Because of Kiayu's eye-catching flying treasure, the 4 Seasons Academy noticed their arrival before they even got close. Although the Holy Central Continent is superior in every aspect when compared to the other continents, the existence of flying treasures like Kiayu's boat is still extremely rare, so only the rich and powerful backgrounds would have such a treasure, hence why the middle-aged man, who is an elder of the 4 Seasons Academy, came to greet them instead of the usual disciples on guard duty. Do not be so tense, Su Yang said with a calm expression. We are not here to cause trouble, only for business. Business? The sect elder expressed a puzzled expression. He was not aware of any ongoing business for the sect at the moment, so where did this lot come from? What business are you talking about? I don't recall my 4 Seasons sect doing business with anyone at this moment, asked the middle-aged man. Su Yang smiled and retrieved a paper scroll that he'd written during his travel from the pockets of his robe and tossed it to the middle-aged man. Show this to your patriarch and let him know that Su Yang is here to see him, he said as he threw the paper scroll. The middle-aged man caught the scroll, but he didn't open it to read its contents. Instead, he looked at Su Yang with a weird expression. Patriarch? We don't have a patriarch here. The sect elder's words dumbfounded Su Yang, and his head snapped to look at Kiayu with a gaze that demanded an explanation. The one in control of the 4 Season Academy is a woman, she said in a nonchalant voice. Aya, you couldn't have said that before we arrived. I just made a fool out of myself, Su Yang sighed loudly. Well, you did not ask. Su Yang turned speechless. He then turned to face the sect elder with a bright smile and said, My apologies, let me correct myself. I came here to see your matriarch, so show her that paper in your hand. Why should I do that? Who are you people, anyway? What business do you have with our matriarch? She does not have the time to play with children. The sect elder quickly refused to listen to Su Yang. After all, in his eyes, they were just a bunch of children that came out of nowhere demanding for their matriarch's attention. Where do they think they are? The playground? If you are only here to play around, then I suggest you leave before any problem arises. The sect elder continued to press them. Su Yang shook his head at how quickly this elder refused to listen to them without even looking at the paper. Are you sure you want us to leave without looking at the contents of that paper? Who knows? Maybe whatever is written inside that scroll has the potential to greatly affect your sect's future, even changing the way you all see alchemy entirely." "What nonsense!" the sect elder suddenly shouted, clearly a bit angry. "Who do you think you are to talk about alchemy in front of the Four Seasons Academy? Our expertise in alchemy is already recognized and approved by every soul in this continent, second to none. Yet a nobody child like you without any background actually dared to come here talking as if you can change the way we look at alchemy with just a mere piece of paper. How conceited of you!" The Four Seasons Academy sat at the top of alchemy since its founding days, with no other sect getting anywhere close to their proficiency and skills in the field of alchemy. So it was only natural for this sect elder to be mad at Su Yang's seemingly arrogant words. Not even one of the other three holy sects would dare to say something as arrogant as change the way you see alchemy to the Four Seasons Academy, much less a child without any background. "Get lost before I lose control of myself, you brat." The sect elder already showed great restraint by not slapping Su Yang in the face at this point, mostly because of his mysterious background. "Very well, but I hope you won't regret this decision after we leave." Su Yang calmly turned to Kiayu and continued, "Let's go." "Are you sure?" "What about the soul divination pill?" "It'll be fine," Su Yang smiled. "They will come to find me once they see the contents of that scroll." Hearing his confident voice, Kiayu couldn't help but believe them. However, what if he throws it away before reading it? There are plenty of other ways to get their attention. "If you say so." The flying boat turned around and carried Su Yang and the others away, quickly disappearing from the Four Seasons Academy. What ludicrous speed that treasure has. The middle-aged man's eyes widened with bafflement, thinking to himself that he made the right choice by not attacking them outright from anger. A few moments later, the sect elder looked at the scroll in his hands and coldly snorted. Although he didn't want to read the contents, his curiosity got the best of him. When he opened the scroll and read the first few words, his eyes widened with shock and disbelief. This is. I must show this to the matriarch." He thought to himself as he returned to the sect, nearly tripping on his own robes. Chapter 142, "If you are not careful, I might end up also consuming you." "Where should we go from here?" Kiayu asked Su Yang after they left the Four Seasons Academy. "Anywhere that will allow them to find us easily," Su Yang casually replied. "If I recall correctly, Father enjoys drinking wine, right? Although it cannot compare to the wines available in the four divine heavens, it should be just enough to quench your thirst." "You are inviting me to drink wine. If you are not careful, I might end up also consuming you. Ha ha ha." Su Yang burst out laughing. Kiayu looked speechless, but deep inside she was wishing for it to actually happen. "Matriarch, matriarch." The middle-aged man that received the paper scroll from Su Yang rushed to the meeting hall, where the matriarch and many other high-profile sect elders are currently gathered. Which ill-mannered disciple is causing such a ruckus outside, while knowing that there was going to be an important meeting today? One of the individuals from inside the meeting hall said with a frown on his face. Bang! The door to the meeting hall suddenly opened, and the middle-aged man came rushing inside. "Who dares to barge in here without permission? Prepare for your punishment," another individual shouted. "Wait, Elder Deng, are you out of your mind? What do you think you are doing, acting like this?" When the people in the meeting hall finally realized who the troublemaker was, they all gasped with shock. How could a sect elder act in such a misbehaving manner, much less Elder Deng, one of the great elders? I know, but this is urgent. Matriarch, please, look at this." Elder Deng ignored the other individuals in the room and directly approached the old woman sitting at the end of the room. "I sure hope that this urgency of yours is worth interrupting our meeting." The matriarch casually grabbed the scroll and opened it to read the contents. However, 2 words into the scroll, the matriarch's eyes widened with shock and even stood from her seat. This is? Where did you get this? Tell me." The matriarch stared at Elder Deng with narrowed eyes filled with killing intent, and the profound kai of a sovereign spirit realm expert pressured the room. When the others in the room saw this, they looked at the situation with fearful expressions. What happened? What was in the scroll that caused the usually calm matriarch to get all rowdy? Startled, Elder Deng spoke in a hasty manner. There was this group of children. They approached the sect and asked me to pass this scroll to the matriarch. A group of children? What did they want? They said something about doing business. Business? What else? That was all they told me. The matriarch collected her profound Kai back into her body and sat back down with a pondering expression. When did this happen? She then asked him. Just now. Elder Deng immediately replied, not daring to delay the answer for even a second. Are they still out there? Bring them to me right now. Elder Deng instantly turned silent and stood there like a stone statue. Bring them to her? Bring who? The people he'd already chased away before reporting to her. Why are you still standing there? Did you not hear my words just now? The matriarch asked him with a frown. Matriarch, these individuals you speak of, they have already left, said Elder Deng, his back filled with cold sweat. What? You allowed them to leave even after seeing this paper? Are you stupid? The settled matriarch suddenly turned agitated once again. I thought they were only here to fool around, so I sent them away before actually reading the contents of the scroll. They were only kids, after all. Elder Deng explained everything that had happened to everyone else in the room. The matriarch turned silent after listening to him, and her anger was even subdued. I understand, she suddenly said. You are not to be blamed for your actions, as I'm certain that everyone in this room would have reacted the same way if they were in your shoes, and I apologize for acting up. That was not very professional of me. There's no need for the matriarch to apologize to this disciple. I also should have been more patient with them before chasing them away. Elder Deng bowed to her with respect. Matriarch, if you don't mind me asking, what is the content of that scroll? An old man with a similar age to the matriarch suddenly asked the question that was in everybody's mind. The matriarch sighed and said, the content of this scroll is nothing new to everyone here, but that's exactly why it is concerning. It is nothing new to everyone here. The elders were still puzzled. See for yourself, said the matriarch as she tossed the scroll to the old man. This is impossible. The old man's almost closed eyes widened the moment he read the scroll. He then looked around the room at every single individual there with doubt in his gaze. Stop right there, the matriarch suddenly said. I can tell what you are thinking right now, but I trust everyone in this room as the matriarch and as fellow disciples, not to mention that the contents to the scroll already exceeds the knowledge of everyone here, so it's impossible for any one of us to have leaked it outside. After a moment of silence, the old man nodded and said, I understand. I apologize for doubting you all. The other elders exchanged puzzled looks with each other. In the end, what is the content of the scroll? Here, take a look at this. The old man then opened the scroll in a way so everyone in the room could read it. Soul divination pill recipe? What? Everyone in the room shouted simultaneously. How is that possible? We have been researching the soul divination pills recipe for generations now and have never spoken to anyone about our findings. Wait, how do we know it's real? It can be fake for all we know. It's highly unlikely that this is fake. The matriarch shook her head. I also thought the same at first, but if you haven't noticed already, the recipe here has the exact same material as our research, and more. You are right. Then this is really. What's important right now isn't this paper, but the person who wrote it. We must find these individuals immediately and find out what they want from us. Elder Deng, you will assist us in this, correct? Of course, Elder Deng quickly replied. Good. As for this meeting, we will continue at a later date. Does anyone here disagree? After a moment of silence, the matriarch nodded. Very well. Then this concludes the meeting. Yes, matriarch. Chapter 143, 9 Spring Hall. After leaving the Four Seasons Academy, Kiayu led Su Yong to a luxuriously decorated 9-story pagoda inside a city near the Four Seasons Academy. This is the 9 Spring Hall, one of the most famous places to dine in the continent. Kiayu introduced the place to Su Yong. From common dishes to foods filled with profound Kai, you can taste all of them in here. There are 9 floors in the 9 Spring Hall, with each floor serving different qualities of food. and at the most upper floor, they serve the best food that even money cannot buy. The first 5 floors are essentially the same, and the next 3 floors are mostly for influential people. As for the 9th floor, only people like sect masters or family heads are allowed to step foot inside. Then how far up do you think we will be allowed? Su Yang asked. If we show them enough money, then we should be able to sit on the 6th floor. Also, although the quality increases as you eat on the higher floors, there's really not much difference, or else this place wouldn't be this famous. Su Yang looked into his storage ring to see a little over 700 spirit stones inside. Although that is a lot of wealth in the eastern continent, it may not be worth a fart here in the holy central continent. Ah, whatever. It won't matter which floor we end up on, we won't be here for long anyway. Before entering the 9 spring hall, one of the workers there approached them with a welcoming smile. How many will be dining today? The pretty lady asked them. 3, Su Yang said. Very well, do you have any reservations? No. Then do you have a recommendation? No. May I ask for your surname? Su. Su, the pretty lady looked a bit surprised. Is there something wrong? Su Yang was puzzled by her reaction to his surname. Perhaps there is also another influential family here with the same surname as him. And no, there is nothing wrong. But if I may, can I ask you if you know? Kiayu suddenly cleared her throat in a loud manner and spoke in a cold voice. Excuse me, but I am starving. If you don't mind, can we enter already? We don't have all day to answer your questions. Su Yang looked at her with a dumbfounded gaze. What was that all about? Although a bit dazed by her sudden interruption, the pretty lady still quickly answered. I apologize for the wait, but in order to ensure the best experience for our valued customers, we have to confirm there. There's no need for you to confirm our identity because we are just a group of ordinary people with a lot of money to spend. Kiayu interrupted her again. Any floor will do. After hearing her words, the pretty lady showed a smile and said, It seems like this valued customer has been here before. Very well, please take this card and enter. The pretty lady handed a yellow card to Su Yang and no longer bothered them. This is? Su Yang asked Kiayu. This yellow card will allow us to go as high as 5 floors. Su Yang nodded and said, Lead the way. They entered the 9 spring hall shortly later, and another worker approached them upon seeing the yellow card in Su Yang's hands. Excuse me, valued guests, but all of the rooms for the first 5 floors are already occupied. If you don't mind waiting here, please relax in the waiting room over there, or else you can return at a later time. The place instantly turned quiet. What now? Su Yang asked Kiayu, who looked a bit irritated at the situation. Please wait a moment. After saying that, Kiayu began searching her storage ring. A few seconds later, she pulls out a jade slip and tosses it at the worker. Are there any free rooms now? She asked the worker in a cold tone. I'm sorry, but this, the worker spoke as she lowered her head to look at the jade slip. TT this is? The worker suddenly looked shocked, almost as if she was a commoner holding precious gold. Then, with a cynical expression, she asked Kiayu, where did you get this, if this is fake? Use your brain. Do you think anyone would dare to forge a fake recommendation with her name on it? Hearing her words, the worker bowed and apologized. Please wait a moment while I have a word with my superior. In the meantime, valued guests may wait in any one of the free rooms on the 8th floor that is to your liking. After saying that, the worker turned and ran off to somewhere with the jade slip in her hand, leaving Su Yang puzzled at what had just happened. What did you just give her? He asked out of curiosity. Just a recommendation from someone I know here, she vaguely replied. You couldn't have shown that to the lady outside just now. That would have made things much more simple. He shook his head. And I didn't realize this until now, since you have been the same Kiayu that I knew from back then. But have you been living the past few hundred years with that cold attitude? It reminds me of the first time we met here. Ah, how did that docile little girl turn into such a cold woman? Kiayu smiled bitterly at his words. Maybe getting chased around the world had something to do with it. If I had remained the same, I wouldn't have been able to escape from the sacred moon palace, let alone meet with you again in this vast universe. Su Yang turned silent for a moment. Of course, she would change after getting chased around the world by her own family, not to mention spending hundreds of years alone in a world that she has no connections to. It would be much weirder if she didn't change after all these ordeals. Come on, let's head to the 8th floor. However, Kiayu did not show any signs of resentment towards Su Yang for his inconsiderate remarks. Instead, she was just happy that they are together now. Su Yang quietly nodded. You really are a grown woman now, huh? He thought inwardly as he followed her upstairs. Chapter 144, 3 Ancient Academy. Upon reaching the 8th floor, they were greeted by a long hallway with 8 rooms. 3 of these rooms were already occupied, leaving 5 free rooms, so Kiayu randomly picked one and approached it, followed by Su Yang and Xiao Rong. Out of the 3 occupied room, one of them left the door open, and a large group of young men and women could be seen dining happily when Su Yang passed through their room, their appearance suggesting that they were disciples from the same place. Naturally, when Su Yang noticed the group of disciples, they also noticed him. Who are they? I don't recognize them nor their robes, but since they are able to eat on the 8th floor, they must be from some influential background. One of the disciples said in a wondering voice when he couldn't recognize Su Yang's group, even a little bit, which is extremely rare considering that they should be famous if they were to eat on the same floor as them. Do any of you recognize them? The disciple proceeded to ask the others. The other disciples quickly shook their heads. None of them were able to recognize Su Yang's group. What? How can someone with the ability to enter this floor not be recognized by any of us? The mysterious appearance of Su Yang's group quickly piqued these young adults' curiosity. Why don't one of us go and talk to them? One of them suddenly suggested. That's a great idea, but who will go? They all exchanged glances. Clearly, none of them wanted to be the one to greet Su Yang's group, seemingly afraid of the unknown. Stop this nonsense. A stern voice suddenly resounded from the end of the table. We are here today to celebrate senior apprentice sister Wu's acceptance as the prime disciple, not to bother strangers that have nothing to do with us. The disciples turned to look at the handsome young man who just spoke, then to the beautiful young lady beside him with apologetic looks. You're right, we didn't come here to fool around. Senior apprentice sister Wu, we didn't mean it. Sorry. I don't mind. The beautiful young lady surnamed Wu said with a smile, and she continued. As a matter of fact, I also find it interesting. Her words dumbfounded the disciples there. She found it interesting. The disciples there were well aware of how little things their senior apprentice sister Wu actually find interesting. As a matter of fact, she would normally show no interest in anything that was not cultivation. The handsome young man beside her looked at her with wide eyes. He's known her for many years, but this is his first time seeing her express interest in something that was not cultivation techniques, much less another human being. That young man with the green robes, I wonder what his name might be. Senior apprentice sister Wu suddenly mumbled in a low voice that was heard by everyone. Huh! The disciples stared at her with dumbfounded eyes, their mouths wide with shock. Senior apprentice sister Wu, are you okay? Did you perhaps drink too much spirit wine? The handsome man beside her asked in a trembling voice. Perhaps I did drink too much, hence why my body is feeling warmer than usual. Senior apprentice sister Wu suddenly stood up and approached the door. You wanted someone to talk to them, right? I'll go. Immediately after saying those words, senior apprentice sister Wu walked out of the room, shocking everybody there numb. Senior apprentice sister Wu, is she interested in that young man just now? One of the disciples asked out loud in a doubting voice. Impossible. The handsome young man suddenly exclaimed with anger, his face looking like he was going to eat whoever said those words. How dare you even think that? To disrespect her like that? Startled by his outburst, the disciple who just spoke quickly apologized with his forehead touching the floor. I apologize, senior apprentice brother Zhang, for my immature thoughts just now. HMPH. Get out of my face. Senior apprentice brother Zhang coldly snorted, and the disciples swiftly left the scene without even daring to look back. The place instantly turned silent, and the happy atmosphere disappeared instantly, replaced by a gloomy feeling. After a few more seconds, The handsome young man spoke. I will also go with senior apprentice sister Wu. When senior apprentice brother Zhang left the room, the disciples there released sighs of relief. Senior apprentice brother Zhang is only jealous that senior apprentice sister showed interest in another man, whilst never showing him any despite always sticking to her like some pet. Complained one of the disciples. Many people there quickly hushed whoever said those words just now. Do you want to die? Don't you dare say such things again if you want to continue being a disciple of the sect. Yeah, and it'll even affect us later on. A few seconds later, one of them suddenly asked, Does anyone else want to go? That question was answered by the sheer silence in the room. Inside the room picked by Qiayu, Su Yang casually sat by the window enjoying the gentle breeze. He then turned to look at the door with a calm expression. Qiayu and Xia Orong also followed him and looked at the empty entrance, seemingly waiting for something. A few seconds after they turned to look at the door, the figure of a beautiful young lady showed up in front of their door with her face slightly red. You do not look like a worker here. Qiayu was the first to open her mouth. What do you want? My name is Wu Jinjing, a disciple of the Holy Sword Academy, she calmly replied despite Qiayu's cold tone. Holy Sword Academy? Qiayu raised an eyebrow after learning of her background. What does someone from one of the three ancient academy want from us? She wondered to herself. Yes, have you heard of us? Wu Jinjing continued to act humble, even purposefully avoiding her status. Of course, I have heard of the Holy Sword Academy, one of the three ancient academy alongside the Four Seasons Academy and the Tyrant Physique Academy. But what does someone from such a background want from us? Hearing Qiayu speaks the names of the three ancient academy casually like she doesn't even put them in her eyes, Wu Jinjing's interest in them grew greatly. Chapter 145. Even if I request for you to warm my bed. There's no need to be wary. Wu Jinjing said in a calming tone to Qiayu, who was clearly suspicious of her approach. I only came here to greet you all, since there are very few people in this continent that can enter the 8th floor that I do not recognize, and my fellow disciples are also fairly curious. However, your background does not matter to me. Instead, at this point, Wu Jinjing ignored Qiayu and turned to look at Su Yang with eyes that were seemingly filled with awe. You are clearly only at the true spirit realm yet. Wu Jinjing's eyes glittered like she was looking at someone she respected. Oh, you can see it. Su Yang's eyebrows raised slightly and he showed a handsome smile, his interest piqued. Qiayu looked at him with a puzzled expression. What was he talking about? Yes, I can see it. Something as amazing as that, how could I miss it? How old are you? Su Yang then asked. 29. Quite young, huh? Your parents must be proud of you. Wu Jinjing nodded. I didn't think someone like you would exist in this place, but I guess even a place like this has their own talented individuals. I will congratulate you since what you are seeing is not something one can see with just a high cultivation base. After a moment of silence, Su Yang continued. That being said, what do you want from me? If you are only here to admire me, then quickly admire me and leave. Qiayu was dumbfounded by how the situation had progressed. What was even happening? What could this Wu Jinjing see about him that she couldn't? How dare you speak to her like that? Who do you think you are? An irritated voice suddenly resounded, and a handsome young man wearing robes with the same design but different color as Wu Jinjing appeared. Su Yang looked at this newcomer with raised eyebrows and spoke in a nonchalant voice. Where did this horny dog come from? Is he with you, Horn? What did you just call me, you bastard? Junior apprentice brother Zhang, please step back. Wu Jinjing said to him in a cold voice. She was clearly unhappy about his appearance. But senior apprentice sister Wu. The way this bastard speak to you is full of disrespect and arrogance like he's above you. Does he even know who he's looking at? I will not repeat myself. Wu Jinjing frowned, causing the handsome young man to shiver uncontrollably before stepping back to stand behind her. Step down if you do not want to die. I apologize for my fellow disciples' disrespectful act just now. Wu Jinjing then bowed to Su Yang and apologized with a sincere voice. This action of hers greatly shocked the young man surnamed Zhang behind her. He has never heard of Wu Jinjing acting in such a manner before, much less witness it with his very eyes. It seemed almost as if she was revering that man. Impossible, not his senior apprentice sister Wu. As for your question before. Wu Jinjing's gaze turned serious at this moment, looking like she was ready to engage in a battle. May I politely ask to experience it personally? Are you serious? Su Yang calmly asked. Do I look like I am joking to you? The air around Wu Jinjing began to stir with excitement. As a disciple of the Holy Sword? No. As a master of the sword, it would be disrespectful to my sword if I keep it sheathed even after meeting someone like you. Wu Jinjing rubbed the storage ring on her finger and retrieved a steel sword with a red blade. The demon-slaying sword. The young man surnamed Zhang instantly recognized the sword in Wu Jinjing's grasp. It was her most treasured and powerful sword in her sword collection, and it was something that she'd only be willing to bring out during important events in her life. What is the meaning of this? Why did senior apprentice sister Wu suddenly bring out the demon-slaying sword? Is she planning to fight this man, even though he's only at the true spirit realm, even after telling me to step down? The young man behind Wu Jinjing was bewildered beyond anything he's experienced in his life, feeling like the world he knew had just flipped upside down. A master of the sword, you say? Su Yang chuckled. Although I'll give it to you for being able to see the natural sword Kai surrounding me, you are still nowhere near being a real sword master. Although Wu Jinjing may be recognized as a sword master by even the experts of this world, she was still too green to be considered a true sword master in his eyes. Compared to the sword masters in the divine heavens, she was not any different than someone who just picked up the sword for the first time in their life. Wu Jinjing bit her lips after hearing his words that disregarded her title that she held with pride, but she didn't refute him. She couldn't, not when the individual in front of her was surrounded by a frighteningly amount of sword Kai. When an individual reaches a certain level with their respectful weapon, they will start to emit a special kind of Kai related to that weapon, such as Su Yang emitting sword Kai because he'd reached such a level with the sword. However, sword Kai should not be confused with sword intent, as sword intent could only be manifested through sheer experience, while sword Kai will naturally grow as an aura through one's insight with the sword. A peak heavenly spirit realm such as yourself challenging someone at the early true spirit realm. Do you have no shame? Kiayu looked at Wu Jinjing with a frown. True spirit realm. Only a fool would be fooled by such a disguise when he's surrounded by sword Kai that even surpasses the sword Kai emitted by the patriarch of my sect. A disguise, huh? Su Yang smiled. Because of the powerful sword Kai that surrounded Su Yang, Wu Jinjing did not believe that Su Yang was only at the true spirit realm. I don't mind letting you experience my sword, but what do I get from it? I'd rather not waste my energy if I don't have to, especially if it's only to entertain some little girl. It would be tiring even for him if he uses even more than half of his sword intense full potential with his pitifully weak cultivation base. Little girl. Nobody has ever addressed her in such a manner before, but for some odd reason, Wu Jinjing did not feel insulted by it. If you can satisfy me with it, then I will let you request anything from me, she said a moment later. Anything? Su Yang remained calm and asked. Even if I request for you to warm my bed, you bastard. What nonsense are you? I don't mind. Wu Jinjing suddenly interrupted the enraged Zhang. Ho! Su Yang did not expect her to answer him so quickly and in such a calm manner at that. He then stood up and stretched his arms like he was asking for something. Do you have a sword I can borrow? The ones I have will not do it. Su Yang said with a smile. Chapter 146. Let's start by removing your dirty clothes. A sword master of your caliber does not have a sword of his own. What kind of joke is this? Wu Jinjing frowned. Su Yang smiled, and he replied in a calm manner, A place of this caliber do I even to bring my sword? Wu Jinjing's eyes widened. What kind of individual does not put even the holy central continent in his eyes? Fine, I will lend you a sword. After saying that, Wu Jinjing pulled out another sword from her storage ring. Although it could not compare to the demon-slaying sword, it was not too far behind it in terms of quality. The black crystal sword. Her junior apprentice disciple Zhang recognized this sword in a heartbeat. It was Wu Jinjing's favorite sword before obtaining the demon-slaying sword. Although it may be not as powerful as the demon-slaying sword, it held an important place within Wu Jinjing's heart simply because of the memories she made with it. Su Yang casually accepted the sword. This should be good enough. He then turned to Qiayu and spoke, "Create a defensive formation in this room around the two of us. I don't want to turn this city into rubbles." Both Wu Jinjing and disciple Zhang looked dumbfounded by his words. Turn the city into rubbles? Is that even possible? What does he think this city is made of? Dirt? Qiayu nodded and waved her finger around in an artistic fashion, almost like she was drawing in the air. A few seconds later, a large, semi-transparent box that had the thickness of a foot encased both Su Yang and Wu Jinjing, separating them and everyone else in the room. What a thick barrier! Wu Jinjing has never seen such a powerful defensive formation before. She looked at Qiayu, who appeared ordinary in both appearance and atmosphere, with a new light. Now that she thought about it, there's no possible way that an ordinary girl would be following around someone like Su Yang. But why can't she see her cultivation base even now? Could she be at a level which even she, a peak heavenly spirit realm master, cannot sense? This room is filled with nothing but crazy individuals that she cannot comprehend. Who are they really? And how are they not recognized by the world yet? What is this weak thing? Su Yang shook his head upon seeing the defensive formation. Are you also underestimating me just because of my cultivation base? Qiayu looked at him with wide eyes. Underestimating him. Is he saying that this defensive barrier that could effortlessly block even an attack made by someone at the sovereign spirit realm won't be able to handle his strike at the true spirit realm? And just as she prepared to strengthen the formation, Su Yang raised his hand telling her to stop and said, "Forget it, this will do." He then turned to face Wu Jinjing. "Are you ready?" he asked. Wu Jinjing strengthened her grip on the sword and nodded in a serious manner. "Senior apprentice sister Wu, you don't have to do this." Disciple Zhang shouted from behind the thick barrier, but alas, Wu Jinjing did not even bother to answer him, completely ignoring his existence. Su Yang smiled and he said, "One strike. If you can still stand after taking one strike from me, I will consider this your win." Wu Jinjing's eyes sharpened upon hearing his arrogant words. "One strike. Although I respect your sword Kai, aren't you underestimating me too much? Even if you are at the sovereign spirit realm, you won't be able to defeat me with one strike." Still, with a smile on his face, Su Yang said, "Don't misunderstand, I am not trying to just defeat you." "What do you mean by that?" Wu Jinjing asked with a frown. She's starting to have an ominous about this. The atmosphere in the room suddenly darkened, and killing intent began emitting from Su Yang's body. "You!" Realizing the meaning behind his words, Wu Jinjing's eyes widened. Without saying another word, Su Yang closed his eyes and started to slowly lift the sword in his hands until it was above his head, looking like he wanted to chop logs. And the aura surrounding him grew stronger with every second, along with the pressure within the formation growing increasingly denser. Wu Jinjing tightened her grip on the sword even more, even beginning to sweat a little just from the tension alone. However, Su Yang did not move even after many moments, seemingly frozen in that position. After a few more seconds, he slowly opened his eyes, but the color of his eyes was no longer black but gold. Additionally, a crazy amount of sword intent exploded from his body and quickly filled the formation. What is this feeling? Wu Jinjing could feel an otherworldly feeling around Su Yang, but she couldn't comprehend this feeling no matter how hard she tried. It felt like looking at something that was out of this world, something that did not belong in this world, almost like a celestial being of sorts. "Don't die, little girl." Just as he finished saying those words, the sword in his hand began to generate black flames with tiny lights flickering within the darkness like the starry sky, until the entire sword was fully engulfed by the black flame. Before Su Yang even begun swinging down the sword, the defensive formation created by Qiayu was already trembling due to the sheer energy being emitted by the sword. This is Wu Jinjing's eyes widened with shock upon feeling the tyrannical power being released by the sword that surpasses any technique she's ever witnessed before, and instantly came to the conclusion that she will definitely not be able to block such a powerful attack. Wait. If you attack me with that. Before Wu Jinjing could finish her sentence, the sword, bursting with energy in Su Yong's hands, was already chopping down towards her direction. First, a Sura secret, heaven-consuming strike. Su Yong swung the sword with all his might, and an arc of light covered in flickering black flames was released from the sword and flew towards the petrified Wu Jinjing. I'm dead. Forget about blocking the incoming projectile. Wu Jinjing was so terrified by the pressure coming from the sword that she was unable to move her body, causing her to stand there like a stone statue waiting for her demise. The black flames exploded upon impact and filled the entire defensive formation with black flames, blocking any vision from the outside. Additionally, the defensive formation that could block even an all-out attack from a sovereign spirit realm expert began to crack with lines everywhere, dumbfounding Qiayu, who truly did not expect the impact to be this powerful. If Su Yong had used this attack without the defensive formation, it would not be too surprising if it destroyed half of the city. And if one were to look at the sky now, they would notice that all the clouds in the sky had dispersed for some reason, looking almost like someone had split it apart. Senior apprentice Sister Wu, disciple Zhang's face paled and exclaimed with shock. Why, you bastards? What did you do to her? If anything happens to her, the entire Holy Sword Academy will be after your heads. He turned to Qiayu and yelled. Qiayu ignored him and remained silent, but she was pretty sure that even a master like Wu Jinjing would not be able to survive an attack at that scale. After a few more moments of anxious waiting for disciple Zhang, he finally noticed that the black flames were beginning to disappear. Once all of the black flames were gone and they were able to see inside the barrier, disciple Zhang's anxious trembling came to a stop. Senior apprentice Sister Wu, he was ecstatic to see her still alive. Indeed, Wu Jinjing was still breathing. And beside her robes being a little dirty and torn, she was seemingly unharmed in any way. However, she was sitting on the floor with her butt, and her dazed face was as pale as sheets. And if one looked closely, they would be able to see a dark area at the bottom of her robes. The experience was so terrifying that she, a peak heaven spirit realm expert, had uncontrollably pissed herself. As for Su Yong, he was standing there with a calm expression, looking peaceful as always. He looked at the heaven-grade sword in his hands and spoke in an apologetic tone. It seems like the sword wasn't able to handle my sword technique turned into fragments. Why did you miss on purpose? Wu Jinjing ignored her beloved treasure being destroyed and asked Su Yong, her voice a bit shaky from the shock. If Su Yong hadn't adjusted the swing before releasing the black flame, her body most definitely would have turned into charcoal, maybe even erased from existence itself. You wouldn't be able to warm my bed if I really killed you, right? He casually replied with a smile. After a moment of silence, Wu Jinjing lowered her head with a defeated smile on her face. I lost, she mumbled. Miserably too. She then stood up and lowered the upper half of her body to deeply bow to Su Yong. Thank you for opening my eyes. If not for you, my love for the sword may have been limited by my experience, she said, her voice filled with admiration. After saying that, Wu Jinjing raised her head and looked at Su Yong in the eyes with a serious expression. As for your request, please, allow me to warm your bed. Wu Jinjing spoke with sincerity. Senior apprentice Sister Wu. Disciple Zhang cried out loud, sounding like he just witnessed his love stolen from him. There's no need for you to take his request so seriously. You don't have to listen to him. He continued to try to persuade her. Without looking back, Wu Jinjing said calmly, although it may not seem like it, I am not doing this because of his request. A sword master of his caliber, even if he didn't ask, I would willingly offer myself to him. Senior apprentice Sister Wu. Disciple Zhang looked desperate, even more so than he was just moments ago when the barrier was filled with black flames. Wu Jinjing no longer bothered with him and continued to look at Su Yong. When do you want my service? She suddenly asked. Su Yong smiled and quickly replied. I happen to have a lot of time right now. Now, Wu Jinjing repeated with a look of surprise. Why are you scared of doing it here? It's not that. Wu Jinjing blushed at this point for the first time. I am a little dirty right now. When she said dirty, she was referring to peeing herself by accident. I don't mind it. Su Yang continued to smile. Wu Jinjing turned silent. After another moment of thinking, she finally said, If you say so. Wu Jinjing then turned around, glared at her fellow disciple, and said in a calm voice yet threatening voice, You may leave this room. But, get out of my face. She unknowingly repeated the words he said to the other disciple. Seeing the killing intent in her eyes, disciple Zhang reluctantly left the room. As for Su Yang, he only looked at Qiayu with a smile without saying anything. You perverted barbarian. Qiayu growled as she left the room in a grumpy manner. After Qiayu left the room, Su Yang looked at Xiao Rong, who'd been silently watching the entire time without a clue as to what's going on. Go play. Hearing that, Xiao Rong happily left the 9 Spring Hall to explore this new continent. Once those that did not belong left, Wu Jinjing slammed the door shut and turned to face Su Yang, silently waiting for him to move. Although she looked calm on the surface, her heart was actually beating crazily. She was still a maiden, after all. Let's start by removing your dirty clothes. Su Yang said, still with a calm expression. Wu Jinjing nodded and began loosening her robes, letting them drop on the floor. Chapter 147. Can I bear your child? Once Wu Jinjing was completely naked, Su Yang feasted his eyes upon her beautiful body like he was looking at a delicious meal. She had a sculpted figure which was like an hourglass. Her waist was narrow and she had a blushing complexion. Her delicate skin was silky smooth and pale as white jade. A pair of scrumptious-looking breasts topped with erected pink tips, and her fair hands were slightly covering the lips between her legs. However, even when facing such a mouth-watering scene, Su Yang remained calm and still. If it was anyone else besides Su Yang seeing her bare body, they would have already pounced on her like a dog during the mating season. As expected, someone who'd trained with the sword, your body is. In the middle of his sentence, Su Yang suddenly staggered backward and coughed up a mouthful of blood, staining the floor with fresh blood. Wu Jinjing's eyes widened upon seeing him cough up blood. Are you okay? She asked him. I am fine. Su Yang quickly wiped the blood from his lips and said while waving his hand. What happened? It's the result of trying a little too hard to impress a girl. He still managed to smile despite his body hurting all over the place at this moment. Although he looked perfectly fine on the outside, his inner body was a mess. Su Yang knew that there would be a backlash for using such a powerful sword technique at his cultivation level beforehand, but he didn't expect it to be this bad. If you aren't feeling well, we can wait until you are in a better shape, Wu Jinjing suggested, worrying that he might be pushing himself too hard. She's starting to develop affection for him, but is still unaware of it. No, I'll be fine, he replied. In fact, this is exactly what I need right now for a fast recovery. After a moment of silence, Wu Jinjing nodded. If you say so. With that said, why don't you come over here so we can begin? Su Yang pointed to the large table beside him. Once Wu Jinjing was beside him, Su Yang positioned her on the table, laying the upper half of her body down with her hair spread across the table like some silky tablecloth. This is my first time, so. Wu Jinjing mumbled in a sweet, innocent voice. Su Yang smiled and said, Just relax and let me do all the work. After saying those words, Su Yang traced her soft skin with his slim fingers, sending shivers down Wu Jinjing's spine. He gently touched her from the center of her chest, slowly moving down to her nether region. Ah! A surprised sound escaped from Wu Jinjing's mouth the moment she felt something gently touch her most private area that has never been touched by another individual until today. Once Su Yang could feel the soft lips between her long legs, he began massaging it. Ah! Wu Jinjing began moaning in pleasure shortly after Su Yang started massaging her with his godly finger techniques, her voice echoing in every corner of the room. Making this much noise, are you not afraid of the others hearing you? Su Yang asked her in a teasing voice whilst thrusting her wet cave with his fingers. Wu Jinjing covered her mouth once he mentioned the others. She'd been so engrossed by his heavenly techniques that she'd forgotten that they were not in a private room but inside a restaurant, and that her shameful voice could be easily heard. However, after thinking about it, she's been quite loud for some time now, so there was no point in silencing herself now. With that in mind, Wu Jinjing quickly removed her hands and continued to let her pleasure be heard by everyone. How daring! Su Yang smiled and increased the intensity of his technique, even pressing his mouth against her gorgeous breast. A few seconds later, Wu Jinjing could feel her body shivering uncontrollably, feeling like she was going to pee again. Tilde. Wu Jinjing's body suddenly lifted from the table slightly and immediately started spraying water uncontrollably from her twitching pink hole. The sparkling water sprayed meters into the distance and would not stop even after many seconds. Wu Jinjing was afraid that she would never stop coming at one point, even covering her face in shame the entire time. Once she finally stopped coming, Wu Jinjing noticed that her body had become unnaturally light, almost weightless like a feather, and the warmth in her body felt like she was wrapped by the world's softest blanket. It was an extremely pleasant feeling, and she wanted to continue feeling this warmth forever. However, Su Yang was not done with her. After Wu Jinjing stopped coming, he reached into his storage ring and retrieved a bottle of wine. The saying that wine tastes best when there's a beauty beside you, I believe this wholeheartedly. Su Yang said as he removed the seal on the bottle. Wu Jinjing looked at him with a red face, wondering what he was going to do with that bottle of wine. Weren't you afraid of being dirty? Su Yang suddenly smiled and said, Don't worry, I will clean it up for you. Su Yang squatted and placed his mouth right before Wu Jinjing's pink hole with her soft thighs resting on his shoulders. He then tilted the bottle of wine above her and began pouring wine down the crack between her lips, and immediately began cleaning her with his mouth whilst drinking the wine that enhanced the flavor of her sweet juice. Ah! Wu Jinjing cried out in surprise when she felt something cold pour on her, then shocked when something enters her body through her lower hole. It was an inexplicable feeling. Although she wasn't aware at first, she quickly realized that Su Yang was actually licking her while drinking wine at the same time. Wu Jinjing was at a loss for words at this scene. She wouldn't have imagined that someone could enjoy wine in such a fashion even in a million years. However, she didn't have a problem with it. As a matter of fact, she also enjoyed it as much as him, if not even more. Oh, more. Tilde, mmm. Wu Jinjing continued to moan loudly without a care in the world if the others could hear her even many moments later. Once the bottle of wine finally poured its last drop, Su Yang stood up and released a refreshing sigh. Ah, good wine. He then looked at Wu Jinjing, who was laying on the restaurant table as though it was her own bed and breathing heavily, and spoke. Are you ready for the real fun? He asked with a smile. The real fun. Wu Jinjing wondered what the real fun would feel like if the foreplay already almost sent her soul to heaven. Su Yang began to loosen his robes. Once the waist sash that held his robes together dropped to the floor, Su Yang's hard rod pushed aside the robes hiding it and entered Wu Jinjing's view, allowing her to gaze upon his majestic rod with eyes that seemed mesmerized by its beauty. This is your... Wu Jinjing was shocked by Su Yang's large rod and began worrying that it might not fit inside her tight hole, and since this is her first time seeing a man's treasure, she felt an urge to hold it in her hands. See, can I touch it? She asked him in a sheepish voice, sounding embarrassed by her own request. Be my guest, he casually accepted. Hearing his approval, Wu Jinjing sat up on the edge of the table and reached for his rod. She used both of her hands to feel it, and it was as hard as steel and it was burning with energy, feeling like she was holding a sword that was too large for her to handle, a great sword. Wu Jinjing's love for the sword is on an immense level, and she has never felt as strong for anything else beside it since birth, not even her own parents. But after feeling Su Yang's sword, her heart began to beat with excitement. Just like when she picked up a sword for the first time in her life. After playing with Su Yong's rod for a few minutes, even putting it in her mouth, she was finally satisfied. However, she was not truly satisfied. If not for the fact that she really wanted to feel his sword pierce her body, she would have kept playing with it for a much longer time. Once Wu Jinjing was done, she released Su Yong's rod and returned to laying on the table, this time with her legs spread wide open for him. "Please," she asked in a pleading voice. Su Yong nodded and approached her. Just as he pressed the tip of his rod on her hole, Wu Jinjing suddenly said, "Wait!" "HM?" Su Yong looked at her silently, waiting for her to continue. "I don't think I ever asked for your name," she said, sounding somewhat awkward. How could she have forgotten to ask for the name of someone who was about to take her virginity away? She felt like a child who got so overly excited by something that she forgot about everything else. Su Yong smiled and in a charming voice said, "My name is Su Yong." Su Yong. The name sounded somewhat familiar to her, like she'd heard it from somewhere before, but she was not in the situation to think too much about it. "Su Yong, I have another request." This time, Wu Jinjing spoke in a somewhat worried tone. "What is it?" "This may seem sudden since today is our first meeting, but can I bear your child?" she asked him with a serious expression on her face. Su Yong turned quiet. Wu Jinjing then continued, "I am not asking you to stay by my side forever and be a father, nor will I ask for anything from you beside this one request. I only want a child with you, nothing else." Wu Jinjing knew that it is only wishful thinking to make Su Yong an individual that is beyond her comprehension to stay by her side forever and bear the responsibility as a father. But she wanted to at least have a child with his excellent genes to keep her bloodline alive and potentially raise a genius that would one day be like him. Although geniuses like her will reach a cultivation that will allow her to live for a few hundred years, and will more often than not find their partner around 100 years old. Wu Jinjing was lucky enough to find someone as talented as Su Yong so early on, so it would only be a waste to let him go. Not to mention that she doubts that she will ever find another individual like Su Yong ever again. In her eyes, it was now or never, especially after meeting someone like Su Yong. "Why are you staying silent?" she asked with a worried frown after not hearing from him for some time. "Am I not worthy enough to bear your child?" Su Yong suddenly smiled, and without answering her, pushed his body forward, piercing Wu Jinjing's virgin hole with his sword. Tilda. Wu Jinjing was not the slightest prepared for the sudden penetration, and released her loudest moan yet. Her eyes rolled all the way back. The piercing pain really felt like she was stabbed by a real sword, but there was also a pleasurable feeling mixed within the pain, so her senses were a bit confused for a moment. Su Yong could feel her tight hole wrap around his rod and sucking it like it wanted to consume him. It was an extremely pleasant and irresistible feeling, but after taking Wu Jinjing's status as a maiden, he resisted the urge to continue thrusting her. Wu Jinjing was in incredible pain from having her small hole spread so wide for the first time, but currently in her head, she could only think about Su Yong entering her body and the meaning behind his actions. Does this mean? Su Yong suddenly reached for Wu Jinjing's beautiful face and wiped the tears from her eyes. However, her tears did not come from the pain she was feeling but pure happiness instead, happiness from being accepted by Su Yong. "What a silly girl," he mumbled in a soft voice with a calming smile. "If you want to bear a child, even if it's with my Yang Kai, what need is there to ask for my permission? In this world, cultivators or not, the women usually ask for their man's permission before they are allowed to have a child with that man. So Wu Jinjing was surprised when Su Yong basically told her to do whatever she wants. And if the man refuses to have a child with the woman, despite giving her his Yang Kai, the woman would absorb the Yang Kai as energy for their cultivation. As for mortals, they would consume pills that prevent the Yang Kai from getting them pregnant. Wu Jinjing nodded slowly and said, "I promise you that I will take good care of our child. Please allow me to answer her plea. Su Yong smiled and started to move his body once again. "Who are you bastards, really?" The disciple surnamed Zhang asked Qiayu in a yelling voice after Wu Jinjing closed the door on them. Do you know who senior apprentice sister Wu is? She is the prime disciple of the Holy Sword Academy, a chosen that could potentially become the sect's next sect leader. Qiayu ignored him and remained silent. Even if you ignore me now, once the sect learns of what happens today, they will surely chase after you lots for an answer. You won't be able to ignore us once that happens. But alas, despite his words, Qiayu continued to ignore him. All that's on her mind right now is Su Yang being with another woman while she was just a few steps away from them, unable to do anything but watch another woman embrace the man she loves dearly. Suddenly, Wu Jinjing's voice that was filled with pleasure came from the room. The disciple became silent the instant he heard Wu Jinjing moaning in the room. His eyes also turned bloodshot, looking like he was ready to tear someone in half. At this moment, he wanted to kick down the door and kill Su Yang for stealing what was supposed to be his, but he knew that such actions would lead him to an early death. Forget about Su Yang, who easily defeated Wu Jinjing in a single strike. If he interrupted them, it would be more likely that the one to kill him would not be Su Yang but his own senior apprentice sister Wu. Just like Qiayu, there was nothing he could do about this situation besides stand there and accept the situation while envying them. Just as the Wu Jinjing moaned for the second time, Qiayu waved her sleeves, creating a formation around the entire room that blocked all noises from coming out of the room and going into the room, sealing their privacy. Although Wu Jinjing did not care if others could hear her, Qiayu definitely minded. If she had to listen to Wu Jinjing enjoy herself while she has to stand there in jealousy, she would definitely lose her mind in minutes, even with her 2,000 years of experience. After sealing the room with a soundproof formation, Qiayu released a long sigh. How did Mother do it? Dealing with something like this and still remain calm and sane, she wondered. While her mother, Yuehai, did not speak of Su Yang being a womanizer while he was with her, Qiayu could easily guess that Su Yang was doing the exact same he is doing now back then. If Su Yang could pluck females' purity like weeds the way he is right now, just how many lives did he ruin when he was fully grown and many times more attractive? She could not imagine. What are you two doing, standing out in the hallway like that? A voice suddenly called out to Qiayu and the disciple. Qiayu turned to see a handsome, middle-aged man and the servant from the first floor that disappeared with her jade slip approach them. Hello, young lady. I am the owner of this 9 Spring Hall, Jiu Chun. The middle-aged man greeted Qiayu whilst completely ignoring the disciple beside her. You are the one who showed this jade slip, correct? Because he was briefed by the servant behind him, Jiu Chun knew exactly who to speak to. That's right, Qiayu answered in a cold voice. Although Jiu Chun was a bit surprised by how nonchalant Qiayu acted after learning of his identity, he was not too shocked since she was the owner of the jade slip. Very well, he said in a friendly tone, completely ignoring her cold behavior. If you don't mind, why don't we find a room and talk over some of the best wine my 9 Spring Hall has to offer? I have a few questions I'd like to ask you. If you have questions, just ask me here. The subject is something I'd rather talk about in private if you don't mind. Then there's nothing to talk about. Qiayu coldly interrupted, completely not giving a single care about Jiu Chun's face. But despite her rudeness towards him, Jiu Chun managed to keep a smile on his face, albeit a bit stiff and awkward. Very well. Jiu Chun turned to look at her servant, his eyes telling her to leave them alone. The servant quickly realized his intent and immediately left the scene. He then turned to look at the disciple beside Qiayu. You must be Zhang Wei, core disciple of the Holy Sword Academy. I wasn't aware that you came together with her. Jiu Chun easily recognized him. Who the hell came with her? Zhang Wei shouted before angrily stomping away. Once everyone besides Qiayu and Jiu Chun was there had left, Jiu Chun showed her the jade slip she gave them to her. I can tell that this jade slip is genuine, but this only makes me wonder, what is your relationship with her, and do you know where she currently is? You ask too many questions, Qiayu said. Please, just tell me already. Ever since she disappeared, I have been looking everywhere for her. Jiu Chun asked, clearly getting impatient. If you have any information about her, any at all, tell me. I will also reward you greatly if you do. When talking about her, the lofty owner of the 9 Spring Hall was no different than a young boy looking for his missing girlfriend. Even if you find her, your feelings will never be answered, Kiayu suddenly said to him. She already has a husband, after all. Even still, I have to try, he continued. She, immortal fairy Suyu, is the only woman that can make my heart beat like this even if I'm only thinking about her. Hearing his words, Kiayu sighed inwardly. Although I cannot tell you her exact location, she did mention something about leave the holy central continent for some reason, Kiayu said a moment later. Learning this information, Jiu Chun's eyes flickered with delight. Thank you. Thank you very much. He then handed her a small pouch with a few things in it as a token of his gratitude before quickly leaving her alone. Kiayu did not even bother to watch him leave and continued to stand outside, silently pondering many things while waiting for Su Yang to come out. Chapter 148. Impregnate Me. It's been an hour since Su Yang and Wu Jinjing enclosed themselves in the room, and Kiayu has been standing outside without moving a muscle, silently thinking about immortal fairy Su Yu. Su Yu, an alias Kiayu created for herself when she first arrived in this unknown world to cope with her loneliness. It made her feel as though she was still close to Su Yang, who was the closest thing to a father she'd ever had and also someone approved by her dearest mother. And using this alias, Kiayu traversed this world, eventually granting herself the nickname Immortal Fairy Su Yu from the people of the Holy Central Continent, due to her incomprehensible cultivation level and fairy-like appearances. Her profound cultivation base rivaled immortal Ainz, perhaps even higher, and her beautiful that surpasses even goddesses. Kiayu quickly and easily rose to the top of the world with no equal. Countless experts from all sorts of power and status courted Kiayu, hoping they'd be the lucky one. But alas, even after hundreds of years, there's not a single individual that managed to attract her gaze, much less her heart. Eventually, Kiayu decided that she would create another background for herself, one that would keep people from courting her, giving herself an imaginary husband named after the only man in this world that she would not mind actually being her real husband, the dead Su Yang. She thought that not only would this help her cope with her loneliness, but also make it so that his name would forever continue to live even after his death. Of course, the men of this world did not take this news lightly, and chaos reigned the holy central continent for the first few months. Many people requested to see Su Yang, her supposed husband, but Kiayu refused any visitors, and this continued for many years. Eventually, people gave up on courting Kiayu, and the continent returned to be peaceful. However, not everybody had such resolution, such as Jiu Chen, who's still chasing after her even to this day, refusing to accept the fact that she was already taken because nobody's ever seen this Su Yang before. To think that he was still alive. Kiayu sighed as she stared at the plane door before her. If she knew that there was even the slightest chance that he would find out about her alias, she would have never created such an embarrassing background for herself, even if she were to die from loneliness. However, it was too late to take back everything, a few hundred years too late. She now has no other choice but to try and hide her alias to the best of her abilities, and hope Su Yang doesn't find out. If he does find out about Su Yu, Kiayu couldn't even imagine how she will face him from now on without wanting to cry from the embarrassment. Tilda? Tilda? Inside the room surrounded, Wu Jinjing continued to release erotic moans non-stop, letting her lust run wild and without restraint. Her mind was filled with nothing but the large rod that was thrusting in and out of her cave and the pleasure that came with it. Her entire body was glistening with sweat, and her breathing was heavy, looking like she'd just finished running a marathon. Her elegant face was long gone and turned into one that befitted a pervert, and her twin peaks jiggled like tofu during an earthquake, as Su Yang continuously pounded her inside with his rod. Wu Jinjing could not even tell how long has passed since she's been reduced to such a state, but it was something she didn't mind and hope would last forever. As for Su Yang, He'd obtained more than enough yin kai from Wu Jinjing to heal his internal injuries and fill his body with energy. In fact, he was absorbing so much yin kai from her that he had to activate the celestial body refining scripture earlier than expected just to control the overwhelming amount of yin kai that was entering his body to prevent damage to his cultivation base. Wu Jinjing was at the peak of the heavenly spirit realm whilst he was only at the true spirit realm, and only a fool would dare try to absorb her yin kai with such differences in cultivation. If it weren't for the celestial body refining scripture, Su Yong's body would have surely exploded from absorbing too much yin kai by now. However, because he has the celestial body refining scripture, Su Yong's danshan was akin to a pig's stomach, a bottomless pit. Hence why he's not hesitating when it comes to absorbing every last drop of yin kai from someone with 2 realms of cultivation above him. With this much yin kai, I will be able to reach the peak of the true spirit realm if not breakthrough to the earth spirit realm. Su Yong happily thought to himself as he moved his hips, slamming his thick rod into Wu Jinjing's erotic body. Suddenly, Su Yong raised an eyebrow. He lifted his gaze and went from watching Wu Jinjing's blissful expression to looking outside the window. About time, he thought to himself. He then returned to looking at Wu Jinjing and said in a calm tone, "I am going to release it." Suddenly hearing such words, Wu Jinjing's pink cave tightened even more. "Please, impregnate me," Wu Jinjing said in an alluring voice that caused Su Yong's rod to tremble with delight. Su Yong smiled and thrust his rod so hard into Wu Jinjing that it nearly sent her soul flying, releasing a load of hot yang kai that gushed into her body like a river. Tilda feeling as though she just swallowed a bowl of hot soup, Wu Jinjing released her loudest moan. Once Su Yong released the last drop of yang kai, he removed his thick rod from Wu Jinjing's pink cave and said to her, "Do you have a way to seal it?" Wu Jinjing snapped from her dazed moment and quickly retrieved a paper talisman from her storage ring and covered her bottom lip with it to prevent any leaking, tightly sealing the yang kai in her body. Women would normally seal their lower hole with such talisman after intercourse, so that the yang kai would not leak out if they really wanted to get pregnant, increasing the chances of getting fertilized. "You actually carried around such a thing with you?" Su Yong smiled upon seeing the talisman. After sealing herself, Wu Jinjing rubbed her stomach that was filled with warmth in an affectionate manner. "Although I do not know if I will be pregnant after only 1 try, thank you, Su Yong, for giving me this opportunity," Wu Jinjing said to him with teary eyes. "You do not have to worry about that," he replied. Wu Jinjing looked at him with wide eyes. "I made sure to release my most vigorous yang kai into you, so you are almost guaranteed to get fertilized as long as you keep it sealed in you." Indeed, not only does Su Yong have the ability to control when to ejaculate and how much yang kai to ejaculate, but he also has the ability to dictate what yang kai comes out of him. That is the result of thousands of years of dual cultivation. And if my body works the same as before, then you are guaranteed to have a baby. Thank you, really, thank you." Although Wu Jinjing did not understand his last sentence, she thanked him with tears streaming down her face. Su Yong wiped the smile off her eyes and said in a gentle voice, "Take care of our child." "I will, I promise." Even more tears appeared from her eyes after hearing such words. A few moments later, after she calms down, Wu Jinjing said to him, "Allow me to clean you up before you dress." Wu Jinjing then lowers her knees to the floor and began cleaning Su Yong with her mouth. Sometime later, when she's done with cleaning him, Wu Jinjing also helps Su Yong with his robes, acting like a mother already. Once they were fully dressed, Su Yong said to her, "You can leave first." Wu Jinjing nodded and slowly walked to the door. Although she said that she was going to raise the child alone, she felt reluctant to let him go in the end. But alas, she knew that such thoughts would only be a reality in her dreams. Just as Wu Jinjing passed Su Yong grabbed her by the hands and pulled her into his embrace, even kissing her on the lips. While she was surprised by his ambush, Wu Jinjing did not refuse it and gladly closed her eyes to accept it. A few moments later, Su Yang removed his lips and said, "I know you only want my child, but if you also want me, I can make that happen." Wu Jinjing's eyes widened with shock, and her lips trembled. "However, I have some business to take care of right now, so I cannot take you with me for now. Although I don't know how long it will take or if I will even survive, but if you still want to be with me by that time, I will take you to my home." Without even needing to think about it, Wu Jinjing nodded her head vigorously. "I will wait for you," she said. "Good, then goodbye for now." Su Yang gave her another hot kiss, before releasing her from his embrace and allowing her to leave. In the end, he could not just leave her alone after having her bear his child. Although he cannot take her with him now because of the risks, he plans on coming back to this world one day after dealing with all the other problems within the 4 divine heavens. And even if by that time she's already moved on with her life and does not want to be with him, he will still give her his blessing, as that's what he has done in his past life and will continue doing in this life. Once the door finally opened, Qiayu glared at Wu Jinjing, who had returned to looking elegant and calm, with narrowed eyes filled with jealousy. Wu Jinjing also looked at her, wondering her relationship with Su Yang. "Excuse me, but you are blocking the way," Wu Jinjing said to Qiayu, who was blocking the door. "HMPH?" Qiayu coldly snorted and allowed Wu Jinjing to pass. After letting her pass, Qiayu walked into the room where Su Yang was casually standing by the window with his gaze staring outside. "They should be here any minute now," he said to her, acting as though nothing happened. "You womanizing freak." Qiayu could not find the energy to be angry anymore and sighed. Chapter 149, Rumors. Once Wu Jinjing returned to the room where her fellow disciples have been waiting for her, she prepared for the shame that was resulted from her loud moaning. "Senior apprentice sister Wu, where have you been? We thought you already left because senior apprentice brother Zhang had long left us." Although she was baffled by their reaction, she did not question them. Did they not hear me moaning even though I was nearly screaming at the top of my lungs? How? Wu Jinjing then remembered Qiayu and the weird atmosphere that surrounded the room and understood the situation, and she silently thanked her for that. "It's a bit sudden, but I have to return to the sect to speak with the patriarch. I apologize for leaving early despite this celebration you all have set up for me." "You don't have to apologize to us, senior apprentice sister Wu. That's right, we should be the ones thanking you for giving us face by showing up." After a short conversation, Wu Jinjing left the 9 Spring Hall to return to the Holy Sword sect. "Why do you guys think senior apprentice sister Wu spent so long to speak with those people?" The disciples began talking after Wu Jinjing left. "I don't know, but for her to want to speak with the patriarch afterward, it must be something serious." Senior apprentice brother Zhang also left. He seemed fairly agitated, too. "Forget it, let's just finish eating and leave." If it weren't for senior apprentice sister Wu, we would not be sitting here on the 8th floor at the 9 Spring Hall. Let's enjoy ourselves while we can. "Yeah, but I won't leave until I pass out from drinking spirit wine. Ha ha ha." The room soon returned to the delightful atmosphere and the disciples no longer cared about Su Yang's group. Outside the 9 Spring Halls, a middle-aged man stood before the entrance with a blissful expression as he stared at the flying boat that hovered near above the restaurant. "I have finally found them. To think that they'd come here afterward." After leaving the 4 Seasons Academy to search for Su Yang, Elder Deng went to the nearest city, which was the Spring City, one of the largest and richest cities within the continent. Before he'd even arrived, Elder Deng knew that his mission to find Su Yang would not be an easy one. However, just minutes after entering the Spring City, he unexpectedly noticed a familiar-looking boat floating above the famous 9 Spring Hall. After confirming the boat was the same one used by Su Yang's group, he immediately ran towards the 9 Spring Hall. "Welcome to the 9 Spring Hall, senior from the esteemed 4 Seasons Academy." The young lady outside the entrance easily identified the robes he was wearing and quickly greeted him with respect. "How many will be dining with us today, senior?" she proceeded to ask him. However, Elder Deng replied in a way that she did not expect. "The group of people that owns that flying boat over there. Which floor are they on?" Elder Deng pointed to the flying boat above the restaurant. The young lady looked at the boat with a puzzled expression. When did such a thing appear above the 9 Spring Hall? She did not notice it at all. I apologize, but I do not recognize the owners of that thing, she said to him after a moment of silence. 3 individuals, 1 handsome young man in green robes followed by 2 young ladies. Once Elder Deng described Su Yong's group, the young lady quickly remembered them, as she greeted them just a little over an hour ago. Oh, you mean them? I don't know exactly which floor they are on, but they should be dining on any of the first 5 floors. However, my partner inside should know exactly which floor they went to. Should I ask her for senior? Hurry up. I am in a hurry, Elder Deng replied. If the 9 Spring Hall did not forbid entrance to those who are not there to dine, Elder Deng would have already barged inside to look for them. I understand. Please wait a moment. Although the young lady was displeased by Elder Deng's attitude, she did not show it on her face and remained smiling. Inside the 9 Spring Hall, the young lady asked her co-worker, "Do you know which floor the group with 3 guests that came by an hour ago went?" The group with the super handsome young man. There's a sect elder from the 4 Seasons Academy outside looking for them. The worker inside the 9 Spring Hall immediately understood who the young lady was referring to the instant she heard handsome young man and 3 individuals. 8th floor, she replied in a nonchalant manner. What? The young lady exclaimed in shock. How could they be on the 8th floor? I gave them a yellow pass, you know. Did you screw up? Of course I know, and I also have a bone to pick with you because you gave them a yellow pass. You nearly robbed me of my job here because of that. How dare you accuse me of screwing up when you are the one who screwed up big time? What? You must be joking. How did I screw up by giving them a yellow pass? You really are clueless, huh? They had a recommendation from Immortal Fairy Suyu. Immortal Fairy Suyu? Impossible. Why didn't they show it to me when I asked if they had any recommendations? It's definitely fake. Even if you say that, Master Ju already confirmed its authenticity and even spoke with them. The young lady then recalled Su Yang telling her his surname, and her complexion instantly paled upon realizing how badly she screwed up. Su. He told me his surname as a hint to his true background, yet I have failed to realize it. How foolish of me. The young lady nearly dropped to her knees after making up her own reasoning, when in fact, Su Yang did not have such intentions. That young man must be Immortal Fairy Su Yu's child. Only someone as peerless as her could give birth to such a handsome young man. Now that you mention it, no wonder why we didn't recognize him. Although we all know Immortal Fairy Su Yu, nobody knows anything about her family besides the name of her husband. This is huge news. Immortal Fairy Su Yu's son has finally appeared. Anyways, hurry up and notify him that someone from the 4 Seasons Academy is here to look for him. The worker nodded and ran upstairs to notify Su Yang. Meanwhile, the other young lady went back outside to speak to Elder Deng. Well, which floor are they on, and can I go inside already? I have important matters with them. Ooh, they are on the 8th floor, but before I allow you inside, we must ask them for permission first, as guests on that floor are special. What? 8th floor? But you just said. Elder Deng was shocked to learn of such news. Only extremely important individuals are allowed on the 8th floor. And they are usually people with power only slightly below that of people like the matriarch of his 4 Seasons Academy that can enter the 9th floor. As a matter of fact, even Elder Deng himself can only go as high as 7 floors. I am here on behalf of the 4 Season Academy's matriarch, he tried to pressure her. The matriarch. The young lady was surprised, no doubt. However, when she takes into account the status of Immortal Fairy Su Yu's son, then even the matriarch of one of the 3 ancient academies seem nothing in comparison. Even if you say that, I'm afraid that I cannot allow you inside without his permission. Elder Deng was speechless, but he didn't continue to trouble her, as the 9 Spring Hall has countless backers, so it would be unwise to offend them too much even if he's from the 4 Seasons Academy. Inside the 9 Spring Hall, when the worker reached the room Su Yang's group was staying, she knocked on the door with respect. Excuse me, there's. Let him inside. Su Yong's voice casually responded before the worker was able to finish her sentence, almost like he was expecting it. All right, away. The worker did not dare to linger and immediately ran back downstairs to get Elder Deng. Please come with me. Esteemed guest is expecting you. Elder Deng, who had been waiting outside, anxiously nodded and followed her to the 8th floor. Well, 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 who do we have here? Su Yang welcomed Elder Deng into the room with a smug look and sarcastic voice. Elder Deng felt like punching him in the face already, but quickly resisted. What business do you have with me after kicking me away? Be sure to make it quick, as we're trying to eat here, said Su Yang as he sat on the edge of the window. Eat. Elder Deng looked at the empty room with a frown. You know why I am here. I did as you requested and showed the matriarch the paper you gave me. But that's the exact opposite of what you told me. Su Yang continued to act dumb, purposefully trying to tick him off for wasting his time before. The matriarch, after reading the contents, would like to speak with you. Elder Deng, although annoyed, managed to stay calm and ignore his provoking. Sorry, but can you come back after we finish eating? Elder Deng was speechless again. How can you still act like this after sharing the recipe for the soul divination pill with someone? The 4 Seasons Academy, no less. Do you have any idea what that pill means to our sect? Su Yang smiled and he said, It's because I knew that I shared the recipe with you guys. He then approached Elder Deng, but he didn't stop even after passing him. Elder Deng was puzzled by his actions. Where is he going? Su Yang, after reaching the doors, turned to him and spoke. What are you waiting for? Are you still trying to waste more time? Elder Deng realized what this meant and quickly followed him. When they reached the 1st floor, the worker gave Su Yang looks of admiration for some reason, almost like she was looking at her crush. Su Yang noticed this but ignored it. Once they left the 9 Spring Hall, Su Yang and Qiayu rode on the flying boat whilst Elder Deng jumped on a flying sword and began flying towards the 4 Seasons Academy. Flying swords, despite having the same purpose as flying treasures, are actually not really flying treasures. They are just normal weapons enchanted with profound Kai that allows for better control and less weight, allowing cultivators to levitate them with ease, even soaring the sky with them. And unlike flying treasures that require minimal profound Kai to operate, flying swords demands more focus and a large amount of profound Kai to maintain its flight status. The speed flying swords can achieve also depends on how much profound Kai it consumes, so the faster one wants to fly, the more taxing it'll be on the cultivator. The speed of that flying treasure is really ludicrous no matter how much I look at it. Just where does one get something like that? Elder Deng wondered as he exhausts his entire cultivation base just to keep up with them. If he knew that they are using not even 1/10 of its maximum speed, he would surely fall off the flying sword from shock. It only took a few minutes since they left the Spring City, but once they reached the 4 Seasons Academy, Elder Deng led them straight to the matriarch. The disciples of the 4 Seasons Academy would look at Su Yang and his handsome appearance, wondering who they were and why Elder Deng was with them, and more than just a few females blushed when he walked past them. Meanwhile, a new rumor began to spread within the Holy Central Continent, saying that immortal fairy Su Yu's son had appeared within Spring City, Chapter 150. Lecture Hall. Inside a room filled with high-standing sect elders with profound cultivation bases at the 4 Seasons Academy, Su Yang stood before the matriarch with a calm expression, feeling no pressure at all, despite being surrounded by so many powerful individuals. He is the one who gave Elder Deng the recipe for the soul divination pill. He's so young. The matriarch looked at Su Yang with an odd gaze. Although she'd already heard of him beforehand from Elder Deng, it was still a bit surprising to see him in person. To be this calm and composed when he's in the presence of this many experts, and even the matriarch of the 4 Seasons Academy, he must be really confident that nothing bad could happen to him even in such a situation. I will get straight to the point. The matriarch retrieved the soul divination pill recipe and said, Who are you and what do you want to achieve by giving us this paper? The soul divination pill was a gift from immortal Han Xin, who was a close friend of the sect's founder. shortly after the Four Seasons Academy was created. Additionally, as far as we know, only one of this pill exists in this world. In other words, it's a one-of-a-kind, priceless treasure. We have been trying to recreate this pill ever since we received it, but alas, we are not even close to our goal after so many hundreds of years. Yet out of nowhere, a young man, whom nobody recognizes, appears with the recipe for the soul divination pill. What do you want from us? The entire room went silent after the matriarch finished her words. Everybody in the room had their eyes on Su Yang and Kiayu. Although it did not show on their faces, they were all anxiously waiting for Su Yang to speak, the matriarch included. After a moment of silence, Su Yang smiled and spoke. What I want is really simple, your soul divination pill. Hearing his words other than a slight sigh, the matriarch did not show many reactions. So you were expecting it, huh? The matriarch nodded and said, Indeed, but unfortunately, I will not be able to respond to your request. There are one reason why you'd need the soul divination pill despite having the recipe to make it. 1, you do not have the capability to make it yourself, and 2, the recipe is not real. At this point, the matriarch narrowed her gaze on Su Yang with a serious expression. If it's the latter reason, no matter what background you have behind you, I will surely have you pay for this stunt. The room returned to being silent, but the atmosphere had changed entirely. Su Yang could feel an invisible pressure bear down on him. If the next few words that come out of his mouth is not what they wish to hear, there's no doubt that they will attack him there and then. However, in response, Su Yang actually began laughing out loud, far from the expectations of everyone there. And unfortunately for you, both of your reasons are wrong, he said with a grin. What did you say? The matriarch and everybody in the room frowned at his words. If he had the capability to make the pill and had the recipe, then what is he doing here, asking them for the soul divination pill? The only reason I am here is simply because it takes too much time to collect all of the ingredients and making it myself. It's a hassle, he said in a clear voice, dumbfounding everyone there. What? The people there almost couldn't believe their ears. He's willing to give away such a precious recipe just because it's a hassle to make it himself. Unbelievable. It would be one thing if he owned the recipe, but the people there were almost certain that it belonged to his family. Talk about being a black sheep for the family. After a moment of silence from being speechless, the matriarch said, Even if you say that, I'm afraid that I will not be able to give you the soul divination pill, as it was given our ancestor by the exalted immortal Ainz. To give away his gift is akin to discarding his goodwill and slapping his face. So it has come to this, how unfortunate. Su Yang sighed, giving the people there a bad feeling in their guts. What are you going to do? The matriarch asked in an anxious tone. Instead of the soul divination pill, I want all the ingredients on that list I gave you. I will be making it myself. That you should be able to fulfill, right? So that's what he meant, the matriarch exclaimed inwardly. She then looked at the paper for a few seconds. Very well, she finally said, but it will take a few days of time to prepare for a few of the ingredients, as some of them are quite rare even for a sect as big as us. Su Yang quickly nodded. He could use these few days to cultivate the massive amount of yin, Kai he'd absorbed from Wu Jinjing and breakthrough to the Earth Spirit realm. If he allows this much yin Kai to stay inside his danshan for too long, it could easily damage his entire cultivation base, so it would be wiser to convert the yin Kai to profound Kai while he has the time. If you want, we can also prepare a room for you for the time being, she added. I would appreciate that. Su Yang had no reason to refuse such an offer. Good, then I shall start the preparations. Until then, you may take a look around our Four Seasons Academy with one of our elders to pass time. A sect that specializes in alchemy, huh? Although Su Yang does not care about alchemy as much as the sword, it holds a special place in his heart, as it reminds him of one of his best friends in the four divine heavens. I shall also accept that offer, he said with a smile on his face. The matriarch then looked at Elder Deng and said, Go ahead and give our little friend here a tour around our home and make sure nobody causes trouble for him. This is a direct order. Anyone who disobeys will be hearing from me directly, you hear." She spoke in a way that made it seem as though there would certainly be someone who would cause trouble for Su Yang. Or perhaps she was worried that Su Yang might cause trouble and wanted Elder Deng to keep an eye on him just in case he doesn't do anything suspicious. "Yes, matriarch." Elder Deng, despite feeling reluctant to stay around Su Yang any longer, swiftly accepted his mission. After exchanging a few more sentences about the preparations, Elder Deng led Su Yang and Qiayu out of the room and began showing them around the Four Seasons Academy. Once they were gone, the room that had been silent the entire time suddenly turned lively. "Matriarch, are you sure that we can trust someone like him? What if he has ulterior motives?" "Supreme Elder is right, Matriarch. We still have no clue where he came from, much less his identity. What if he wishes to harm our sect?" Complaints and logical worries were brought up the instant Su Yang left the room. "We should pressure him into giving us more information before we give him so many precious resources. He may have looked composed just now, but if we—" "Enough." The matriarch raised her hands, and she continued once the room returned to being peaceful. "You guys have been focusing on that young man too much. It's not him I'm worried about, but the young lady that was behind him like some kind of bodyguard." "What? That young lady? What of her?" The people there were puzzled. None of them had been paying attention to Qiayu because of Su Yang's vast presence in the room. Hell, most of them thought she was only his servant. That young man's cultivation base was at the early True Spirit realm, and I can tell that it's his real cultivation. As for that young lady behind him, I couldn't even sense her presence despite her standing right before my very eyes, almost like I was looking at a ghost. And the way she stared at me, it was as if she was warning me to not make rash decisions. Now that you mention it. I also couldn't see her cultivation base. The sect elders expressed shock once they realized it too. Because Qiayu looked so plain to them that they casually neglected her existence, solely focusing on Su Yang, who seemed to be the one in charge. The matriarch sighed and continued. Either her ability to disguise herself is truly that heaven-defying, or she's at a level where even I, a peak sovereign spirit realm expert, cannot see even a little bit of her cultivation base. That's impossible. The matriarch is one of the only 3 sovereign spirit realm in this entire continent, someone at the apex of cultivation. How could some random be apex of cultivation? The matriarch suddenly laughed out loud, dumbfounding the sect elders. "Forget about me. Even that old man at the Holy Sword sect would not dare to say that he's at the apex of cultivation. Not when she is here." When she mentioned the patriarch of the Holy Sword sect, she did not say it because of his status, but because of his cultivation base that was at the first level of the divine spirit realm, who is also considered to be at the limit of the mortal realm. "She, you mean?" The sect elders immediately recognized who the matriarch was talking about despite the impossibly vague description. "That's right. Immortal fairy Su Yu, who has long surpassed the limits of a mortal, surpassing even immortal Han Xin in terms of cultivation. She is the only other individual in this world that has a cultivation base which I cannot see at all." "Then are you saying that the young lady has a cultivation base similar to immortal Su Yu?" The sect elders began sweating once they thought of such a possibility. Just the existence of immortal Su Yu is already enough to turn this entire world's power balance upside down. They cannot imagine having another with similar strength. The matriarch shook her head and said, "I would not go that far, but I will also not deny that such a possibility could be possible. In the end, it's for the best that we don't offend them. Even if there is only a slight possibility that they are a group with such devastating prowess, we cannot afford to make this gamble, or else our 1,000 years foundation may crumble overnight." The sect elders there nodded viciously. None of them were stupid enough to make a gamble like this. For now, we should focus on preparing the ingredients on this list so that he could leave as soon as possible. The sect elders all nodded in agreement. This is the lecture hall. Sect elders would appear here once a week to give lectures to the disciples so they can gain enlightenment. Elder Deng pointed to the large open area ahead of them. Currently, the lecture hall is crowded with disciples that numbered in the hundreds with a single sect elder in the front, while sitting before a large cauldron, seemingly in the process of concocting a pill. Compared to the profound Blossom sect's lecture hall that is always empty with barely any sect elders giving lectures, the atmosphere in this place is completely different. Su Yang stopped walking to look at the lecture hall in the distance, the cauldron to be precise. "Are you interested in the pill he's concocting?" Elder Deng asked him after seeing him stare at the lecture hall. "Advanced spirit refreshment pill," Su Yang suddenly said. "Excuse me?" Elder Deng looked at him with questioning eyes, but Su Yang ignored him and continued. "Judging by the smell, it should come out with around 80% purity, so a medium-quality pill at best." By this point, Elder Deng could only stand there with a stupefied expression. "Excuse me, I will be right back." After saying that, he ran towards the lecture hall, leaving Su Yang standing there in the distance.